In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption.
Hello and welcome, lads and ladettes. This is episode 115 of Flat Earth Fridays. Before we start, we're going to obviously watch Proud's video. So here we go. And I'll be back in a second.
I have a question because you guys were talking about the gravity stuff from earlier. And it was an interesting back and forth. I wanted to ask you, Quantonaut, what makes you optimistic about gravity on a quantum scale? And maybe the other PhDs on the mic here can say why they are less optimistic. Appreciate that.
Sure, no, that's a good question. And it's one that, so I don't work with quantum gravity, I work more with the strong nuclear force. So perhaps I'm biased with working with these quantum forces.
This is not something that we just assume because we think stuff drops on Earth. So we have just given it a form. We call these our theories of gravity. With respect to quantum gravity,
big mystery.
There are quantum theories of gravity.
They're just not congruent with the quantum theories of our other forces.
We know our best theory ever, which is our standard model of physics, has holes in it.
We know that there's missing physics.
But that doesn't mean we throw it all out because there are missing pieces. It means we go and build better experiments and we endeavor to do better and build better models, which will just help humanity out, hopefully.
Right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
back with like Floyd Mayweather with this.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up, you're still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
We still don't know as physicists if there should even be a quantum theory of gravity. I think most physicists think that at some scale, we do have to be able to account for gravity at the quantum level. Gravity could be some kind of emergent property.
Gravity is one of the great mysteries of the universe.
You got to answer these questions. If gravity just keeps going down and isn't quantized, then you're implying that every single standard model particle is actually a black hole at the right scale.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, quantum mechanics. We're doing
this debate now. Boxing gloves are up.
Quantum mechanics is more of an explanation of what we observe happening. It's not an explanation of why it's happening. Gravity, special relativity explains why it's happening. Curvature of space-time. I think when we understand what a particle really is it a wave? What is a particle?
A wavicle.
Yeah, dude, a wavicle. That's what's up. Shout out to the wave lads.
I have a question because you guys were talking about the gravity stuff from earlier. And it was an interesting back and forth. I wanted to ask you, Quantonaut, what makes you optimistic about gravity on a quantum scale? And maybe the other PhDs on the mic here can say why they are less optimistic. Appreciate that.
Sure, no, that's a good question. And it's one that, so I don't work with quantum gravity, I work more with the strong nuclear force. So perhaps I'm biased with working with these quantum forces.
This is not something that we just assume because we think stuff drops on Earth. So we have just given it a form. We call these our theories of gravity. With respect to quantum gravity,
big mystery.
There are quantum theories of gravity.
They're just not congruent with the quantum theories of our other forces.
We know our best theory ever, which is our standard model of physics, has holes in it.
We know that there's missing physics.
I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Oh, set a nigga up for the kilo. Baby, I'm crazy, no kilo. On sleep though, deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, soul recipes though. Found May 28, well we know. 115, we know. Little head, what you talking about? Talk is talk, and do is do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. How must I remind you? I don't wear designer, no genre attire.
But that doesn't mean we throw it all out because there are missing pieces. It means we go and build better experiments and we endeavor to do better and build better models, which will just help humanity out hopefully.
Sacred, you want to take?
I got
the mic now. They can't censor me now.
New world order, I'm sleep though. Wrong then, modified beat though. Wi-Fi,
Right, crowd?
sleep though.
Yeah. Go play some away games, gang. Real comfy when you on that mute.
You was driving for forever. Look at my eyes, said, nigga, you gonna die. The fuck? Mama, come here. Mama, come here. Hurry up. Check it out. Fuck the world, mama. Stop this shit.
Not your favorite Glovey. Or your favorite PhD. It don't matter. But we see y'all.
Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
Shout out to the trolls too.
This shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop going, never stop trolling. Why is you mad?
Why you mad?
You keep coming back. You do the math. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my Globers. Don't get it.
Shout out to the Globers.
You was a pony, full of baloney. The globe is a lion, we know it.
We know it.
This is my rap.
This is my rap.
We know it.
We know it.
Sorry about that.
This is my rap.
That shit is flat.
That shit is flat.
What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my Globers. This shit ain't over. Keeping it going.
Stop playing with us, man.
Never stop trolling. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as you're
Stop trolling me.
Even though it
It's a
really
facade, man.
trolling. We know this. Hocus pocus.
Stepping on.
We know this. Hocus pocus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
Stop trolling me.
This shit ain't over. Keeping it going. Keeping it going. Never stop globing. Never stop trolling.
Ain't no way. No way. How you heard my mentions? Now you know where we at when we live though, right? On that mute.
Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit. Closing side chat, getting tight rat shit. Your little globe ain't even a fat shit. The veil is down, we're exposing your tactics. Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit. Closing side chat, getting tight rat shit. If you don't block them, they will drive you batshit. But sometimes I just miss all the action.
How high is a 10-foot wall?
Ooh, I know, 10. Don't fucking say that shit is 10 feet tall. Why not? You probably still think we're on a spinning ball. Do you feel that shit spinning? No. I don't feel it at all. Good point. See, what they did is they've hijacked perspective. And yet a curve when it fits their objective. They say it's just too big for our eyes to see. Except when boats go over it. That don't make sense to me. Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit.
115.
Side chat, getting tight rat shit. Your precious little globe ain't even a fact shit.
Full court press.
Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics.
You have to differentiate these gravitons or something, man. You see y'all watching anonymously?
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated meme, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy to creep, nation get deceived, nation leaves, taken by the beach, running around like a head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people, I'm so sorry, that's your ego soft, spun around cause the sky The ego too strong. Unless I get off, can't gun them down, cause the word my Glock and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like us Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black us Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. War, better bring your sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming through speakers, you talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown. I wonder what sound is a perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I swear to fake and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say or take a debate or regurgitate it. Watching, back always swerving and stalking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain.
Yeah. I started to question things like my own beliefs and my own existence. Like, how does this work? What is the mind? There's this voice that keeps saying shit. What is the truth? Why do I know? Friday. Your grandmother's soul. If I was to die, where would I go? Do I even matter if this is how it goes? But when I woke up, you know what I realized? I am the soul. This body is just my vehicle. And with that awakening came so much more.
He's heating up! He's heating up!
High works. Because if you know the truth, you regain self-control. Not even a remote chance to get programmed or deceived no more. You start to do some research. That's research, and what you think you know when you find out that the Earth is actually not a spinning globe. What the fuck are you saying? You sound sort of insane, but it's true. We live on a planet, flat and stationary. The truth will set you free. Won't go back to that mental celly. Now I live my life in peace, which back then couldn't do if you paid me. Realize, there's realize and realize.
Damn, son, where'd you home at?
Find the truth will deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see. Realize.
Tactical error, crack like a mirror. Eric Dubé bringing lyrical terror. But my rhymes are tighter. Are for the masses. Tracks full of classics, masterful, plastered with factual fanfare. But I'm back to attack with a fair share of crap that I can't bear. Cause I'm a care bear. Where is the justice? We need to come up and 19.5 billion per year is what we pay them just to hear. We're spinning right. Oh, y'all know Dubé have bars too. Waiting on the sun to die one day. But that isn't happening, that is inaccurate. Stick to the facts, not fear-mongering. Rocket masons are liars, NASA are masons. Masons that lie like they're snakes in the garden. The sun isn't dying, your soul is immortal, and so is the solace of solar return. You will ever remember in embers and flames the end of December dismemberment plan. It's a good band. By the way, watch what they say. Everything your government tells you is fake, especially anything about outer space. The only thing they could ever make I would rate is every politician's fucking head on a plate. But we're probably never gonna see that day, cause everybody's living in the rainbow way with no real men left, cause they've all turned gay.
Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, find the truth will deep inside.
Hey, y'all ready to get into it?
The sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, find the truth will deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive.
Gonna redirect that smoke over here.
I'm a G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Welcome to the new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, because it has to be. Really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time?
Where's that?
What happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine.
As
No, man,
usual.
the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What
My
do you
bad.
mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense?
Gold pins only.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. I hate it. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome to the show.
Another one.
Another what?
Another one.
Episode 115 on their head top.
And another one.
Hey, man. They said it's physics fight night. So you know the level has pulled up. It's Flat Earth Fridays, man. What's wrong with those?
You can't.
Few transformations.
Everyone-
Couple of non-inertial frames.
Everyone got their calculators out tonight?
Y'all ready to derive some equations?
I don't know, man. Let me see who in here. We got Alan in the building, of course. Shout out to the chat and YouTube land. AlanSpaceAudits, y'all know where we at. We got Stone in the building. RG, I see you. Ryan, sweet. Def, I see you. What up, man? Shout out to Build That Tap Roofers. Gumbo Pod. Shane, what up? Tell I see you. TM Squad. Ken OG. What up, Donna? I see your Welly in here, my man Shinku pulled up. Prometheus, what up, the dude? Where's Dave? He in Flat Earth Fridays, y'all ain't know? Damn, what up? Brock, I see you. Sheepdog, what up, bro? Inversion in here, non-rev in here. Zetetic, my man in here. Symmetrical, what up? I see you, shorty. Robusted bed up, Presidente. Steve in here, Sam Fink in here. Zane in the building, Flat Lads in the building. The conspiracy theorists. What y'all thought it was, bro? Stop playing with us. Every day of the week, y'all know who we at. Mr. X, what up? Hope I see you. Toby in the building, Matt Lump. Howdy, Bill. What up, Clyde? Ryan Straight Cash, no credit. Ominous, what up, O? Got Luke in here, Globe Skeptic in here, Shaz, what up, Shaz? Mr. in here, J Bear in the building. Oh my God, it's a full house. Where y'all come from? Oh yeah, it's Friday, my bad. Karen, what up? You feel me? Post, I see you. Spirit, I see you. Barbara, Dan, the man. Chris, Rick P. Challenger, Simon just pulled up. Oh my goodness, the squad in the building. Who else in here, bro?
The squad. There's about 5 anonymous goons lurking in somebody's bushes. I will call the police on you. I do want to give a big shout out to Roundhouse. Shout out to TikTok, yo. He done came over here, got a little comfortable, started tweeting. I seen him in another space earlier. Or maybe that was early this week. But shout out to you, Roundhouse, for actually like engaging with Twitter and not letting the hate of TikTok get to you. I feel like you're gonna love it here, man. We're gonna get into the science, so feel free to join. Feel free to bring some friends and get comfortable.
I seen Roundhouse getting a little active. I seen that.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. That's what we want. Emerging platform, emerging minds. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm making my coffee. You know, this is how cyborgs stay hydrated.
Cybernetic.
Shout out to Daniel in the building. I see Dot. I see Glinda, Donatello, Genesis, Michael, Magna. I see Flat Bob, Biblical. Oh, Morwan's back. Interesting. Joshua, Ikenator, Rich P, Simon, Globe Skeptic, Mr. Julian Tinka, welcome. Marcin, welcome. Matt, welcome. Clyde, welcome. Oh, Toby's back. Y'all have any questions, comments, concerns? Definitely leave them in the comment section. If you have any topics you want to bring up, or if you don't know how Twitter works, feel free to just let us know. I'll post some things in the jumbo. But welcome. If you are new, like Sacred said, welcome. This is Flat Earth Friday, where we talk about the sciences, shape of the earth, and everything in between.
Everything in between. Holy, and it's been such an eventful week. Jeez. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin.
Did I run into any globe propaganda?
Any globe propaganda?
Yeah, I be trying to make a thread of like all the globe NASA propaganda I see throughout the week. I'm gonna start a new trend where I go up to people who have on like NASA merchandise, and I'll offer them like, "Hey, for $10, do you know like a fact about NASA?" Basically. I'll see if I could do that. It seems like a lot though. How do I set the camera up? No, never mind. But yeah, guys, if you see any NASA propaganda, please take a picture of it and post it in the thread that I made.
You know what I did see? I did go to your timeline the other day and I seen your retweet. Did y'all see what Elon posted a couple years ago? Bro, how to probably find and shit like this?
Oh, Elon played. I'm tired of him and his burner account. Adrian, stop playing with us for real. We tired of you, Adrian.
Bro, wow. Yo, look at this tweet.
Hey, Proud, since you are a cyborg, a technical cyborg, Elon's all about dating them cyborgs, right?
Where do you think I got the Neuralink from? Who's that? Was that Boston? Where do you think we got our Neuralink hookups from?
Hey, y'all already got it. Y'all talking already through the Neuralink?
Yeah, the first round draft was like a test run.
Not so bad, guys.
Elon hooked us up.
All right, we're getting a little too personal. Go ahead.
Yo, look at this tweet. 2018, November 25th. Elon Musk tweeted, "Is the Earth flat, hollow, or flat and hollow?"
Yo, I didn't even know you could make phones back then.
Bro, at some point in time,
he knows.
At some point in time, man, like they gotta stop playing. I did see there was kind of questioning these boosters observations or like the self landing rockets. There's a few questions in some of the footage. I ain't saying it's not real, y'all. Chill off me. Just saying.
That sounds awfully familiar, like that self-adjusting meteor that was coming towards Earth that time.
There's points to them camera phones, and I was looking at the screen real hard. I got the super cyber eye. Didn't quite look like it matched up, but I'm just saying, if we talking a little propaganda.
Why would they want a self-landing rocket? I mean, I'm sure it sounds like every nerd's dream rocket, but like for the people who are not rocket sycophants, like why is that important?
All about the thrust.
My cyborg brain detected the kinkiness of that. Anywho. Welcome, guys. I don't think there was other. Oh, you know what? I have a list.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh,
lot.
sorry. I was going to say, though,
We
you
have
know that moon? Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, come a little closer to your mic, RG.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say about the self-directing meteor. Of course, I didn't buy into that, but they were talking about some second moon going to be here, but you wouldn't be able to see it. They made a point to say you wouldn't be able to see it with your eye or with a camera. You had to have a NASA telescope to see it. Now, has anybody verified this stuff yet? Or we just believe in two
But I
moons?
was telling Secret. Why would they taunt us with something that we can't see? Especially if it was gonna kill us, we wouldn't even know it was there. It was like, well, why bother telling us? Sorry.
Man, it's like saying
In a world where space and time are
donut,
intertwined,
one more left in the box. Boy, you better go get that thing. Make sure somebody sees it and it is real, you know.
You guys talking about that asteroid we were talking about 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
I actually have.
Still haven't been seen.
I have the significant figures on that. Let me dig that up. I'll be one sec.
Oh, snap. You know when Stone says he's got the significant figures, it's a wrap.
Hey, stop playing tag, guys. Leave her alone.
And yo, shout out to Brian Sweet. I was looking through my Twitter today and I seen somebody tweeted you while they were in the car, or like they had a picture of them with you, like your avatar was in their car or whatever from their display on their TV or whatever in the car. Dude, just that Nick Cage when he steps off the plane in Con Air and gets that fresh air of freedom, dog. I fucking love that avatar, bro. You're a legend. You should be like on a bumper sticker, dude.
I think that was Black Betty.
It was Black Betty.
All right, I found it. Let me know when you guys want the scoop.
Yes, sir.
Going with the scoop.
Right now? Okay, great. I'll try and talk too loud so Elon stops turning down my freaking mic. Okay, this was a post I put up on the 28th of September. So as of then, you were able to, if you had a decent telescope, able to see this asteroid. It's called 2024 after the year PT5, Papa Tango 5. And let's see. Its brightness has a magnitude, an apparent magnitude of around 22 or 23, which means you don't have a hope in hell seeing a bright, like it's so dim, incredibly dim. The bigger the number, the dimmer it is, 1.5 times as dim as the number before it. And we're hitting 22 here. Okay, back to the figs. Over the next couple of weeks, between 3.5 to 4 million kilometers away, that is 10 times the alleged distance to the moon. That is where this thing was supposed to be. And it reminds me of what happened back in 2016 with another pseudo moon they claimed that we have called HO3, if you guys recall that. Probably not, but I'll tell you all about it. Yeah, again, magnitude close to the order of 25 most of the time. So that's even dimmer than the one we're talking now by a factor of 1.5 to 3 times as dim. Let's see. Also very far away, 18.75 million kilometers away. This one from 2016 was 45 times the distance of the moon away. This thing they're doing with PT5 right now is absolutely nothing new, guys. It is a gigantic nothing burger. It is a distraction away from something else they don't want you to be thinking about. Yeah, count on it.
I appreciate that. And I agree with that, bro, because what, man, bro, I mean, to me, it's obvious now because I've looked up so much in the past 15 years that everything is so close. Like they could claim this with almost anything that's right above our head because it's all relatively about the same distance away. I'm sure there's some that are a good bit away, but man, everything seems to be pretty damn close.
That and an extremely slim percentage of the population have even a hope of verifying anything that NASA is saying about this. Like, you can't just pick up a pair of binoculars and look off towards Draco and see this thing. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? You have to have like an 18 to a 30-inch lens on the front end of your scope to even pull in that amount of light to be able to see it. That's how much of a nothing burger this thing really is.
It's like 33 miles across, 33. 75 flamingos wide, some shit like that.
Yeah, millions of kilometers away. I can see that for sure.
All right.
I say 33 nothing burgers across.
Yeah, is that metric?
Just so y'all know, if y'all didn't watch
Standard.
Don't Look Up, they did not warn us. In Don't Look Up, they did not tell us something was coming. They didn't care. They actually told us not to look in the sky. They thought we were that dumb. So the powers that be are not going to save us if something comes hurtling towards us. Just want you to know.
Man, they said that thing was 33 by a couple giraffes, and they're actually doing an interview with the lady, and she's all like, should we worry about this thing? And the dude's all like, nah, you're good. Don't worry about this giant mountain coming at us.
Yeah, I totally remember that interview. He's like, no, don't worry about it. It's just a chunk of rock going by. No big deal. It's not even close. No.
It's just going to hang
I
out.
don't think
for
they'd
38
go underground.
It's just going to hang out by the moon, whatever. You ain't got to worry about it.
You remember they were having that spiel, like this whole NASA spiel about, oh, there's something getting close. It's about 2 million hot dogs wide. And they're like, no. It's like more like 1 million unicorns. Like it's ridiculous, man.
And what'd you say that Elon rocket coming down, man? You didn't think that was cool or nothing, Proud? What? That thing came in at an angle, righted itself, went down a little bit more, stopped in midair due to its reverse boosters there, then lifted back up and went back in there. I mean, that was cool as hell, man. I believed that every second of it.
Yeah, I guess.
Eh.
I like the space one, and I like astronauts, but I'm not a Rocket Boy fan. I don't know. He likes to make his rockets the shape of something. If you guys hadn't noticed, it's a little kinky. The big one, remember the big rocket he had that had like the whole penis tip? I'm sorry.
Oh, was that him? I thought that was Bezos.
Oh, him too. You know.
Didn't he have the dick shaped one? Wasn't that Bezos?
He did too.
That was indeed Bezos, yes.
Something about it. They just like that type of kink. I don't get it. Look up Uranus on Elon's Twitter. He tweets a lot about Uranus.
Damn, that sounds painful. I'll pass. No, not Uranus. No, not Uranus.
And it smells like farts.
We can't wait to fly into Uranus. Like he's 12. Like, how old are you, Elon?
Hey, it's time to launch your probe.
Man, I can't. Even as a kid, I was like, "Are you kidding me with this? Really, Uranus? All right."
We've probed Uranus. Sorry, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, they went for the less nasty word. You know, they had to use Uranus, instead of your asshole, I guess. So yeah, that's crazy.
Topic things anytime now, guys. Anytime.
I got a question. I think he had some pretty good globe proof here. I don't know, man. So we got this guy. I don't know if you've seen him before. His name is Tex5, and he said he got into a plane, and across the lake here of Lake Huron is like 70 miles, and it's got a radio antenna there right on the shoreline. He had to climb to 4,200 feet to communicate with this thing, and he uses VHS. Why?
VHF?
Man, this is what he said. This is all I got, man. So he had to climb up high, and he uses VHS. And he said it was line of sight too. But so I don't know, man. I didn't know really. I didn't understand his argument there, honestly.
I think we know what he's talking about.
Lately,
and he was able to communicate with the tower, and he couldn't do it on the ground. I guess that was his main sticking point, is he couldn't do it on the ground. He had to climb up to 4,200 feet to call this tower 70 miles away. I'm not a pilot, man. A little crazy, so.
who was that guy we talked to on TikTok that said he had to tilt his satellites to like get the signal or something? Some guy. I could go find his name.
Is he talking about a drone connecting to satellite?
You kind of broke up there, RP.
I have no idea.
I was going to ask her if it was ground-based satellite or if it was something that was in the sky already kind of satellite.
No, I think that guy's software was definitely ground-based.
Okay, the reason I asked then is because like the old satellites, my dad used to have one when we were young, and you're trying to point into the right direction and people used to think they were in the sky because if you pointed them a little more upward, that's when they would connect most of the time. But there were some stations that you had to adjust the satellite downward to get a good signal. So yeah, I think that'd be hard to prove anything with definitively.
Hey, real quick, speaking of satellites, there's a lot of things that we probably should go over this week with all the events that happened. But they was talking about that over there in the clubhouse. I seen all the squad over there showing love to the clubhouse lads.
Shout out to the clubhouse lads and ladettes over there. Solid ass crew.
Yeah, we had a pretty good time that night. That was all right.
Yeah, it seemed like they was getting it in over there. And yeah, appreciate y'all putting that conversation together. Whistle was making a good argument to, I guess they had like was it some NASA engineer or some guy that was over there? And they were going into like GPS and they were saying like these satellites, quote unquote, account for real inertial forces. And if they're appealing to relativity, they don't acknowledge these real inertial forces. So think about putting something up in the sky and say, hey, when I put this object in the sky into quote unquote orbit, I got to account for a real force acting on it in order for it to operate. And this is what my calculations say, right? Then when you go to the other side of physics, they say, well, we actually appeal to relativity. And in a relativistic framework, we don't have any real forces. They're all apparent. So how can you put something in the sky to account for real forces acting on it, real quote unquote inertial forces, when your current physics say that you don't account for real inertial forces? And it was a really cool build back and forth. That was just one of the things that I got to see. But it was like I think I was over there like 4 or 5 hours. I caught like about 2-3 hours where I got to catch the rest. But yeah, y'all was cooking over there.
Yeah, it was a great time, man. Full 6 hours, 9 sesh.
Yeah, I got to figure out my way to get over there at Clubhouse. The guy said that they got me. Found a little loophole.
Found a glitch in the matrix, as one does.
I even gave Coffee a little homework.
Oh yeah, Stone gave him some graphs and data and stuff as per request. So hopefully Coffee will step in tonight if he's available.
Well,
I want to hear how his research went.
His argument.
Somebody was tweeting at us about Coffee.
Yeah, his argument is we do stuff here on Earth, and then we got stuff we do out in space, and we can use different things, man. Whatever works. It's multi-armor.
Yeah, the interface, when I was watching it in the stream, I saw Coffee in there. I saw OG Meatball. Shout out to OG. I seen Jose in there. I couldn't see the host. Couldn't see who was hosting it.
Yeah, so it looks like everyone gets the same moderator tag, and it doesn't really distinguish.
Oh, okay, interesting. What's the community called over there? Flat Earth something?
Hashtag Flat Earth Gang. You go to the app and search for clubhouses or search clubs, whatever it's called on there. Just type Flat Earth Gang and it'll be the first one that pops up.
Sir.
Hey, and Sacred, I got a question. Were you around there in that conversation long enough to see a good rebuttal to what they say to when they talk about real inertial forces being applied, and that's their outlook, and then the books say something different? What is their response generally to that?
I didn't really hear one.
Well,
all I really heard was, oh, go ahead.
The math still works.
No, Mord was arguing that if you do like a weak, what is it called, a weak field approximation or whatever. So basically, you take the space-time metric and take derivatives of it, and make like little flat sections essentially. So you're not accounting for quote unquote the bending of space-time curvature to be the causal mechanism. That's it. That's like how they quote unquote segue back into the Newtonian aspect of it, where they'll say that like, well, there's an equivalence there because when we reduce it to this frame, we can use the Newtonian dynamics and then it's fine. So it's just derivatives of the space-time metric, little flat sections.
Right, and that's basically accounting for one aspect of it. I could see that being understood by them, of course, and then, but do they not know that there are ways that I don't even think people that on technologist side understand that a lot of the percentage of these balloons are carrying satellites, and they don't move like one in space would with the no friction, or it's just free fall. And you see what I mean? It'd be hard to get around that with Newtonian explanation.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
We're talking about satellites being up and the real inertial forces being applied to them, and then in our atmosphere, there's a lot of satellites on balloons with technology. So wouldn't it be different explanations for each one, kind of?
Nah, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between satellites and satelloons. Either way, they still use a Earth-centered, Earth fixed coordinate system. But they touched on a lot of different topics over there, so shout out to them. There was also the back and forth that they had Rob Parks and Robert Bennett. Did y'all see that?
I was there, bro. It was.
I lived it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know how good it was actually. It was a bit like pulling teeth half the time.
Dude, that dude said that it was apparent at what was happening. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you got to see what happens when you put two PhDs. I think he's a PhD, right? Like Parks is a PhD, right?
Yeah, they were both PhD. Yeah.
You could see how when they take two separate positions, you can see how the conversation can actually go. Like we wanted probably a little bit more value. I heard, Dr. Bennett kind of referred to a miscommunication or maybe intellectual honesty aspect, but even in the PhD world, man, you see some flat out denial.
And that guy said you don't have to be in space to test space. So you guys need to show me some space down here testing. I want some 10 and a -17 torr down here, man.
No, you just get a little arm and you grab some space and bring it back down here and you study it.
I was a little disappointed at how long it took Parkey to get past chapter 1 in the basic physics book. Just the difference between kinematics and dynamics. I mean, he was repeatedly schooled by Dr. Bennett over and over and over. No. Kinematics is the measurement. The dynamics are the cause. Okay, this is the difference. And Parkey just could not get it into his thin little head. It was just amazing to watch.
They may have come across or understood some of these words and concepts, but applying them is what seems to be the issue. It's like when you start appealing to things that you know rather than things that may be in conflict with what you know, then that's where the conversation starts to devolve. Because in real time, he's being introduced to some new concepts. So I couldn't tell if it was like purposefully, like if that's how it happened, or if he was really just kind of glitching in real time. Like I couldn't really tell, man. I couldn't really tell. I don't want to just sit there and say it was dishonest. He may just still appeal to his current learning, as opposed to actually addressing some of the things that were put forth. That was just my take. It was super interesting. I'd love to hear what y'all got to think about it. And one last thing too before we get to the rest of the hands. I got the Nathan Oakley crash out. That happened. Man, I see Wizard over there, and some of the level heads over there in the squad over in Discord. Try to pull up, boy. Listen, I don't know what they got going on that side of the internet, bro. But I could kind of see where some of these globe earthers is making claims about quote unquote flat earthers, if that's how they representing themselves, bro. Like I could see where they getting some of the attacks that we end up getting. I could see where that happens, bro. Like some people is super strong behind that mute button, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
I've seen some very ugly personalities that are very hard on people on the globe community. I have seen that, but I think the flat earth that is seen bad is more or less the younger generation, younger people, I think, but could be different.
I don't know. I see it with the older people and the younger people. I see it at all different levels. I don't really know. I think that's just a personality, ego type of thing, maybe. Also, again, when you're confronted with when you're confronted with conflicting evidence and like your whole platform may be hinged upon ignoring certain things, you may have to behave a certain way. A lot of satire, man. It was interesting. It was interesting to experience in real time. It was actually an after show too, and a lot of things was weird, man. It was real weird, but it was interesting. I don't know if y'all ended up catching that. And we also have we had a conversation over on TikTok. I might play that for y'all. I don't know what you think, bro. Should I play the little 2-minute version for them so they can see how some of the things that we was talking about kind of sparked this space, talking about physics fight night. Because even the PhDs, man, and the SciComm and the STEM guys, like they don't agree on a lot of this science and a lot of these physics, man. They try to make it seem like it's only globe Earth and flat Earth, but they don't even agree in their own paradigm what the science is for real. So, we play away games. We don't duck no smoke, so we all over the place. We on TikTok, Discord, Twitter.
Do you allow people in wheelchairs to fight? Because I'll fight. I mean, let's get it.
It don't got to be physical. It could be a little intellectual sparring. Then again, if they want it, hey, man, you just going to have to catch me in the ether.
Throw the elbows. Elbows.
Well, it sounds refreshing. Sacred, are you talking about Globers disagreeing with each other about anything? Because I'd like to see that.
It's crazy.
Because they're locked up about everything, which is not normal. Okay, that I have to see.
Check my pin tweet. I might play it for y'all. Probably you tell me if I should play the short version or the long version. Hey, I'm gonna spark some conversation. I'm gonna highlight some shit that they gonna have to address. It was super interesting to watch the different fields of scientists disagree on whether or not gravity is applicable to certain levels of existence. Like a particle physicist may view gravity in a specific way, and an astrophysicist may view it in a completely different way. And then when they just flat out just say, "Yo, it's one of the biggest mysteries in all of science." It's like, well, why was y'all crashing on me for when I said that? Y'all can say it to each other. We've been talking about gravity don't work for how long? At least 115 weeks. Now the PhD is saying that. I wonder how many anti-flat earthers going to be popping up on our mentions at them. Or is it only going to be us still?
I want us to be able to get through the hands. I see some people in requests. Last week, somebody made a request for 2 people to have a conversation. And I feel like that conversation might actually happen tonight. let's do Libra. I don't know Lily if she wants to go in front of sheep, and then we might rotate some mics. I want to say what's up to Flat Earth Brian, Flat Lads, RG. I want to make sure everybody gets to like chop it up on mic. But if you're requesting right now, I see you guys. Give us a chance to welcome everybody in.
I can try to be quick, but I think that, one of these two is in front of me, so I can wait. What do you think? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
can
can
hear
hear
the
you, Libra.
nanotechnology in the background too, please.
Well, let me be quick. I put a picture in the bubble. Okay, it's about the rocket launch. Like, I think, and I wish Flat Earth Dave was here because he could explain it better than me. Because he believes, as I do, also. I think he's right. You know, when the shuttle launches the big middle fuel tank, it's a Zeppelin. It's full of helium, and you can tell as when it's going up and down. But it's weaving back and forth in the wind. Blah blah blah. That's another thing. But now, they're also playing with perspective with the launches. Now, if you look at this picture in the bubble, if I can get to it. If you see the rocket, it's like it looks like it's in sunlight, but the platform is not in sunlight at all. It's like overcast there, and the rocket looks like it's over the water, and like they do with the space shuttle. See, he can explain it better. With the space shuttle, they're playing with perspective. I don't think it's a full size shuttle, and it's far away, and people I don't think they can really see what size it is. I think you can kind of see in that video. It looks bad to me. That one's also in the bubble, but like I said, he can explain it better because they're playing with the perspective. Because also you see the bird up next to the rocket. That's weird. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you guys think, and I don't know if any of you saw the video where you can kind of see the rocket, but it looks like something flew from left to right, and they tried to edit it out. They tried to erase it like sloppily. I think it's another bird or a flock of birds, and they don't want us to see what the real size of this rocket is because I'm sure they're playing with perspective there, but like I said, he could explain it better. Anyway, and about the satellite, were you guys talking about the satellite that fell in the elderly woman's front yard or whatever? That was attached to a balloon, of course. I don't know if anybody heard about that, but same thing. Lucky it didn't cave in her roof. Anyway, thanks, guys.
I would have to study the picture a little bit to know for sure how I feel about it. I've been kind of up close to one of these rockets, maybe not a current one, and they're kind of big. Well, they're definitely kind of big. I'm gonna go find those photos actually, but yeah, I have seen
Look how
the
close.
satellite
Look
fall
how
from the sky, or
the river's not that wide, and I think they're they want us to think the platform that we're seeing there is bigger than it is. Because when you see people next to the other whatever it is, they look tiny next to it. But like that's not that big. I don't know. It's the way it looks to me. Anyway, thanks.
They got an unlimited budget, bro. It's like Hollywood.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the Pentagon budget.
yeah. So we could definitely talk about that. We was hoping that the main topic would be kind of like physics esque ish, like just because we had the two PhDs or two science community people, arguing back and forth different topics. So it was an interesting build, seeing science disagree. That's our main point. Like science isn't settled, so it just frustrates us when we're trying to articulate that to random globe lad one, and they're like, no, science knows everything. Science is set in stone. It's like that's not even what science believes. So you guys check that out. I think you should play a Sacred. I don't know if you want to play the long version. My version is like 6 minutes long. I don't know. It's a little longer than his, but I think it's a good build.
All right, how about this? I'll go ahead. I'll play this right now. Y'all can hear the quick little, quick little back and forth. Trying to fit like a whole hour conversation in 2 minutes ain't that easy. Just so you know. Well, we try to get some key points of some interesting back and forth. So we got a PhD student. I feel like he's in nuclear physics. Then we have a PhD particle physicist on TikTok, and then some other self-proclaimed professor of astronomy. I believe that's what it is. Check it out real quick, and then we can see what y'all think.
PhDs on
But basically, this was a Ask Me Anything live. I'm like, oh, y'all, ask me anything. Okay. Y'all got to substantiate them gravitons, gang. Nah, but for real, so there was a few of them up there on stage, and I pulled up, I want to see what it really is, right? So this is me in a quote unquote Ask Me Anything TikTok live. And let's see how the particle physicist and the astrophysicist, might be an astrophysicist, I'm not sure if he's a strong, one of the two, but from two completely different fields of science, let's see how they respond to my question about whether quantum gravity will be observed. Let's get it.
I have a question because you guys were talking about the gravity stuff from earlier. And it was an interesting back and forth. I wanted to ask you, Quantum, what makes you optimistic about gravity on a quantum scale, and maybe the other people?
Your mic cut out.
I was just about to say, is it just me?
Yeah, we lost you, boss.
My bad, y'all. My bad. Hold on 1 second.
The owner of the white Toyota, hi, you are parked in a restricted area. Can you please move your vehicle? The owner of a white Toyota, thank you.
Yo, my whole Twitter just glitched. I cannot believe it. What in the world? Hold on.
We could have a sheep jump in or Lily jump in.
Yeah, let's do that. My bad, y'all. We'll run it after
that. Okay, I'll jump in only because I keep getting disconnected. You guys gave me the mic already 3 times. And my bad, I was late today for the very first time in our history, so I get some demerits. You guys started early today. Anyways, hey, I have a little tiny request. And Sacred and Proud, this is your space, so you have the final say, of course. So if I step out of my boundaries, just let me know. But I have a tiny request, and that is that last week there were some Globers that were asking questions and stuff, and then a bunch of people with mics jumped in to give the answers. That was great. There's a lot of people that are knowledgeable, etc. But my request is that I'm wondering if it would be okay with everyone to allow the teachers to have the first crack at giving replies if they want. Like, I don't know if they even want to. But, and the reason I'm talking about this is that last week I noticed that Stone, when they asked those questions, Stone started to give a reply, but then someone jumped in, and then so he kept quiet, he muted up. And then that happened repeatedly. Like someone else asked something, and then Stone was beginning to, because I heard his voice, and then someone else jumped in, and then so he muted up again. So my request is that if it's okay, and the reason is that Stone, he's what, 1 or 2 hours ahead of the East Coast time. So for him it's really like much later than it is for the rest of us. So and then he has to leave at some point too. So just wondering if it'd be okay to allow the teachers the first crack, because even though there are knowledgeable people, like I feel like I want to hear from the experts. And arguably they are the experts in our little team. And by the way, Sacred, just for the record, if there was a race going on and the teachers were at the finish line, you're like literally like less than a quarter inch behind them. You're right there, Sacred. So I've been listening to you, for a year and a half or more, and I know that you know a lot. So this request is not directed to you, and for that reason, and also that this is your freaking space, so you get to call the shots. But yeah, that was one request I had. So I hope that's okay, and I hope that I haven't ruffled any feathers. I think it's pretty reasonable. Anyways, and also I think it's good to get the teachers when they're fresh in the first 3, 4, 5 hours. And my other thing is that, as usual, my weekly requests, I posted their account names and handles in the Purple Pill. So please support the teachers. They're doing an amazing job of pushing flat earth science as a legit science to bring us closer and closer to a point of being really valid and not just like looked at as like some crazy toothless morons that are going back to the past of our caveman, past or some BS like that. So that's another reason to really, be active and support the teachers. And I don't think people are appreciating Shane's videos as much. We need to pay more attention. So I've been suggesting to maybe take that pinned tweet that Shane has and maybe reposting it every so often, because that is something that, answers all these globy questions. So we don't have to keep answering it over and over again, and they get it from an expert. So that's really good. And then also from that other new channel was Clubhouse, the Flat Earth Gang. There's Lisabeth, who won the golden ticket to go to Antarctica. I don't know if any one of you know. I requested her to come to your space here, Proud and Sacred. So hopefully she'll show up and we can give her a mic or whatever. But she has started a little GoFundMe so that she can collect the money to buy all the equipment that she needs to go down there, because it's going to be cold and they're going to need all kinds of special equipment or whatnot to go down there. So
they're not paying for that?
I don't know. Hopefully she'll be.
Yeah, hopefully she'll be here to tell the story. Interrupt. So hopefully she'll be here to tell the story. But it's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
it takes a wild turn.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyways, I sent her a little contribution, so I just wanted to share that with people. She might be too shy to say anything about it, but if she comes here, maybe one of you could just remind the audience, that if they can, just to give her a little support or whatever. And yeah, so otherwise, everything's fantastic. I love you guys. Trying to do my little ambassadorial duties. Forgive me if I stepped on any toes. That was not my intention. I just like to just, put our best foot forward, and the teachers and Sacred, they're kind of our best bet a lot of times. And I know a lot of times they're just annoyed. They don't want to even bother with some of the Globers, but we could give them that choice, right? So love you guys. And thank you so much. And you can have the mic back.
And that is why she is our duly appointed ambassador.
I definitely second that message. I feel like this goes without saying, guys, but if Witsit is up here cooking and you're on mic, let Witsit cook. I don't even think that needs a definition.
Shane is so prolific. I'm actually going to have to go to the store and buy a new hard drive just to keep his media on it. It's coming out so fast. There's just so much of it. I need an extra place to put all of Shane's stuff. But again, I much appreciation to Liliana for even noticing the discourse and the trend in conversation in the past here. Thank you for noticing that. And finally, I would comment on the word expert. I tend to stray away from that particular term, mostly because the definition I was handed by a very successful businessman long ago. Expert is a two-part word. X, of course, being an unknown quantity, and spurt being a drip under pressure. So that's why we left that alone. And I do see Coffee in the audience. Hoo-ha.
Oh, quick, Stone, what word should I use instead?
Learned colleague. I don't know where we would,
that works. Learned colleague.
Let's establish something right now. Everyone in this space henceforth will refer to one another as doctor One of the things that was pointed out last night in the convo between Dr. Bennett and Dr. Rob Parks was that when there was a huge fundamental impasse, rather than insulting one another, you just simply say, well, my good doctor, I think we've reached an impasse here and we'll go ahead and agree to disagree. And the other one responds, oh, doctor, I concur. Like, it's very respectful. So I think moving forward, we should just all say that.
Here, here.
Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Thank you, doctor.
I've never heard doctor use passive aggressively. That's funny.
Hey, and Liliana
Doctor.
makes a really good point. Obviously we all want to make sure that we have open discussion, everyone gets their voice heard, and I'll do a better of trying to moderate those points in time where maybe when someone is presenting something, I don't know if there was a specific part in the live, but maybe when someone is presenting something, they should be able to have the first mic when they're in their response time and somebody has anything to argue, even though others might have something else to add as well. We'll go ahead and try to respect those mics on specific topics. And I told TikTok too. I was like, listen, bro, like it's only me and Proud over here. Y'all wait till the rest of the squad get here. It's gonna be a problem, right? And it's the same thing on some of these other platforms. It's like, bro, my team way stronger than me. So you wait until all the squads start getting on all these different platforms and moving all together, bro. It's gonna be level heads in the building, bro. Like seriously. So, very good points, Liliana. Thank you for highlighting that. A little quality control. Dr. Lily Poppins.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton.
Sheepdog, what up?
What up, what up? 2 weeks in a row, man. I can't believe I did it.
You're on a streak.
But yeah, I'm on a streak, man. I'm packing up tonight, man. We're moving into our apartment tomorrow and getting ready to move on with our lives and everything. And then Thursday, thank you. And then Thursday we finalize our marriage, so we get to go and do that. And then we're gonna have Halloween this year together. So we get to start the holidays. Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on what Brian Sweet was talking about earlier with Text 5. Y'all know Text 5, man. I can barely stand the guy. The guy is just so arrogant, but so minimal in his knowledge. And he's like, yeah, I'm a pilot, and I know high frequency. Let me say, very VHF. I know very high frequency. I'm like, okay, and then so he goes into this explanation of how when he's at one airport that's on the lake, a particular lake, 70 miles away, there's another airport that's also on the lake. There's no physical buildings or anything like that in the way. But in order for him to communicate with the airport across the lake, he has to go up to 4,200 feet. So I'm like, okay, so you're saying that the Earth curve is the thing that's getting in the way? And he's like, yeah. I said, okay. So I punched the numbers into the Earth curve calculator. I'm like, well, the Earth curve calculator says you only have to go up to 3,300 feet. So why do you got to go up to 4,200 feet? What do you mean? What do you mean? And then Flat Lads over here, he didn't get in quite early enough, but he came in with the sauce right at the very end that the FCC and the FAA both agree that when piloting a plane, you need to get up to a certain altitude to get above all of the ground wave communications that are going on, because there's so much interference, your message may not get through. So it has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. It's just there's so much interference on the ground, you got to get above it. Crazy.
Man, he called me coward because I didn't know that.
And he was mad because I kept making him mute. You keep muting me. Brian ain't muting you. That's Sheepdog.
Bro, you know who they talking about, right?
Nate.
Do I know what they're talking about?
Tex 5, he's the guy that wears the cowboy hat. He had the attitude problem. Apparently, he lost his pilot's license because of his attitude.
Oh, what's his name? Mr.
Tex.
You're hot, Mike and Jesse.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah, it's time to mute up there, Jesse.
I could find the tweet. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he thinks it's the Earth is a ball because he has to make. And he said it was line of sight, man. He kept on saying he said line of sight like 10 times. I'm like, you do realize you keep saying line of sight, right?
I think that's Mysterio or something. I think that was his old name. That guy was like obsessed with Red's rhetoric, and I think Red's rhetoric took him under his wing. But he told him like, yo, you have to like rebrand, yo. Like they caught you in 5K saying that you lost your pilot's license because you tweaked out online. Like, you gotta chill.
Oh yeah, I asked him too that I was like, so because apparently he said he was a trainer or whatever, a teacher, and I was like, so do you teach your pilot to land on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth or a spinning ball? He did not answer that, so it's not in the book.
Hey man, pray for that man mental health. Mental health is important. I don't really know what to do with people who struggle with that and try to engage in a flat earth global conversation and be super condescending. But yeah, pray for that man. We got mics open if he is a little bit more level headed. But first things first, I want to make sure that, you know, if you are unfit to make sure that people can take a flight en route, and you probably shouldn't be on the internet crashing out about the sciences. But like I said, I pray for that man's mental health, man. Not a game. Let me try to play this tweet one more time, y'all. And then we'll slide to the hand. I think Taylor was up and then flatlines, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. But let me play this real quick because I glitched out last time. I don't know what the hell happened.
I have a question.
Again, this is me on TikTok asking all these different fields of science that have the PhDs, their views on gravity.
I have a question because you guys were talking about the gravity stuff from earlier. And it was an interesting back and forth. I wanted to ask you, Quantum, what makes you optimistic about gravity on a quantum scale? And maybe the other PhDs on the mic here can say why they are less optimistic. Appreciate that.
Sure. No, that's a good question. And it's one that, so I don't work with quantum gravity. I work more with the strong nuclear force. So perhaps I'm biased with working with these quantum forces.
This is not something that we just assume because we think stuff drops on Earth. And so we have just given it a form. We call these our theories of gravity. With respect to quantum gravity,
big mystery.
There are quantum theories of gravity.
They're just not congruent with the quantum theories of our other forces.
We know our best theory ever, which is our standard model of physics. It has holes in it.
We know that there's missing physics.
But that doesn't mean we throw it all out because there are missing pieces. It means we go and build better experiments and we endeavor to do better and build better models, which will just help humanity out, hopefully.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre!
Shout out to the level head.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather. You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up, you're still going to dunk on him. You can't stop sports about that.
We still don't know as physicists if there should even be a quantum theory of gravity. I think most physicists think that at some scale, we do have to be able to account for gravity at the quantum level. Gravity could be some kind of emergent property.
Gravity is one of the great mysteries of the universe.
You got to answer these questions. If gravity just keeps going down and isn't quantized, then you're implying that every single standard model particle is actually a black hole at the right scale.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, quantum mechanics. We're doing
this debate now. Locks and gloves are up.
Quantum mechanics is more of an explanation of what we observe happening. It's not an explanation of why it's happening. Gravity, special relativity explains why it's happening. Curvature of space-time. I think when we understand what a particle really is it a wave? What is a particle?
A wavicle.
A wavicle? Anyway, I thought that was super interesting. One particle physicist or nuclear physicist, a student, what's this quantum gravity? We're going to find it sooner or later. The astronomer / astrophysicist. Nah, space is continuous. We can't quantize it.
Wavical. I put that term right next to that other term, curvilinear. Curvilinear. That's perfect.
The old curvilinear wavical.
Where does despeakify go on that list, Stone?
So yeah, man, that was a dope back and forth. I'm for sure gonna get a lit conversation going. Especially
Yeah,
on
we should play my video, the long version, later on.
Yeah, let's do that. Y'all gotta get more context, man. They was really going at it. They was not letting go of their own theories of gravity, and they all agreed that they can't find it on the most measured, quantifiable scale.
On the most fundamental scale, you say?
We gotta get Alan the soundboard.
I had this self soundboard.
It was a soundboard from the live frame.
One of my favorite frames.
If a sound sounds in a frame, can you hear it?
Ooh, great question. I'll get my calculator out and send you a graph in a minute. So if we have two spatially separated sounds that go off at the same time, will they be heard simultaneously by a moving observer at the intersection point of them?
We transform into my sound dilation. Bro, who's up next?
It was Taylor, and I'm gonna revert to Taylor. My comment was just interjection. Taylor has been doing the science, like she is measuring the moon and doing all these observations. So I'm just gonna drop down to Taylor. Like anything I had to add is nothing compared to what Taylor is doing. So props to Taylor.
Oh my gosh, you cannot do that to me, bro. No, y'all agree. I am nothing. I'm just a child of God. But tonight I am gonna go talk to some astronomers. So I founded an observatory that can allow people to come view, discuss with them. So yeah, I'm going to be there in a little bit. If anybody has any questions for astronomers, it's a wonderful time to ask face to face. I would rather write them down, ask them, and record it. That would be like my ideal, thing to do. But if possible, I could try to go into space. I don't really want to promise that, but and also I'm going to try to get a good star video and just try to verbally ask, like, hey bro, is this focused? Like, can you maybe, I know it does it like autonomously in many cases, but I'm gonna be like, can you maybe like try to focus it in and out to show that it's focused? Like, because the first thing people say is, oh, it's fake, oh, it's not focused. So I'm gonna try to do that. And if anybody has any requests of any stars or anything, just let me know. And I have a really cool song I made, and I want to play it. I did order a line-in thing. It's supposed to be there tonight, or I'm supposed to have it. I haven't been home yet to check it, but I don't know, maybe Sacred, if you could play it, it's really cool.
Send it to me. I'll play it.
And I'll just add, and I'll drop down the listener. So Taylor's song, it's catchy. So you guys should add it to FEF. So, and I'm going to drop down the listener. Thank you.
We got that Flat Earth playlist. Flat Earth Friday playlist be hitting. Hey, Taylor, I got a question that you could write down for the astronomer.
100%. Go ahead.
It's like a 3-part question, so I don't know if you want to break it down but this is what I would ask, because this came up the other day. How do they interpret redshift anomalies? How would I say this next? How would they interpret redshift anomalies? What does that mean for our reality? And who is Halton Arp? How about that? He was super simple. Can you read it back to me?
Yeah, I'm writing it down. It says, how do we interpret redshift anomalies? What does that mean for our reality? And who is Harped and Harp?
Halton Arp.
Okay.
HALTONARP.
What are you kind of looking for?
So basically, the astronomers are sitting there saying that our universe is expanding, right? And they said the universe is expanding and accelerating, and they know this due to the redshift of certain cosmos in the sky. Basically, if something's moving away from you, it's supposed to be red shifting. And when something's moving closer to you, it's supposed to be blue shifting. And this is supposed to be evidence for an accelerative, expanding universe. The problem is when certain observations don't align with the prediction. So if you say something is moving away from me, but it's really not, what does that look like? Or if they observe a redshift in places that it shouldn't be, what does that look like? And what does that mean? How do they interpret that? Now, there was a lot of very credentialed astronomers in the past that made these same observations of these redshift anomalies. One being Halton Art. I was learning this from Alan. He posted some videos. I think they went over at Ether Cause. There's still like a whole lot more that needs to be uncovered by this man because they literally shut him down the moment he started questioning the reality of quote unquote astronomy and space. Saying, hey, if our interpretation of this redshift is wrong, our universe could be smaller, more finite, maybe more dense. Him and Hubble kind of had the same, little spidey sense that popped up. Like, so if our interpretation of this redshift is incorrect, I would like to know what their position on that is, or if they just chop it up to just things we haven't figured out yet. Because that would literally shatter their whole paradigm. And maybe not needing to explain away the fact that everything revolves around us on Earth. And they explain that away by saying it just looks like that due to the Earth expanding and accelerating in all directions. So it's not geocentric, it just looks geocentric.
It just looks that way.
Just looks that way, man.
Guys, we can only see these 57 quasars from our unique position. And the only explanation would be to abandon the Copernican principle or abandon general and special relativity and Big Bang cosmology. Or we could re-examine redshift. What do you guys think?
Let's do the math, man. Let's do the math. I need to be spinny spaceballs, man.
Yo, I wrote down basically the same thing Sacred asked. You should definitely ask if a star has ever been focused. You should ask them, can they observe, redshift and gravitational lensing and space anomalies, like stuff like that. And then the Edwin Hubble's observations on like things expanding. If you want, you should ask them if they could like talk to the person on the phone. Basically, my friend has a question, or whatever, and then pass them the space.
Yeah, that's a
what
good
I try to
idea.
do.
Do you have any questions? Like, okay, yeah, absolutely. So I'm gonna try to ask them that first, and if it's a good time, yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna say, hey, can
Oh,
you
we
answer
should
some
ask them
questions?
about the lunar wave. Damn. Should I send that to you, Taylor? I should send that to you, so you could
Yeah,
show them the lunar wave in the meantime.
the lunar wave, is that happening right now?
Oh nah. Well, who knows? It's just this phenomenon that happens like in front of the moon when you have a telescope. It's like an old TV setup, like wave, like the whole thing kind of like wiggles in one line. It's very weird and like reset-y.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like a
Is
ripple.
that a known phenomenon in physics?
Some Glober did have an answer for it. Damn, I forgot what it was called. Let's see if I wrote it down.
I mostly chalk it up to like, an airplane flying by and then causing the ripple or whatever. Like they don't really acknowledge it as a phenomenon that's actually happening in the sky. I've never heard anyone address it in that way.
I'm gonna ask them if we could see a satellite.
That's like a timing thing. You would have to like get an app to look up when the quote unquote satellites are flying over you. I don't think they're gonna say like, yeah, we can move
I
it.
thought they were everywhere. But yeah, I know it's too small. I know. But still. I'm gonna ask them if they've ever seen a satellite or like how much magnification will we need to see one.
Starlink, maybe.
Oh, how about this? How about this? Yo, it's like a full moon tonight, right?
Almost, yeah. 2 days ago.
You got something just like this. Zoom up on the flag on the moon, gang. We want to see the flag. No.
What's the
We want to see the
flag?
flag on the moon. Y'all think he'll be able to achieve that observation? Or they have an excuse why they can't see it?
They told me you're not gonna be able to see it. It's too small.
But telescopes can look back to the future. Or no, back to the past. One of them things.
But also Back to the Future.
So there is a direction in space.
Can't say that out loud. Can't say that out loud.
How dare you?
Man, the 15 degrees says they can tell direction in space. Man, how you get? I don't know. Whatever.
Preferred anyway.
I was thinking she could ask them about different stars, different distances, and how come they're at the same focal length.
Oh, should they try to make that observation and see?
Dude, that's a great question, Bill.
Yeah, Bill, so explain that for the audience.
Well, a telescope, when it's in focus, it only focuses at that particular distance. Anything other than that is out of focus. So why is it a star that's 6 billion light years away in the same focus as a star that's only 1 billion light years away?
So we should ask him if he has to pan over to observe a different star, does he have to refocus or readjust his telescope? Because if not, what does that mean?
That means that they're the same distance.
It's kind of like the same concept of looking under a microscope and looking at cells. You got some cells that are deeper in the plane of you versus some that are a little bit more closer. You have to change the focus in order to see the cell clearly.
All right, we rapid firing at you right now, Taylor. Hope you're catching all of this. But if we get maybe one or two of those up at least.
Okay, can you just DM me the last one or two?
Oh shit, I forgot already.
No, I got yours written down, Sacred.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll DM you my list.
All right, while we do that, let's slide over to Jesse Path of Light. What's up, Jesse? Welcome to Flat Earth Friday.
Thank you. Am I a good level?
You are level. We all are.
All right. So I had a question that Taylor could ask her astronomer, and that is, does light curve towards the more dense region going horizontally in air?
Get a grip.
Hey, Stone.
But seriously, ask him something that is actually within his field.
Well,
I was just about to say, does that got anything to do with his field?
Astronomers do look at stars, and the light, if the star's not straight up, then the light is traveling to some degree horizontally through the air, and the air is a density gradient, so they would know very much if the star was appearing displaced as a result and how much it was being displaced. So I think it's a good question, because they look at stars, right?
Yeah, they
I
do.
like
They
that
do.
question.
So, what was your question? Just DM it. DM it to me, but I do want to hear it. And I'm gonna try to record it too.
Oh, you want me to DM that to you? I will.
Or you can, yeah. And tell me again, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ask them if the light from stars when it's traveling horizontally through the air, curves towards the more dense region?
Astronomers do not observe stars all day looking horizontally. They look vertically and nearly vertically. And if you look at that section of air in the ratio against the total distance to the object that they're looking at, you can see how completely insignificant that factor is.
Are you the astronomer
So does
royale?
the light of the star curve when moved towards a more dense region? Was that it?
When it's moving through a density gradient.
Horizontally.
Now, will that light path behave differently across a flat surface versus a curved surface?
And what's the purpose of that question?
To understand whether when we look at something in the distance, like a star or anything really, whether it would appear higher than it is or lower than it is or exactly
Okay, then
where it
let's go
is.
to Highland Road Observatory.
Don't dox yourself, Taylor. Read again, Jesse. What was the purpose of that question?
To find out whether when we look at something like a star or anything, we want to know whether it appears higher than it is or lower than it is or exactly where it is. Because if the light curves...
Are you talking about like figuring out your location based on the stars, like triangulation?
No, just whether something appears where it is or in the distance, or whether it appears higher or lower due to the air gradient, the air density gradient.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
I would think it's not going to ever be where it actually is. Everybody claims that it's all celestial bodies have an apparent location, not an actual location.
Right. I would love to hear what the astronomer has to say about it, though, at the observatory. And I do have another question or another thing to bring up, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Hey, so let everybody know that we may be talking to an astronomer tonight, y'all. Read out Flat Earth Fridays. Let them know where we at. And if y'all have any questions in the listeners, go ahead and comment. And me and Proud to take a look to see if y'all got anything else that we should add to the list. This should be an interesting night. See what's up. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. What else do you want to say?
All right. Well, this is actually my first time getting on one of these X Hangouts or whatever they are. I heard that Taylor was looking for some good, solid globe proof, and I came here to present that to her.
Oh, wait, you're the guy that's supposed to be talking to Taylor?
I be he.
Oh, man.
Well,
It's good to see you, too.
Okay, what's up?
All right. Did you check out the pictures that Mordwan posted at...
No, I don't follow Mordwan.
Okay. Are you looking at the... Let's see if I can...
So you know how to use the Twitter Spaces, Jesse? All you have to do is you could grab any tweet or you could tweet yourself. And then in the space, there's a purple pill. And you should be able to comment anything in that purple pill.
Yeah, this is my first time. So I just installed X the other night for this. So
you heard that, Elon?
So my pill isn't purple, but it's got 37 in it, right?
Okay, yeah, that's the one.
And so I can grab a tweet and I drag it to there.
Well, you might have to copy it, but you can also just tweet out anything that you want to tweet out yourself. And it will post right.
Okay. Oh, I see. So I can reshare it, right? Repost it?
Yeah, you should be able to.
If you just go to the share it it's like at the bottom of your tweet, all the way to the right, there's a box with an up arrow in it. Since you're a speaker, you can just click on that and the list will come up to where you can share it. And if you go to the top of that list, you'll see this space. And if you click on that, it'll put it in the nest up top.
Well, let's see.
And Jesse, this is your best and ultimate proof of we live on a globe, or evidence?
This is definitely some of my best. I have multiple bests.
Oh, multiple.
You got them on you tonight? We'd love to see them.
Stop enabling him.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to. If you just click Flat Earth Fridays in the above the chat box and scroll down a few pages, where did that go? It's gone now.
If you already have the tweet, just go to the tweet itself, and on the bottom where it says comment, like, repost, all the way to the right on the bottom of that tweet is a box with an up arrow. Click on that, and a little pop-up menu will come up. And at the top of that list that pops up, it'll say Flat Earth Fridays. And you just click on that, and it will go to the nest up top.
I think I posted it at the top. Is it what Morwan tweeted as well?
Yeah, it'll actually. So yeah, episode 115, physics fight night.
Yeah, I'll put it up top.
Is it like a graph with some numbers and stuff and a red line?
Yeah.
Oh, good. That sounds like it.
Is it a compression?
So I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it on Twitter. So I don't know.
At the very top, do you see the name of the space, and then underneath it, you'll see.
It says hashtag Flat Earth Fridays, and I can search.
Mhm.
It's very, very top, and it says Proud Flurf at the top.
You see shared.
Let's see.
Yikes! It's at the top though.
The top of what specifically?
Like if you see all of our profiles.
Oh
like
wait, I just found it.
At the
I
top?
just found a share. No, okay. So I see the little inset or the little box where there's all of our avatars, and some people have their hands raised and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, is that where I'm looking, or am I looking over in the main area?
Scroll up to the top,
Mhm.
and you'll see Mordwan's post. If you hit the left arrow in the big box at the top until the white dots are all the way to the left.
Yeah. So if you see me waving, above me waving, you'll see the options.
Oh, look at that. It showed up. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. Okay,
Glad
so...
to break your space cherry.
What's that?
I said we are glad to break your space cherry.
I'm going to poison the well just a little bit before he gets started on this spreadsheet. I just wanted to make sure everybody notices the level of pretense presented here in asserting values in feet to the 10th decimal place. That is precision in excess of a billionth of a foot. Carry on.
Oh, thank you for those kind words from the heart. So what we have here is a number of...
Oh, yo, 1 second. I think Taylor's gone. Oh, never mind. She's back. Sorry. Continue.
Okay, I just got back. What's up?
All right, so what we have here is a bunch of measurements that I and a few other people have done, where we measured the elevation angle to a remote point from a known point, And that's all listed down in the observer location and the target location. And then using the distance and the angle, I calculated the missing height, assuming that Earth was flat. And then I plotted the missing heights in feet against the distance in miles, and that's what the graph is. This was done in 4 states of the United States. 3, let's see here.
I sit corrected, 9th decimal point, still at the billionths of a foot.
3 continents and 4 U.S. states, 3 continents, and
I was just going to ask what you used to make these measurements. What kind of tools?
So all of them were theodolites, except the one by Bev and 3DP was an auto level.
Are you the
Is that a
least
light?
bit surprised?
Hold on. Did you say a light or a level?
An auto level.
A
Oh, an auto level.
Yeah, that's another surveying instrument.
Okay, so you put an auto leveler on the ground, right?
The one by 3DP was he set up an auto level and sighted to the Blackpool Tower and took a picture through it. And then the auto level shows how many arc seconds above or below eye level the top of the tower is. And so I was able to derive the missing height from the top of the Blackpool Tower in England.
I'm assuming that this tower height, are you assuming this tower is going behind the curve and doing this analysis?
No, this doesn't have anything to do with going behind the curve. This has to do with things appearing at a lower elevation angle than they should, things that stick up.
Jesse, explain how a theodolite works.
What's that, Taylor?
Hold on. Jesse, just explain what a theodolite, how that works for the audience.
Well, it's got a very, very accurate level reference device or plumb reference device in it, and it measures, and it's got like a rifle scope that you look through it. It's got crosshairs, like a 20x or 30x telescope, and you line the crosshairs up in the telescope to the target, and then you look at the readout, and it tells you how many degrees, minutes, and arc seconds the target is above or below eye level.
Jesse has obviously never been anywhere near a rifle scope, which is a set of optics you will find are typically between 12 and 18 inches long in line of sight measurement, whereas on a theodolite, your optics are generally 3 inches or even a little less. So keep that in mind when we talk about these, quote, measured angles in the spreadsheet you're about to review, where some of them are asserting precision to the 13th decimal place in an angle measurement. Yes,
Right, so,
carry on.
So, Jesse, whenever you're presenting a paper or research results, you need to present your materials and methods. Is that also in your paper, or can you explain them? Like, I know you kind of have briefly touched over it, but do you have like a materials and methods portion of this? And
No, Jesse is not an academic.
Also a p-value of statistical significance of your results.
I can give you the method I used.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, it's really good practice, like document your materials and methods anytime you're doing anything, like writing down everything you used, how you used it, what time of the day, whatever, if you're trying to present like actual like data like that.
Yeah, I have lots and lots of data for you. But obviously, I did not prepare for a 1-hour lecture here because that was not what I was invited to do. So, and I have done it, but in fact, I can get you a link, an archived link to where I gave like a 1-hour lecture on the topic with everything, if you're interested in watching it.
Yeah, I've
But
just had
right
no
now,
introduction to this experiment or theodolites. Really, I'm not that well versed in theodolites, so you have to like present an introduction and methods and materials.
So Taylor, when it comes to methods and this spreadsheet he's about to show you, again, the thing to keep in mind that it's not just about his methods, it's about the methods of more than a dozen people, and none of that is entertained here.
Okay, I just posted a picture, a diagram, but I don't know where it showed up.
You have to share it. You have to share
Okay.
it to the spaces, standard ops there.
These are like, what I'm seeing right now is numbers and diagrams with no explanation. So with
Fair enough.
any figure that you present, you need to explain what we're seeing. And before that, you have to explain what materials you use and what methods you use to observe this.
Yes, and I'm trying to show you exactly that. And I'm still trying to learn X, and I really appreciate your patience. I have the material, I just don't know how to use X.
Okay, only then can we actually discuss the data, you know? And I just look through it really quick. It's not going to take forever, but yeah. Post that, and I'll definitely read it. We can talk about it maybe in an hour or so. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, take your time, Jesse. It's no rush. We'll be here all night. We go into stationary Saturdays.
Oh, you can count on that.
I don't know about take your time, but we do have enough time to review some of your data. But we're not going to be on this all night, though.
So confident, Secret. I got an hour.
Man, let him get acclimated. Twitter Spaces.
Remember to mute up, Jesse.
Yeah, hot mic and Jesse as well.
E. Jean Carroll. You will not be getting a mic because of your choice of profile picture. You can be a troll without being a dick. So, sucks to be you.
Okay, while we let Jesse get right, seems like he's tapping in with headquarters. Let's slide over to Oz to see. What up, Oz?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? I'll just put something in the nest, and it looks like now it's the second one back. But in Maryland here, headed west at about 8:30, I saw what they're claiming is this comet called Atlas for short. I'll just say Atlas. It's got a bunch of numbers and shit. It looked like a crescent. Like, it didn't have a tail when I was looking at it. It looked kind of like a crescent moon flying across the sky. It wasn't going that fast. Like, it was going slower than the ISS. And this thing disappeared in an instant. And I looked up on my app where I track the stars, and it was saying that this thing's going to be here, seen in the northern hemisphere all the way through December. And I just thought that was fascinating. And if anybody, because all we can do is speculate, if anybody has any speculation on what that might actually be, I'm very curious.
Dude, look up wormwood in the Bible. Apparently, some people think it's some comet that's going to hit the earth in end times. Like, remember whenever the stars fell from heaven, and it says the stars are going to fall to earth, in the end times, and basically how Lucifer was cast down into earth, and they akin stars to angels. So, I do believe things can fall out of the sky. That's not mutually exclusive. Things can get kicked out of the heavens, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm with you. They could also put shit up there. It's hard to say, but yeah, I mean, I was talking to my girl, and my mind went to like, yo, that legitimately that could be an angel or something. Like, we don't know, but it's wild. But yeah, anybody in the northern hemisphere, which probably most of us, take a look in your sky at night. It was low in the horizon with the moon, like a little bit lower than the moon, actually.
Well, what direction was the angle? Did it come up from the horizon? Was it going down towards?
Perfectly horizontal, as far as I can tell, perfectly horizontal across the lower sky. And like I said, this thing, it didn't burn out. Like I've seen, quote unquote, like a meteor shower one time, and that shit was wild. That was back before I recognized the truth of the earth. And I was convinced that I was watching a meteor shower, but now I'm wondering if they're just dumping shit, honestly. But I don't know. But like Taylor said, it could be something beyond our understanding for real. But this one, like when I was watching that meteor shower back in the day, I watched something that looked like it skipped off the atmosphere, is like how I described it back then, and kind of like blew up in a way into like smaller pieces and then fizzled out. But whatever this is, it didn't do that. It just instantly went dark. Like it was like lit up as it was traveling, and then all of a sudden it's just not there. My girl had her camera in her hand and was like, "Where'd it go? I lost it." And I was like, "Yo, it just straight up disappeared."
Oh, she ain't catch no footage. You probably was super quick though.
Yo, we literally pulled over the truck and got out, and it was only like a minute before it disappeared, so we didn't really have time. But when I looked it up, it says it's going to be hanging around until December, so I'm gonna be looking for it.
Funny how everything in the sky is moving and we never say we are.
And y'all got Jesse over here spamming the nest. I can't give him too many tools all at once, bro. They start glitching out. Bro, can you please take care of that?
Found you.
Boomers.
Beware those, I say again, beware those bearing felt pens and tractor feed paper.
Felt pins?
Up in the pill, far left doc from Jesse 6 minutes ago. It's a direct quote from the video I produced months ago, actually. It's on the BitChute channel. You'll find it under the end of the land surveyor lie regarding curvature. That's the my BitChute channel. You just go there, type out man of stone, and any of the words that I just mentioned, and it'll pop right up.
Stone, was that you that compared a theodolite to, like you referenced the rifle scope? Because that's a great point. Never thought
Thank
of
you.
that.
Yes, it was me. Thank you. You know, these are the people who are claiming in the spreadsheet that he's about to show you that they're able to use a 3-inch deep set of optics to take an angle measurement with a precision level down to the trillionth of a degree by what you see in the spreadsheet. Yeah, just try and grasp that.
Yeah, those kind of theodolites should only be used to like for construction kind of purposes within a mile, I'd say, or less.
A couple
for
hundred
sure.
meters tops. You got it right. You got it right.
Yeah.
And they say that
Yeah.
they're measuring stars light years away.
No, they say that they're using it to measure landmarks up to 105 miles away, looking horizontally through the air mass. It's just amazing what they presume.
I think we have an astronomer requesting. Interesting. Let me see if we can rotate some mics, guys. Let's let another Glober get on here so Jesse doesn't feel bullied. Sorry in advance, Jesse, if you feel bullied.
Just as a reminder to anybody doing the search on BitChute, again, the video is called The End of the Land Surveyor Lie regarding curvature. So even if you just type in mat of stone, all one word, and then curvature, that video will pop right up.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of the way. I just wanted to shout that out. Hope somebody else lays eyes on that. It's pretty cool, whatever it is. Appreciate y'all. Have a good Friday.
Yeah, I'm thinking about setting my telescope up and just like having it like roam the sky so I can look at it at all times, but I don't want to be the crazy telescope neighbor lady, you know? Not again, at least.
Taylor? I can't figure out how to share to the space, but I did post a picture. So if you click my avatar in the voice box, it's my most recent post of my posts. Does that work? It shows tractor feed paper just for stone.
Okay, so I see a bunch of numbers. Is that it? I
No,
just see a graph with numbers and then the
she's
graph.
looking at Mordwan's post, starting with the spreadsheet. So the one to the left of that is measuring an angle with Jesse's felt pen and stuff.
Oh, okay,
It's
yeah,
the
I
next
see.
block over. There you go.
I know, but like, do you have like you need to write down like which building you were looking at, where you were at, you know, what is the p-value, what are the results, you know, like I don't even know like what you use to measure in this diagram right here.
I used an angle measuring device called a theodolite. It's what surveyors use. You've seen them on the side of the road using them. And do you see the picture with the diagram with the tree and the protractor and the felt tip artwork? Okay, that is basically the logical components of a theodolite. It's simply a level and an angle measuring device, and it allows you to measure the angle to whatever you can see. And so that's how I measured. What's that?
Did you document where you were standing and what you were measuring?
Absolutely. If you go back to the chart, then you can see under observer location, It's like says, you know, the lake, Klein Spit Bluff, the lake, Mount Scott, Oregon, Watchman Peak, and those are there's observer location and target location listed for almost all of them. The ones that don't list a location is because it was at my home or a friend's home, and obviously I'm not going to dox them or myself. But most of them were from public places, and either the name or the GPS location is listed for both ends.
Okay, so wait. So basically, you said you were standing at these different locations and you measured the distance or the angle to the top of this one building.
Well, for example, let's look at line 41. Do you see line 41 on the left of the spreadsheet?
1 second.
Notice that it even lacks the detail about time of day. These are all different contributors looking at different things in different directions at different angles. But the real quantitative issue you should take, Taylor, is looking at the device and the method they use to, quote, level it. And that is typically done with a circular bubble level. It's farcical.
Yeah, that's why I was asking him, like, what materials, what materials you used. Because
Right.
before I actually look at the data, I need to know, like, what was done, you have to do that.
They have 3 threaded wheels on the device, and they just look down through it standardscopically at the level and go, well, gee, but put that bubble in the center. Scoopy scoop. Yeah, but we're taking trillionth of a degree angle measurements with this, right? With totally precision. Just, yeah.
By the way, for everyone's information, I have talked with Man of Stone before, and I do have answers for all the stuff he's throwing out there. And it's all nothing burgers that he's throwing out, and I'll be glad to address it if the time is given. But I came here specifically to talk with Taylor about this, and so that's why I'm just kind of not wasting time on what he says.
Hey,
yeah,
I'm not
he's
stopping.
sort of
I'm just
insecure, and he
bringing-
takes a lot of this stuff really
I'm
personally.
not
So you're
stopping,
like threatening
Jesse.
his identity with this kind of stuff. So
Well,
he
hold
has
on.
to like throw little quips out
Hold
there
on,
to make you feel bad
Jesus.
about yourself.
Yo,
Because all
Jesus,
they can
hold
do
on.
is really
Jesus,
gang up on
Jesus.
people and-
Yo, stop. Unnecessary.
All I'm doing here is bringing the entire audience up to speed with everything they should be considering when they look at this presentation.
Okay, so just cutting to the chase, because I don't have that much time right now. I will be back for pretty much the rest of the night. But so what was the p-value in your results? That's like the crux of any experiment. What was the statistical significance and what was the standard deviation?
Taylor, explain to the audience what a p-value is and why that's so important to the scientific community.
Yeah, a p-value will basically show you how significant the results are. So if you have a high p-value, that means that whenever you repeat the experiment, you're getting vastly different results. If you have a low p-value like 0.05, that will show you that your results are basically the same between trials. And you need to be able to repeat experiments and get the same results because there are just experimental error that will come in. And so therefore you need a low p-value.
Can you hear me?
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay, my computer's locked up here. I'm waiting for it, but I'm surprised you can hear me. It's trying to climb itself out. I did not calculate p-values on that data because I was just taking raw measurements and plotting them, and that's what we got. But you can get, and that's a valid concern, are the measurements just like randomness or what? You can see that they do follow a curve based on the distance. And if they were just random, they would not follow that curve. So you can see that they actually they do have some deviation from a perfect trend, but they do have a very, very strong trend. Wouldn't you agree? And I do have a different data set where I measured an angle to the same mountain from the same location 36 times over multiple years at different times of day and different times of year. And I did calculate some statistical stuff from that. And I can post that when my computer unlocks itself. But Do you understand the idea of measuring an angle, an elevation angle, and then because you made it through high school math, right? You know that you can take the angle and the distance and calculate the height using tangent.
Hey Jesse, how many times did you repeat the experiment?
The chart that I've given so far, most of those points were single measurements. One of them was 36 measurements, but most of them are a single measurement for each location. So it wasn't a repeat in a given
Let's
location.
talk about the one that has 36 measurements.
Okay, let me see if I can post that. X is making my computer act really weird. But I got the URL for X, and I am going to post it to my whatnot. Is it called a feed or my diary or my...
The dobbly-doo?
Yeah, exactly.
He said diary.
I don't know what.
Jesse, it's the TL, man.
Nah, dude, it's literally the diary now, though, henceforth. That's actually badass. Posted that shit on my diary, bro.
All right, so I just posted a link to a spreadsheet.
Fat loser, sorry.
Hey, quiet
And
down
this,
now.
And this has the 36 measurements all from the same location to the same location, so you can see the amount of variation. And in the bottom left corner, you can see that I did some standard dev stuff where it gave a TINV of a 95% confidence rate of being within plus or minus 13 feet of elevation at 75 miles. And it gave a T interval of 99.99% confidence for being within 28 plus or minus 28 feet at 75 miles, which is really pretty
So
good.
let's talk about the one that you did 36 times. Was that from the same point?
Yes.
Okay, and from the same point, the same observation each time?
So from the same observer location to the same target.
Okay, you repeated that 36 times. Okay, so
yes.
Do you have these trials mapped out on like a spreadsheet or chart?
Yes, and I just posted it to my... Is it my space? They said it's not my diary. What is it when you post something on Twitter?
Your diary.
Your
my
timeline.
diary.
Or your
Oh,
page.
timeline. Yeah, it's the most recent thing on my timeline.
Yeah, the diary.
Okay, so just to quickly ask what your p-value was between these trials.
Well, I don't know exactly what a p-value is. I calculated the TINV value, but the
Like,
data
what
is
was
all
your
here.
standard deviation? How much did each trial, like, how much variation did you have between trials?
The standard deviation was 38 feet.
So with that, you should be able to calculate your p-value.
Okay, how do you calculate p-value from standard dev? I'm a farm boy and a mechanic, so I don't have any degrees. I never graduated high school or college or anything.
So it's a little bit, I would recommend you just put it into a p-value generator. But so basically the T is going to equal the sample mean and the null hypothesis mean divided by the standard deviation and sample size. You can easily just put in, all you do is put in all your different numbers, your different numbers into a p-value generator and give you the p-value. Like you could just insert each trial what you got and it'll do the work for you.
Taylor, what's the scale of a p-value?
What do you mean the scalable p-value?
What's the scale of a p-value? Like what's considered good? What's
Oh,
considered
okay.
bad?
Yeah, under 0.05 is really good.
All right, let me Google p-value generator here.
Jesse, I thought you was prepared, gang.
He just
I am prepared.
he just explained why he doesn't have a p-value, but of course you have to throw more insults out. It's kind of pathetic, but
And
whatever.
Jesse, can you tell me
That was
exactly
an insult.
what is the
Jesus,
name?
you're
What is
very
the name
angry.
of the instrument?
Okay.
I just want
A
to know. Do you know
theodolite.
like the
The
brands?
theodolite, Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh.
What brands? What brand name?
I have a Nikon, 2 Pentaxes, a Zeiss, and
Let's talk about this one that you did 36 trials for.
What's that?
What instrumentation did you use for the one you repeated 36 times?
I used a Nikon DTM 420. I used a Sokia Set 5E, a Lights Set 4, a Pentax ETH 120F, a different Pentax ETH 120F, a Pentax ETH 20F, a Zeiss ETH 2, another Zeiss ETH 2, a
Okay,
Nikon.
so my question is, you didn't repeat the experiment using the same exact instrumentation each time, right?
Well, I used 11 different instruments, and there were 36 different measurements. So it was repeat. The same instrument was used on a bunch of the repeats, but not on all of them. Does that make sense?
So did you do 3 repetitions of the one that has 36 trials using the same instrument?
I'm not sure I understand what
Did
you're
you
asking.
you know how you got 36 trials, right? For
I
3
have
of
36.
those,
I have
for
36 measurements.
for 3 of those, at least, did you use the same instrument?
Yes.
In order to get the p-value, you have to have the same settings, just to show it's not from random variation.
Well, what it looks like, Taylor, and Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like on each different day that you took a measurement, you used a different device.
Not exactly. Mostly I used a Nikon DTM 420, but then I also used all the others as well.
Okay, Jesse, we have to limit the variability as much as we can. Okay, so we need to tell me the most trials that you did with one instrument in one location looking at one target. How many?
In a row? Let's see.
Are we having fun yet?
No, I'm just trying to help him out because he needs to make sure he has statistically significant results, And if you do, then that's the conversation that we should be having, But until then, you just have raw data and we can't figure out anything with it.
Okay, so tell me what the problem is with using different instruments.
Because because that's more variability that you're introducing in the experiment. Okay, so for example, when I repeat an experiment, I have to use the exact same instruments because there's something called like random chance and experimental error that can happen. This is why you have to repeat experiments multiple times just to show that it wasn't a one-off error. Okay, but for those trials, you have to have every condition exactly the same. So that's why I'm asking, do you have what is the most amount of trials that you have from one observer point, one target using one instrument? And why don't you consolidate those and then go get the p-value?
Well, okay, but I can do that. But can you help me understand who does it hurt if I have extra random values added by using different instruments? Let's say one of my instruments
the credibility of your results.
Does it increase or decrease my standard deviation?
Think of it in terms of statistics.
What a revelation, Stone. That was, wow, amazing.
Does it increase or decrease my standard deviation?
Well, it's clear he's not, so I think it was quite valid to point that out. Enough from you, buddy.
It depends. Your standard deviation will be greater if the results vary more significantly. But you can't even compare results unless you're using the same instrumentation and the same points of reference.
Well, the instruments should all work the same.
They should, but that's not how reality is. Usually instruments are not working exactly the same. So that's why I just asked, what is the most amount of trials that you have? Do you have even 2 of using the same instrument in the same locations?
Oh, sure. All the ones labeled Nikon DTM 420 are the same instrument. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
But
9,
for each of
10.
them, did you look at different points, or was your reference point and your target the same for at least 3 of them?
There's 23 of them where the the observer location, target location, and instrument were all the same.
Okay, well then take those 23 and you can put them in a program that'll calculate your p-value for you. Or you can send them to me. Send me the raw data and I could do it later, but just that would help you out.
Okay.
If you have that spreadsheet on Excel, just go delete all the other ones of different, different instruments and different observer points and stuff like that.
But here's what I can do that. I'll do that later. But here's what I don't understand. If I'm bringing you data and I've got a bad instrument that's throwing in some random data, that will increase my standard deviation, right? It cannot decrease it, right? Does adding random data ever decrease the standard deviation?
It depends if it's the same as the other data. If it's way off, then yeah, you're not going to have a good standard deviation.
But can random noise decrease the standard deviation? That's the question.
No, you don't. You do not want random noise in your calculations.
I know.
You're not
But
answering.
I'm asking you, is it possible for random noise under any circumstances to decrease your standard deviation on a data set?
Your random noise can somehow be the same as your other data. So I cannot answer that question without looking at the data. It depends how much it varies or differs from your other results.
Right. So if you,
Okay, then I'm about to have to head out. I'll come back in about 30 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
We sent you the questions for the observatory. If anybody has any other questions, definitely send them to her.
yeah. So it sounds like what Jesse was asking, like if there's random noise, will it, raise the chance or decrease the chance of accuracy? I think Taylor was saying, well, if that random noise aligns with what you're looking for, then it would increase the accuracy. But if it doesn't align with what you're looking for, it'll decrease the accuracy. I think that's what she was saying. She'll speak on it when she comes back. I don't really understand the methodology, though, of using different instruments on different days.
Well, because I wanted to find out, I did different days because I wanted to find out how it varied from day to day, because if I just take one measurement, you might say, well, that was just random chance, just happened to match the globe curve. And, if you'd done it on a different day, you would have been wildly different and valid argument. So I did it on a bunch of different days at a bunch of different times of day and different times of year. And the other argument that you could have made is, well, maybe your instrument was just off by that half a degree or so and was just giving a false reading. So I used 11 different instruments so that then you would have had to say that all 11 instruments were all giving the same wrong answer. So that's why I did that.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm saying is, and like I said, we didn't go through all the data yet, but if you had two instruments that no matter what day it is, it's going to have a specific deviation, then by using one instrument, right? Like say you have one instrument, you have the second instrument. And when you take something on the same day, you realize, oh, wait, like this angle is different. And you wait a couple hours later and you realize that same deviation is there. And you take a couple hours later, that same deviation is there. So I feel like you would have to account for the deviation between the instruments, right? And then take that on different days. Because if you don't calculate the deviation, or at least set a standard for, okay, this instrument and this instrument views this optical phenomena differently, consistently, then when you take one measurement on one day, quote unquote measurement, on one day and then go to use a different instrument on a different day, not only did you not account for that deviation between the two instruments, now you have a whole different atmospheric day, all these different variables that may be applying on the observation. So that's why I just didn't understand with including those additional variables. Like, to me, it would have been made more sense to use maybe 3 to 5 instruments and then take measurements on that same day with all 3 to 5 instruments throughout that day. And then do the same thing on the next time that you made an observation, use all 3 to 5 instruments and do it on the next day, different times of the day. I don't understand using this instrument for this day, take 5 measurements, and then the next day I use this instrument and I take 5 different measurements. It seems to add a new level of discrepancy that you didn't have to worry about. Like, it actually probably would have been more accurate by just using that same instrument, like Taylor was saying, if you're going to do different days. But if you're going to incorporate multiple instruments, why not use them all on the same day and do that day after day after day? That way you can compare one-to-one, apple to apple, not this instrument on this day compared to this instrument on this day. Like, I just don't see why that would increase the accuracy. You can respond and then we'll get to the hands. We might have some requests.
Right, exactly. It would decrease the accuracy. It would reveal the random noises hidden in my instruments. See, I wasn't trying to cook my results. I was trying to make my results as wild as I could while following procedure so that I knew what sort of wildness I could expect while following procedure. Does that make sense?
I can appreciate the randomness of trying not to, of attempting, at least attempting to make it look like you're not cooking the books. I don't know your actual procedure, but I would just say compare apples to apples. Like, I would do instrument 1, 2, and 3, 8 o'clock from this location. Instrument 1, 2, 3, 10 o'clock from same location. Instrument 1, 2, 3, same location, 12 o'clock. And then I would do that on different days. So that way I can compare all the data, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. I think that deviation between the instruments, if you're not calculating that, it just seems like you wouldn't get the most accurate results. I don't know if that's what you were trying to do, trying to get the most inaccurate, but it just didn't seem accurate. Or it didn't seem as accurate of a procedure. I didn't understand adding that level of randomization. That's just my opinion, though.
Well, I did put the link to the raw data in my feed or my diary or my journal or whatever you want to call it. And there are about 23 shots with the same instrument. And then there are shots of the 11 with the 11 different instruments on 2 different days. I did a whole bunch in one day and then the rest in the next day. So I did like, for example, I used an instrument at 7:47 p.m. and then a different one at 7:56, then 8:06, 8:16, 8:23, 8:33, 8:39. That's just because that's how long it took me to set up each next instrument. Then the next day, because by then it was almost 9 at night, and so then the next morning I started up again and I did it 11 a.m., 7 a.m., 6:55, 7:08, 7:17, 7:23, 7:41, 7:49, 7 or 8:30. So I did them kind of just bang, 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 like I could, like you wanted, the best I could. So the data is there. If you're interested in looking into it, it's all there, and I'm glad to field any questions you have on it.
Is that different from this demonstration that you're showing? Is that a different demonstration, or is it the same one?
It's the same one that I've been talking to Taylor about.
Okay. Before we get to your flat Earth versus globe Earth predictions, I think Sheepdog wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Sheepdog. What up?
What up, man? I just kind of wanted to like touch on the p-value. I hate statistics, by the way. Like once I understood, I took statistics in college. I passed it with a C, but once I understood that you could like literally lie with your numbers, and that's how they've been like manipulating us with the media and everything. They've just been gaslighting us the whole time. You have to know how to calculate the p-value if you want to know if they're even actually doing the statistics correct. And they can remove variables in their statistic in order to tighten up their statistics. So to help you understand what the p-value is versus the standard deviation. So yes, if your p-value is not below 0.05, your standard deviation is going to be very wide. All right, because you like if you think about your statistics, your complete statistical I'll just call it frame for lack of a better term for right now. Your entire statistical observation includes something called outliers, which are things that are just anomalies that don't exist within your normal observation. You got your mean, which is like where your like tight group is, then you got your standard deviation and your variance. If your p-value is above 0.05, the higher it is, the wider your standard deviation is going to be. You want a tight standard deviation. That tight standard deviation is going to give you that sub 0.05 p-value. That's what's going to give you the credibility that you need in order to say, hey, this is statistically infallible. I've done it multiple times. You can repeat it yourself. You're going to get the same results. And when you do repeat it, more than likely you're going to get the same results. I like what you were doing with the theodolites and just checking with all the different things. But like Sacred said, you got to group them all together with the one theodolite. You got to do all your observations with one theodolite, all your observations with another theodolite, and you got to do it multiple times. And each one of those theodolites is going to have their own p-value, their own standard deviation, their own measurements. And then when it's all said and done, once you've gathered your p-value and standard deviation, you got all your statistics down, then you can compare apples to oranges. But until then, you have to focus on the one thing. And the reason why is because that Pentax lens is completely different from forgot the other lenses. But all the lenses are completely different. There's a reason why they're different, because in order to have a patent on something, you have to have a slightly different perspective of things, right? So they're going to be different. If you want to see if your views are not skewed, first thing you're going to have to do is you're going to have to get at least 3 views with each one. Get your standard deviation, get your p-value, and then compare. The more observations you do, the tighter your standard deviation is going to be. Then you're going to get to see more of what your outliers look like. Anything above 97%. Anything within that 97%, that's going to be your standard statistic. And then what is it, like 67% is your variance. Standard deviation is 33%. Something stupid like that. I can't remember the exact terminology. But if your standard deviation is extremely wide and you have no defined outliers, statistical outliers, and those outliers should be like way outside of the standard deviation. They're not going to be like anywhere near it. It's just going to be a weird random occurrence. Then as that standard deviation gets tighter, those numbers start to get closer towards the mean, and you get that bell curve. You get that narrow bell curve versus that wide bell curve. That wide bell curve is going to have a p-value above 0.05. That narrow bell curve is going to have that p-value sub 0.05. I hope that helps with the understanding the statistics. The deviation, when you're talking statistics, has nothing to do with your view. The deviation has to do with how far it deviates from the mean in the statistic. It's a numbers thing. It has nothing to do with the science experiment. It has to do with the gathering of your data, finding out like what the average is in the middle, and then how far your standard deviation gets away from that middle. Does that help? I fucking hate statistics.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're on the right track. You just you just need to understand statistics better. You can, like being a high school dropout, college dropout, whatever. You said you're an old farm boy. And if you really wanted to, dude, you could just start taking statistics classes. I can't point you in a direction. Just start watching videos on how to calculate statistics. Do statistics for beginners and learn the definitions of the terms and things like that. And then once you start learning just standard bell curve statistics, then you can start like after that you'll start learning how to manipulate statistics based off of like pulling data out and adding data in order to tighten up or widen your variance. But for right now, the main thing is understanding what the bell curve is and why it's important. And you should have a bell curve for each of those views. You have 11 theodolites. You should have 11 statistical observations. Like you could do 3. 10 is better because 10, the higher the number, the less likely you are to have error. Because the more data you collect in a statistic, the more you can see how significant that p-value is. And if your shit's all over the place, you're gonna know. You'll see it in your bell curve when you plot your graph. And again, I hate statistics.
That is the technical term, by the way. Shit all over the place.
By the way, I did actually take 2 different instruments. One was a Zeiss, made in Germany to the highest quality standards, the highest precision, that has like a 30x telescope on it. And then I took a Pentax that was made in Japan, and also to the highest Japanese optics quality, but it has like a 24 or 26x telescope on it. And I set them up side by side, pointing at the same mountain 12 miles away. And I did compare them, and they both read the same elevation angle to that mountain. So I'm not sure.
That's fine, but when you do a statistic, you're anybody who's looking at statistics and reviewing statistics, they're gonna say they're just gonna throw it away. They're gonna be like, "That's fucking bullshit. Go out there and redo it." And what you need to do is you just need to group it together and say, "Okay, I have 11 different statistics," and then somebody who does statistics is gonna look at each one of them and be like, "Oh wow, they all correlate the same," or these 3 are statistically invalid, but the other ones seem to be statistically in range. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it.
But yeah, man. So yeah, if your p-value is high, your standard deviation is going to be high. It's going to be really wide. And like I'll give you an example, right? If you had a median of, we'll just say a medium of 70, right? Out of 100, your median was at 70. And that's where your bell curve started, was at 70, and it went all the way to 100. But like your statistical outlier was 100. You had 2 numbers that landed on 100, and a bunch of numbers that landed between like 80 and 99, and then you had the thick of it, like you had like 1,000 measurements that landed between 65 and 75, and then it belled out the other way the same way all the way down to what, 40 or something like that. That would be your bell curve. That would be great because it's like nice and narrow. You have thousands of observations and you find that your median is at 70. If you had thousands of observations between 1 and 1,000,000 and your median was 100,000, right? And then, but your numbers were like scattered all over the place, your p-value is going to be extremely high.
Oh, I see. The p-value is basically the amount of the curve that's outside. It's the area of the curve outside the standard deviation, right?
No, it's the curve from the standard deviation in. It's like if you had a narrow bell, your p-value is going to be low. If you have a really wide bell on your statistic, your standard or your p-value is going to be like 1.8, 2.7, some stupid shit like that. I don't think it'd be like that. It'd be like 0.7 instead of 0.05. So I think
Yeah.
1 is the highest you can have for your p-value.
I just posted to my diary. I should write Dear Diary to make it official. But anyway, I just
Bro,
posted.
do it, dude. You would go viral.
I just posted a diagram I found on the great Google, and it does show the p-value as being the area outside an observed point outside the standard deviation or something like that.
I believe it's edge to edge, if I remember correctly. It's like edge of standard deviation to edge of standard deviation. And you'll have a lot more statistical outliers too. A p-value lets you know how shitty your statistic is. If it's nice and tight and all your numbers are like really, really, really close together and you're getting the same shit all the time. Like you said, your standard deviation was 38 feet. Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah.
So if your standard deviation is 38 feet, and let's say your p-value was like 0.08, right? But if you shrunk your p-value to 0.05 and it made your standard deviation, it would shrink your standard deviation for sure by going to 0.05. But then now you have more outliers. Does that make sense?
I think so, but give me a second.
Like it would shrink your p-value would shrink your standard deviation. Let's say just randomly, it shrinks it to 29 instead of 38. But now you have all those measurements outside of your standard deviation. That's what your p-value represents. So if your p-value is 0.08, you're trying to encompass more, so that way your outliers are less, so it looks more significantly correct. But if you tighten up that p-value under 0.05, it's gonna shrink that curve. That curve will shrink, but now you get to see the numbers that are plotted on the graph, and instead of having like 4 or 5 outliers, now you've got 20 outliers. Now you're statistically insignificant. I hate statistics, man. Like I can't explain it any easier than this, but this is exactly how people read statistics when they're like doing business and shit like that. And they're crunching all the numbers and they're trying to like figure out where they can cut corners in order to improve profit and shit. It's stupid.
You sound a little emotionally scarred by it, actually.
I am, dude. I am. I took an online course, and two weeks in, I was doing great, and then all of a sudden, I started failing the test because I couldn't understand how to do the statistics. So I went from I was doing an online course, and then I went from that to sitting in front of a tutor, 40 hours a week, and barely passing with a C. 40 hours a week sitting in front of a tutor. And I hated statistics. I understood it
at that point. Jesus.
I understood it. Well, I needed to pass it for my college. So, but like so here's the thing. I think it was when I learned that you can lie with statistics. I'm like, oh yeah, no, statistics is easy. It tells the truth every time. And then they're like, oh no, but you can pull this data out, and then it can, grow your statistic, or you can insert this data and it'll shrink it so that way you're not putting all the extra shit, like when they lie about like pharma or whatever, like that's what they do. They lie with their statistics so that way they can manipulate the numbers, and you wouldn't know any different unless you knew exactly what data they were pulling from when they were doing the statistics.
In other words, numbers may not lie, but liars use numbers.
Pretty much. Well, the number is there no matter what. 1 to whatever number you can count up to, that number is there. The number is real. It's just a matter of, are you going to pull a 7 out of that deck? Or are you going to pull a 500 out of that deck? Like, what number are you going to use in your statistic?
Jesse, was there any outliers that you felt didn't need to be incorporated into some of your stats?
I incorporated
Good
every
question.
single measurement. All the outliers are in there. Every single one of them.
Do you know how many were the outliers?
I mean, depends on how much accuracy you want to. I mean, all my measurements are there. So I don't know.
No. The standard deviation is usually within I think it's 97%. I have to look it up. But an outlier is anything outside of 97%. And then like just statistically insignificant would be like anything outside of 99.5.
Well, I just measured the data and recorded it. I did not make any judgment on what was or was not an outlier. It's all there. If there's outliers, there's outliers. If there wasn't any, then I don't know what to say. But all the data is there. I did not throw out anything. I recorded it all.
Hi,
because
Jesse.
I wanted. Hey.
I just wanted to let you know that Taylor's trying to find the p-value for you because you can make a study look any way you want it to, especially like retrospective studies. So a p-value will tell you if it's really low that your data is accurate and scientifically, bulletproof. So that's one of the things that we'll probably be looking at data to see where that lies. So even, you can know, what good it was to do the different instruments at the different, I appreciate the work though. But yeah, this I'm not too worried about the results because this is the way we are all connecting with each other to try and, I like that you did the raw data. I think but p-value is basically like, what is it? Epidemiology, looking at retrospective studies and the data collected and then how that data was presented. If it's got a low p-value, it's good.
I went ahead and put up in the space at the top. I found a bell curve that explains it. So the standard deviation is the middle 68%. The variance is 95%. And then the statistically significant is 97.7%. So anything outside of 97.7% of all of the data that is closest to the middle, anything outside of that would be considered an outlier, statistical outlier. So I hope that helps. Did I lose everybody?
So just real quick, I want to kind of dive more into this, but I want to kind of wait for Taylor to come back. Because it is physics fighting, all right? It's more of a geometrical geometric argument. But let me just ask one question before we get to something else, because I think Stone may want to reply back, because it seems like the physicist is dropping videos now, Stone. So I don't know if Stone want to kind of break down some of that back and forth that's been happening in the prior couple of weeks of Flat Earth Fridays. I think he wanted to touch on something, so what's happening with him? But Jesse, just real quick before we get to that, what is your flat Earth versus globe Earth prediction for your data, generally speaking?
My what?
Well, you told Taylor that this was evidence for a globe, so I just wanted to know what your flat Earth versus your globe Earth prediction was relative to this data.
Well, the measurements show a curve, and I know of no known physics that would allow that to take place, for those measurements to have given that result, other than the Earth's surface being curved at approximately the curvature that we would expect on the claimed globe. So it's looking like a globe to me, unless someone can show me actual physics that would allow those measurements to have happened on a flat Earth. Something's curving, whether it's the light or the ground, something has to be curving, because two straight parallel lines cannot touch in the middle but be not touching on the ends without crossing. You see what I'm saying?
Say that one more time. To what?
Two parallel lines cannot touch at only one point, right?
I mean, they can appear to, but they, in reality, they won't.
Right. And somehow the path of light being at equal elevations at both ends of a line of sight can touch the surface of water in the middle, even though it's not touching them at both ends. So either the light has to be curving or the water has to be curving, or both, but they can't both be straight, because two straight parallel lines cannot touch it in just one point, right?
What if your vision is curving?
My vision is curving?
Yes, it's called curved visual space. Are you familiar with it?
Oh, I am exceedingly familiar with it. Can anybody here tell me the difference between visual space and the visual field? If you cannot, you should never, ever, ever again bring up the word curved visual space. Can anyone tell me the difference between between visual space and the visual field?
One is Euclidean. The other is not.
No, but what are they specifically? Where are they?
Whole lot of emojis and no answers.
Oh, you want to tell us? Hold on.
I'm not the person he's asking.
You want to tell us?
I'm not the person he's asking.
Do you want to
the person he's asking? I'm waiting for you. No, you want to.
You also appear to not be
put the
answering.
burden onto me because you don't have an answer. So
you heard Stone, right? You heard Stone's answer, and I was gonna get ready to answer too, right? But Stone answered from his point of view, and you open up your mic. Do you want to answer, or you don't want to answer?
Was he asking me in particular, or was he asking the people claiming
He was asking
that his statistics
everybody.
don't prove that there's a curve?
Let's see. Jesse, did you ask any one person in particular?
He certainly wasn't asking.
No. Whoa, bro. Hey, Jesse, was you asking anybody in particular? Yes or no? You can't hear you, Jesse.
Check your mute button there.
Yeah, see, mute. I see your mic open.
Bullet dodged. Good job, guys. Way to go.
Yeah, I see his
You avoided
mic
it for long enough, and now it's over.
There, he muted it.
Next
Let's
time,
see if
don't
he can get it off
interrupt.
again.
Next time, don't
again,
interrupt.
Jesse.
Maybe you'll get the point across. But you caused that. So appreciate you, my trolling anti-flirt. Shout out to the trolling anti-flirt. Shout out to the trolling anti-flirt. Stepping on your own man. Good job, bro. That was super on point.
Yeah, sure.
I
like it. I
looked it up. It was what I thought it was. The visual space is what you see in the visual field. The visual field is everything. Visual space is what you perceive.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is the same guy that comes back every week.
Right. So
still don't know what to give him
my first time here, lady.
Yeah, that was a blatant lie. Thank you for being
Yo. All that animosity.
I mean, you want to pretend that I'm somebody.
You were saying, Jesse? Yeah. So, my microphone has a hardware mute button on it, and I had been using that, so that's why I wasn't showing as muted, even though I was muting. But so to whoever muted me, that's the deal there. Anyway, yeah. Yes, he's right. The visual field is the actual optics of the light traveling through the air, going into your eye, hitting your retina, the little rods and cones in there. That's the visual field. That's outside your brain. the visual space is entirely inside your brain. That's your brain trying to computationally recreate in your brain a 3D model of what your eyes are sending to your brain. So curved visual space does not affect the operation of a theodolite at all. And in fact, if you look in the papers for curved visual space, because Whitsitt gave me all those papers and I read them, and they don't say what he said they did. And it clearly says that an egocentric pointing, such as aiming a rifle or a telescope, can be fully performed in the visual field and does not rely on depth perception. And so therefore it's not affected by curved visual space.
Are you
Don't be
looking through the
surprised if the
theodolite?
drunk Nazi apologist lied to you.
Are you the one looking through the theodolite?
Thanks for playing, brother. See you later.
Finally.
That was from the paper that Whitsitt gave me on curved visual space. I'm not making it up.
I was excited for that guy to produce his evidence.
That guy's ad name is God is Praying. That's crazy. Proud. Please be more particular with these mics.
No, because
Then
then
again,
they're
I know
just
we
gonna
gave everyone
scream
He passing the buck
that
on
we're not giving
Proud.
them a mic. They're gonna scream that we're not giving them a mic and we're letting one glober up at a time. Like, I don't have time for that later on. So I gave him a mic. He couldn't sit patient enough to present his evidence. He just wanted to snicker and talk shit. Come back when you have more emotional control.
Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead,
I know
Shabelle.
Taylor's time is short. She got her hand up.
No, I actually left. I got a really cool star video, and I was like, move it in and out of focus just so I can see. Like,
And of course, I can't hear her. I'll talk then I come back up.
yeah. And it looks crazy. And he even made a comment like how they look underwater. I mean, that was his words. And
Excellent.
yeah, and I was recording the whole thing, and I was like, just show me how you focus this thing, move it in and out. And whenever he moved it in, it looked crazy. I mean, like crazy. And then it was so cool. I just have to show the video. But yeah. And then I was able to ask him like about the lunar wave, and he said he didn't know what I was talking about. I asked him about redshifted stars. He said, I said, can't we tell how far stars away by redshift? And he's like, no, we do that with parallax. And I was like, okay, well then how do we know that the universe is expanding? He's like, oh, well, they get redshifted. So I don't know. There was another interesting question that was asked about parallax. He's like, wow, that's a good question. I guess based on the reference points. And he admitted that's a really good question. But I'm gonna have to get back with you guys on that particular one. And what the response was. I was kind of preoccupied trying to like look through my phone. But anyway, I got a really cool video. Yeah, and now I'm trying to go do the laser level experiment. So I got a laser level, and I'm gonna try this bottom up obstruction experiment again on the most level hallway I can find. So yeah, I'm going back just for you guys.
Did he speak on any redshift anomalies that he was aware of?
No, it was kind of like rush for time, so I didn't have that much time. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna go back and get more star videos. So.
Damn, we would have brought up negative parallax on him. He wouldn't have been able to brush through parallax like that.
My phone died.
Oh.
I know, right?
Yeah, I thought about it. It might be hard for you to record, talk in spaces, and get pictures. It's like,
I try my best, you.
Telling y'all, Taylor be in the field with it.
And whenever he zoomed in, it looked crazy. I mean, it looked like a ring of, like, not fire, but like this, like, golden glow underwater. I mean, it was unreal. I can't wait to post it.
Cannot wait to see it.
I was like, zoom in more. Like, I was like, because he probably didn't understand what I was asking for, but I was like, okay, now go out of focus. And it's funny, when he went out of focus, these are the pictures, like, it's just like a little point of light, like it's really fuzzy and blurry. And that's usually what you see when you see pictures of stars. But man, when you put that baby in focus and I was like, okay, go the other way now. Okay, then he starts going the other way and it started looking freaking crazy, like just, golden light underwater. I don't know how else to describe it. He even described it himself as looking underwater. So anyway.
Oh, he did. That's interesting.
Yeah, and let me just maybe try to post a screenshot. I am like trying to drive, but y'all have to see this, dude.
Nah, don't do it while you driving. We can wait.
Yeah, make sure you pull over first. Common sense.
Exactly. Did Jesse ever get that p-value?
We're
Don't be
working on
waiting
it.
up. Don't be waiting up for that.
Okay, because that's, I mean, really, if he's gonna bring numbers, the only like thing that you can conclude from numbers is if you have a p-value, just to show that there's any difference, you know. So you can't really do anything with the chart of numbers unless you get a p-value.
Man
Anybody?
said we're
Yeah, you gotta have that.
Man said we're working on it.
Cool.
Who the hell is we? They woke level heads. E3, what up?
What up, fam? I had a question for Jesse, if he's not too busy with the p-value thing.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, brother? You sound like you understand a lot about vision, and you read some things that Witsit gave you, and you contend what Wits was saying, which is cool. I'm all for contention. So I wanted to ask, because it's something that I've been thinking about and trying to figure out. So we have, let's get some common ground first about the model of the universe. Supposedly it's essentially like kind of like a brick, a long brick or something like that, right? It's the way they explain it is that it's basically flat, for lack of a better term. It's like a brick. We live inside, somewhere in the space inside this this three-dimensional brick. Would you agree with that, or would that not be your assessment?
I'm not sure I followed that exactly. We live inside a 3D brick?
Yeah, so they basically say the universe is flat. But we
I
know
don't
it's
know.
not flat, right? It's three-dimensional, right? There's space inside of it, so therefore it would be like a long 3D rectangle or square, or
I don't know. I've never been out there. I'm really more interested in using the ground we walk on to get clues about the shape of the earth, rather than
Right.
staring way out into the where I don't know what all.
Okay, so we're both in alignment on that. So now the reason I asked is, so you're not I just wanted to touch base and link at one point in the beginning of the conversation before we proceed, right? So we're not even worried about the shape of the earth in this conversation. It was just about vision, because you seem like you know a little bit more than I do about how vision works. So I wanted to kind of pick your brain about that. But to get to the question that I want to ask, we have to have a basis, a foundation. So do you agree or disagree with the heliocentric model of us being in a so-called flat universe?
I have no idea. I've not looked into the topic of the flatness of the universe.
All right, cool. Then I'll hold my question for another day. If you ever want to look at that and you're back in here one day, I'll ask again. Cool.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Are you with us, Taylor?
Crisis in cosmology.
I'm here.
Oh, cool.
What distribution would you like us to use on this?
What do you mean? Like a standard distribution?
You want us to use a standard distribution? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
You better make sure. I want you to show me them values before you do the p-value, and show me from the chart. Like, show me which values you're exactly, like, screenshot whenever you go to insert the values, just screenshot them. Make sure you're not using like any values from any other instruments. Just that one particular instrument and that one location.
Hey, so I agree with what Jesse said about using Earth to measure Earth. You guys know that. Is this guy a glober or a flat earther?
I'm a truth seeker, whatever it may be, that's working hard to find it out for myself.
Excellent, excellent. Same here, man. Have you looked into the plane surveying thing and how all that works?
Yes.
Wait, what happens, Stone?
No. Oh, Taylor, what's the null and the alternative that we should use?
Well, golly, you should know the null. This is your experiment.
Okay, so
No, let's see. That would be no curvature, right?
okay, so 0 for the null. And okay, thanks.
Wait, what's going on? Because I just got here. So what are you guys working on?
He took a bunch of theodolite observations and claims that that's the proof of curvature of the Earth. And Taylor asked him for his p-value on his statistics, and he didn't know what a p-value was.
Oh, wait, I have another question. Is the numbers that are in the chart, is that the variation of what it, like what it naturally should be? Or is that like the angle height? Because you need to find like the variation. So can you tell me, like, was that the standard % off as if it was flat?
That was the missing feet from where it would be if it was flat.
Okay. So
Hold on.
just
So-
the missing feet that you're putting into the p-value calculator.
Exactly.
Hey, D, the
So you're
rest
not
of the
putting the
catch up.
entire building height.
Sorry, Taylor, go ahead.
I hope she's
No, I
still
was just
not
saying-
driving.
No, it's okay. I'm not looking. I'm just pushing a button, but no, I'm paying attention. So the missing feet, you're just putting that. You're not putting like the entire building height, are you?
No, it's just the missing feet.
Okay. And how much down to an inch do you have for the height of that building? Because there are estimates, but you need to know, like, for this case, you need to be very accurate in knowing how tall that building is.
In this case, it was a mountain, and it's listed as being like 10,700 and I don't know, 81 feet tall or something, high or something like that.
And do you know which portion of the mountain you're looking at? Is it a profound peak?
Yes, there's only one major peak, and that's the one I was looking at.
Okay, so all right, so how do you know that your laser, your theodolite, was pointing directly to the tip of it? Because it could have been off a few feet, right? Any slight movement from how far that is. That's why I wanted to know what kind of theodolite you had, because for different instruments, they're down to different precision. Like some are less precise than others.
Right. A couple of them, two of them are rated at measuring to within a half an arc second. The one that I did most of the measurements with is rated to plus or minus 4 arc seconds. And then some of the others are 10 and 20 arc second
What is the
margin
one
of
that we're
errors.
putting in for this p-value? Which arc second is that one?
4, plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
I'm assuming that's good.
It's very reasonable.
Okay, so have you looked up, like, with the instrumentation you were using, that if it can even like have those capabilities of discerning that, arc second and that such small distance? Basically, like, are you aware? Do you know if your instrument can even measure that or not to that precision?
Yes, it can.
Okay, well then maybe you should like upload that too. I'm just making sure, because it seems like we're really crunching down to the decimal spot. So we'll see.
Yeah.
So right now you should just get that p-value and like document whatever numbers you're putting in to get it, just to make sure you're not like, manipulating the data.
Yeah, definitely. And I did the calculation. 4 arc seconds at 75 miles is about 8 feet. So yeah, any given reading would have an 8-foot uncertainty just due to the instrument at 75 miles.
And Taylor, earlier we talked when you were away doing the observation. I had to explain what, like, the significant value of the p-value versus the standard deviation. So the wider the standard deviation, the higher your p-value is going to be. Now you can narrow your p-value, like let's say you have a 0.08 p-value, you narrow it down to 0.05. It's also going to narrow your standard deviation, but now you're going to have more statistical outliers. Those numbers don't move, the bell curve moves. And so what you're doing is when you take your statistics, you get your standard deviation. The reason why you solve for your p-value last is because you want to use your true statistic to find out whether or not your statistic is statistically valid. Once you do that, then you lower your p-value and you watch the bell curve narrow in. And then from there, it'll show you how many more outliers you have. That shows you how statistically insignificant your statistic is. And if you have like a huge statistic, like let's say you have 1,000 views of the numbers between 1 and 100, and your mean is at like 60, well, your standard deviation is going to be narrow and it's going to be full and it's going to be statistically valid. But if you had 1,000 views of 1 to 100 million, your numbers could be all over the place and your bell curve is going to be extremely wide, and then your p-value is going to be extremely high. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm glad you explained that. And so yeah, earlier you just mentioned, Jesse, that it goes down to 8 feet, and with whatever distance you were measuring. So are you sure that's within the range of what you observed? Like, so you're basically, your instrument was capable of observing and differentiating things within that range point?
It measures an angle, and it's designed to be within plus or minus 4 arc seconds, and that translates to 8 feet at 75 miles. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, so yours was outside of 8 feet within 75 miles, right?
Say that again?
Like, yours was able to be differentiated with the instrumentation you had. Like, basically, your instrument was precise enough to measure these differences at that distance and arc. Is that correct? I'm just double checking. How do you not? Okay. I'm just making sure that your machine that you use to measure it is able to differentiate those 2 points. Basically, it has that precision.
So Taylor, this is the way his statistic would work. So if his standard deviation is 38 feet, right? And you have the degree of error for the machine is plus or minus 4 arc seconds, which is 8 feet. So it could be anywhere from 30 feet to 46 feet variation on that part. It's a side statistic. It's not even a part of the statistic.
I'm not even, I'm just trying to
I know
make
what
sure
you're
this
saying.
instrument could actually measure what he observed. It has to be so precise to measure, whatever he was observing. Because it seems like you were measuring at very far distances, right? So, depending on the quality of your instrument, would it even be able to differentiate that arc at that distance?
100%. Yeah, its resolution is 1 arc second. Its accuracy is plus or minus 4 arc seconds, and I was measuring almost a half a degree missing. So it's well within its capability to differentiate that.
What was the maximum efficient range of the theodolites you were using? Or we'll just stick with the 36. Not 30, was it 36, 26? How many views did you do with it?
36 with all 11
with
together, but about 23 with just the one.
So with the 23, what was the maximum efficient range of the theodolite for that plus or minus 4 arc seconds?
Oh,
the maximum range the maximum range that theodolite is rated for plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
Arc seconds are angles, not distance. It's no limit is put on the range. It just gives the resolving power of the telescope and the angular accuracy of the whole system for measuring the angle of the incident light.
In turn, Jesse has deduced that the instrument has no limit to its effectively precise range.
Well, you will be pleased to know that in about 1868, the Brits were in India using antique theodolites. Well, they would be antiques now, and they were not allowed to actually go get near the Himalayas, but they wanted to survey them. So they actually used these antique surveys or theodolites using 1800s technology and accurately measured the height of Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world, from over 100 miles away. So yeah, theodolites have been being used for great distances for hundreds of years, accurately too.
So some guys 100 years ago made some optical measurements. That's all you know. Were you there? Were you there? No.
Well, but
no. And also, you might take a look at the instruments they were using back then and their optical length compared to the one that you're using now. You're assuming that, you know, they just weren't capable of that kind of precision. No, they had an understanding about optics that you clearly don't.
Well, not only did they measure the height of Mount Everest, they published it in books and maps. And
well, that makes it true for sure.
For Pete's sake. And so they recorded it, and now that we literally fly helicopters up there with barometric altimeters and GPSs and whatever measuring techniques we want, we get basically the same height they got in 1868. So the fact that they made the measurement, published it, and it matches what we measure today means that they did it right then as well, somehow. Are you there, Taylor?
Therefore, all of your measurements are infinitely precise to the 13th decimal point.
She was kind of like driving. She was
No,
kind of
I'm
like
here.
driving.
I'm not driving.
Okay,
I'm
good,
thinking about
good.
going to the fitness
I
center.
was worried about that.
I know. I was over here praying, like, oh my God, dude, she's drive texting in a flat earth argument. You
Trying
know?
to look at spreadsheets, like,
Figuring
come
out
on.
p values.
Gosh, did anybody else want to chime in? I wanted to make sure Frank, go ahead, because he had his hand up, and Bill chime in. I want to hear from Melissa again. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, so I mean, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I live in Kansas. It's flat as a flitter where I'm at. You know, you watch these planes go over, and you got contrails, chemtrails, whatever they are. We know they're dumping shit on us. But I have followed planes from where I'm at around Wichita, and I can see on flight radar when they're over Garden City, which is about 220 miles away. And they've left a trail from where I'm at to where they are when they get over Garden City. That line is as straight as an arrow. I don't know all the math. I don't know all the details. But if someone in here can tell me why I can't see a single bit of evidence that there's a curve in that, I would like to hear what they have to say. Because I mean, it's straight across the sky the whole way.
We got that p-value for you, Taylor.
I mean, at p-value, you guys are talking about like feet. When you're looking out across the sky, and it is a straight arrow, basically. I mean, we can sit here and talk about p-value and all your physics, and all your geometry and everything else, but sometimes you just got to accept the fact that your eyes aren't lying to you. Just my opinion.
What's your p-value?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it is 2.2 times 10 to the minus 16. That's less than 0.005 or whatever you had.
Times 10 to the minus 16th.
Bro,
Really?
you put a number in somewhere wrong, bro.
If anyone would like to calculate it for themselves, the raw data is under the height error column, and I posted the spreadsheet on my my diary. So if you think you can do it right, then by all means, be me guest.
Oh yeah, and I meant to ask, so based on the distances, what should it have been? Like, what should the drop have been for the rate of curvature based on your distance?
Oh, we do have a question. What correction should we use for multiple tests?
Did you hear me, Jesse?
Yes. The drop over distance on a globe Earth would be like 30 30. I don't. Let me calculate it real quick. Maybe it's in the spreadsheet. Hold on.
Wait, did you ask him what the actual height observed was versus what the expected
No, like what should the drop
Earth
have
curve?
been? What should the drop have been on a curve based on the
Right, like
rate of
how much
curvature?
should have been hidden?
3750. 3,750.
Feet drop that you should have observed,
Yes.
and you
Well,
observed 8.
no, I observed 3,200.
So an error of 500 feet.
Well, I did not correct for atmospheric refraction. So, yeah, an error of, well, no, an error of, yeah, about 500 feet on a globe, an error of 3,200 feet on a flat Earth. And
So
actually,
basically, the mountain was shorter than it should have been. Is that what you're saying?
exactly, by at least 3,200 feet.
I was just wondering also, did you see did you take pictures of this mountain? Like whenever you're doing this experiment?
Yes, and I actually have a video of me using the theodolite showing how I take one of the measurements. I'll post it to my diary.
Hey, can I ask another quick question, Taylor? Just for clarification, Jesse. Can you tell me what the expected missing height would have been again? I'm just trying to compare numbers because it's not written on the table.
So, the expected missing height would be 3,750.
Okay, the expected missing height was 3,750.
Yes, and the raw measured average was 3,200.
What was the observer's height?
That is in the spreadsheet, like 181 feet, I think.
Okay.
Hey guys, is it okay if I leave my mic on the app unmuted or in the website, but use my hardware mute button on my mic so that I don't have to switch back to the tab to unmute myself? Oh,
You
cool. Thanks.
can, but if it gets wild, then the host will mute the whole room and then you'll have to readjust.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks. Anyway, that's what I'm doing. So even though I appear unmuted, I may actually be muted.
If, by the way, you would like your platform to operate in a slightly more snappy way, my first line advice would be that you log out of Discord and shut that down while you're here.
I actually do have a new computer that I haven't switched to yet, and it's got 4 times the memory and 4 times the processors. So hopefully when I switch to that, I should be better.
And I quote Eric Idle, "Oh, we're all really impressed down here."
Can I ask? Am I not asking the right question? I guess because
Your flat. You mean the flat chemtrail clouds?
whatever they are.
Think about like the fighter jets that go a lot faster. They would produce even more chemtrail.
Well, I'm
That's
not
not
really worried about
curving.
the chemtrail. I'm asking why it is a straight. It doesn't change on the horizon. It is a straight. You see zero curve. And if from here to Garden City, it's about 220 miles. They're flying at what, maybe just guesstimating 30, 35,000 feet, and it is a straight line. I mean, you would see some curvature. I mean, we can go through charts and everything else, but I mean, common sense tells us that at that height from the ground, at that distance, at the calculated or the said curvature of the Earth, there is no way you would not see curvature. You don't see curvature. And maybe I'm asking the wrong question. I'm not a scientist. I'm not anything like that. And I guess that's kind of why I'm here. I'm kind of curious. Why do you not see a curvature?
Real quick, so I just did a calculation on the Earth curvature calculator, and with an observation height of 181 feet, which is where the theodolite was at, and a distance of 75 miles, the horizon would be 16 miles away, and then the object at 75 miles away would be missing 2,284 feet,
and that's
not 3,700 feet. So you're off by 1,500 feet when it comes to that, which means that you actually are seeing further than the Earth curve based off of what your theodolite observation just admitted to. And that's not counting for refraction.
I'm not measuring bottom-up obstruction. I'm measuring top drop down. I'm measuring the angle to the top. It's dropped down by almost a half a degree lower than it should be. The top, not the bottom. And it's over 10,000 feet, so I still should see some of the top. So, yeah.
Right, you should see about 7,000 feet of the top.
But anyway, I'm not measuring the amount that's missing. I'm measuring the amount that the top is dropped down.
Right, from the top
Yeah, but
to the
in
horizon
a
should be
distance-
7,000 feet.
But based on angular perspective, you're going to see a convergence point. So in any model, you're going to see things get smaller.
Right, and I compensated for that in my math.
Where is this math at? I want you to post all the spreadsheets of your math that you did for things like this, because it's common sense that things are going to get smaller in a distance.
Oh, so I posted it in my diary about an hour ago. It's a spreadsheet, and you can click on any cell to get the math that is used to calculate everything. But basically, I'm just using trigonometry. You are aware, I suppose, that the angle to something is equal to the arctangent of the rise over the run, the height divided by the distance, or the height of something is equal to the angle times the distance, or the arctangent, or the tangent of the angle times the distance, right?
That's assuming that there's no refraction involved, sure.
And I'm delighted to go over refraction. I've been studying refraction extensively on my own for several years. And that's not an explanation for the 3,200 missing feet either.
But you're only
Where's your calculations for your math that you did for the how much of the mountains should have been missing by the curve? Because it seems like Sheepdog just did it and it was significantly wrong.
It was 2,200 feet would be missing, not 3,200 feet.
Oh, he calculated how much bottom-up obstruction there should be. I'm measuring the amount of that the top is dropped down.
Okay, so are you accounting for refraction and lensing?
No. How would you have a certain formula you'd like me to use for that? This is raw data. I mean, I could use if I use the standard refraction that surveyors use as the correction, then it brings my average to within like 9 feet of the globe model, which is incredibly unlikely due to if it was just random chance to be within 9 feet at 75 miles, right?
So what's the height of your mountain?
10,781 feet. It's all on the spreadsheet. It's on my.
No, I understand that. I understand that, and I can see that, but I need to hear it from you because I'm getting mixed numbers, and I'm not understanding what your measurements are. So I need to understand what the measurements are That's why I'm asking for specifics. So the height of the mountain is 10,000 plus feet, right?
Yeah, almost 11,000 feet.
Yeah, it's like 10,800 or 10,600 feet, something like that. I'm not looking at.
781.
Okay. So from the tip top of the mountain to the horizon, the obstructing geometric horizon, what is your measurement from top to the horizon? What's your height observed?
I did not measure the amount visible.
So how do you know that you aren't? How do you know that you're not having what you have is the missing obstruction?
Well, I simply measured the angle to the top. Is it not true that the angle to an object is equal to its height divided by its distance fed into arctan?
Yeah, but
Give
remember
me
there's
give
something
me
called
the
a
height
base
in
force?
feet. Drag it over to feet, bro. Make it equal to 10,781 feet. Don't just say, oh, it's 4 arc seconds, and that's good enough for me. Like make it. And I'm just throwing an arbitrary number out there because I don't know theodolites, but I understand statistics and I understand measurement in feet. And what you're giving me is you're just giving me a calculated angle. You're not giving me the number of in feet associated with the angle.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
How much of the mountain should be obstructed by the horizon?
Yeah, I was
You mean
going to ask that too. Are you actually seeing the whole mountain, or are you actually just looking at the top?
So
No,
he says that he's measuring from the top of the mountain
I know what he
down to the
says.
physical horizon.
I know what he says. What I'm saying is, can you see the whole mountain or not?
No, just the
Okay.
top. And
Okay.
for anyone who's interested, and especially Taylor, I posted to my diary the video of me doing one of the measurements of that mountain with a theodolite, and this is one of the measurements that's in the chart.
Right. So I think what Sheep was getting at is, so from the top to whatever amount that you can see of the mountain, that he wants that.
Yeah. So what's the arc seconds from the top of the mountain to the horizon? What was that measurement?
Well, I don't know.
You can give me an average. You don't have to give me the specific one. You can just give me an average.
There was a ridge line of trees. I couldn't see the water. There was no water horizon. It was just a jagged edge of trees that I was looking over the top. And
fair enough. What you could observe, what was the angle measurement difference?
I didn't measure the difference between the mountain and the trees. I
Not the
measured the
mountain and the
difference.
trees, the top of the mountain to the bottom that you could see. What was the measured difference?
I didn't measure the bottom of what I could see, because that's
Yeah,
the
he
top
didn't
of the
measure
trees.
that.
If you
So-
watch the video, you'll see what I'm talking about. It says face right, face left, zenith angle measurement to Mount Baker from 75 miles. I was measuring the zenith angle or the elevation angle to the top relative to level or to plumb. I don't need to use the horizon as a reference if I have a level or a plumb line, right?
So you basically measured from the top of the mountain to 90 or to 180 or whatever to 0. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's it, to level. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're supposed to measure to the horizon, man.
Well, that's not what that actually is not what you're supposed to do, because the horizon is typically below eye level, and the higher you go, the more below eye level it is. So it actually makes much more sense to measure to level or plumb at your location.
Well, we're asking for physical obstruction, man.
Yeah, I think you need both. This way you can get the correct calculation on it.
Well, I couldn't see, there was no water horizon line visible. All I had was level and plumb at my location, and an instrument designed to very accurately measure the angle to a target referenced to level or to plumb. And that's what I did. Because
let me ask
we know.
You this. If you took that measurement and you calculated out, and I'm just wondering if you can even do this, because I don't know, like I said, I don't know a lot about theodolites. If you calculated out what that dip was, like if you took your 0 what your zero baseline was? Because that's what you measured from the top of that mountain to what would be zero, right? On your measurement? Just so we're clear.
I measured the angle of the mountain above level. So if
Above
zero
level, right.
was straight out in eye level, I was
Okay.
looking up at it a certain fraction of a degree. And I
Right.
measured that angle.
So if you measured from level down below, would that equate to your 181 feet up in the air? If it does, that gives you your flat baseline.
Say that again?
So you're 181 feet in the air, right? Based off of
Yes.
your elevation.
If this helps any, the delta height is 10,600 feet. It's
Right.
10,600 feet higher than me, exactly.
It helps me, but it doesn't help you because you're not understanding what physical geometric curve and obstruction has to do with the whole conversation. But just so you know, so you have level when you're looking at it at the theodolite, right? You've got level. That's your zero. That's your baseline. Your flat baseline for your angle, right? And then you got your elevation angle above that. So
right.
If you measured from level down instead of level up, level down, measure that angle, right? If you could find a way to calculate it, I wouldn't know where to begin. Maybe Stone or Alan or somebody up here can help me with that. But if you were able to calculate it to see if that dip matched your 181 foot elevation, where if you removed your 181 foot elevation, would you have a zero baseline? Would you be level with that mountain? If you were, would it calculate still at flat, or would you have some kind of a still fallout? That's one of the things that we've had in contention is like when you're doing sex navigation and stuff like that. Like if you're up 80 feet in the air and you're measuring to the horizon and you're measuring for the dip of the horizon, you have to calculate the dip in because you have to assess for your elevation up above the flat baseline that you're standing on. That's probably a longer discussion that's in a completely different direction, but sorry, I'm probably derailing. Taylor, did you want to add something, or D3?
Not really to his methodology. I would say maybe use theodolite in shorter distances and like just measure the earth rather than looking at a mountain.
I've done it as close as 1.5 miles.
That's cool, but the thing, so like I'm with you on the whole measure the earth thing. My thing is like what they say is things that we're talking about are good for up to 100 square miles. So I think what needs to be done, and it's kind of already been done. It was kind of pointed out to me like that's just kind of how we do the measurements for the coastlines, right? The coastlines are hundreds of miles, and we measure them. We measure them flat. But I think for this community to do it ourselves would be to just measure over 100 miles of these measurements. You know, it probably costs about $100,000, to be honest, to hire a team or whatever to get out there and do it, unless people do it, you know, for the hell of it. But I think not measuring peaks and things like that, just measuring the Earth across over 100 miles to kind of debunk that.
You mean because the possibility that the mountain might not actually be 10,741 feet or whatever?
Well, I mean, it's just using optics to judge things in the distance when we've got refraction and we've got our eyesight and we've got camera lenses involved. It's just a bunch of
Especially at
gobbledygook in the
75
end.
miles. Especially at 75 miles.
Well, and that's why I took 36 readings at different times of day, different times of year, to get an idea of what kind of variation I would get due to those environmental and instrumental variations. And if every single one of my measurements falls within a plus or minus 100-foot vertical margin of error, or peak to peak deviation, and they are all at least 3,100 feet missing, showing 3,100 feet missing, and the average is 3,200 feet missing, then that is statistically significant. It certainly wasn't caused by random noise or a errant instrument or a weird, atmospheric condition that just happened that one day, because it wasn't just one day.
Yeah, I feel
Again,
you. I feel
man.
you on that. But again, it's at a distance to where right. The distance is far. It's beyond the horizon. It's far. That entire area will shift and move. It's just not a good. I just don't think it's a really good way to go about it. I think just doing the normal plane surveys over more than 100 miles would be much better
And
and
again,
much more accurate.
you said 3,100 feet is missing. 3,100 feet of what?
Elevation. Yeah, at least 3,100. Every single
At
measurement.
least, but you understand that on the Earth curve calculator, it's only estimated to be missing 2,200 feet.
I'm not talking about bottom up obstruction.
It doesn't matter. It shrunk down behind the curve, bro. The top shrinks down with the bottom.
So bottom obstruction wouldn't cause the top to appear at a different elevation. Like, let's say you can look across the street and see a tree.
No, it would, man. Do things go over do boats go over the horizon? I'm just going to use a simple one. They both go over the horizon, and then they disappear bottom up, right?
They sure can.
As they sink down below the horizon, that top measurement is also going to shrink with it. So if 50 foot of the boat is under the horizon, that means the boat's going to be 50 feet below, lower than what it would be at the top. So if the mountain shrunk 3,200 feet, it should have only shrunk 2,200 feet.
Well, that's not what trigonometry says. Don't you agree that the angle to the top of an object is equal to the arctangent of the height divided by the distance?
If that's the case, man, then your ball is smaller than what they're calculating it to.
I'm more interested in my measurement.
If you did you compare your 3,200 feet of curvature or your 3,200 feet of missing mountain? Did you compare that to the Earth curve to see if it matches with the Earth curve?
Yes, it's about 500 feet different than Earth curve, and if I apply the standard atmospheric refraction that surveyors use, then it's within 9 feet of what the Earth curve predicts.
I just told you it's not missing 3,700 feet of mountain. It should be missing 2,200 feet of mountain. You calculated it wrong.
Except I'm not measuring bottom-up obstruction, and bottom-up obstruction is not the same. Well,
so the mountain shrinks more. How does the mountain shrink more, dude?
Let me know if you can give me 25 seconds to pose a question to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say you looked out across the street and out in the distance you saw a tree, and it was a 100-foot tall tree. You took your sextant or your theodolite or whatever, and you measured the angle to the top, and you calculated the distance, and you're like, okay, it measures trigonometrically as 100 feet tall. Now, this crazy guy comes in with a big moving box truck. He parks it in the street. He blocks half your view of the bottom of that tree. Now, that tree is the bottom half is obstructed. You can still see the top, so you grab out your trusty theodolite, you measure the angle, and you calculate the height. Are you going to measure the same and calculate the same height the second time, even though you can't see the bottom of the tree? Or is it going to be the same height still?
No, because you're measuring from level, which you assume is a flat baseline, right? Because that's what you're saying. If it was a flat Earth, then there should be no shrinkage or missing mountain, but because I don't know where you got 3,700 feet of missing of what the Earth curve should be, but the Earth curve says it should be 2,200 feet, and the fact that you calculated 3,200 feet on average has me concerned because now you just shrunk your ball.
He received it while worshiping at the altar of the golden theodolite.
I don't know how to explain it. You're not doing your observation justice. In fact, you've made it actually worse, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
So, does the angle to the top of the tree change just because you can't see the bottom half of the tree?
No.
Then why should the angle to the top of the mountain change if just because I can't see the bottom half of the mountain?
Well, how far away is this tree?
I don't know. Are you saying that
So
beyond a certain...
let's say refraction doesn't really kick in until after 15 miles, right? I'm going to throw an arbitrary number out there. If refraction started to kick in at 15 miles and you had a 1.3 degree deflection upward or downward, right? It doesn't matter, but from 15 miles to 75 miles, do you think the distance between that angle is going to be greater at from 15 to 75 or at 60 feet versus 80 feet?
I'm not sure I understand your question exactly, but let me know if this does not answer it. The angle to something, trigonometrically speaking, is equal to the arctangent of the height divided by the distance. So basically, if you double the distance, you have the angle, right?
If you double the distance, the size from the elevation angle from the baseline to the elevation angle is going to be doubled. The further out you go, the wider that 1 degree is going to look. You get closer towards to the observation point, that angle is going to be extremely narrow, correct?
Right. Like, so if you had two trees, one at a mile and one at 2 miles, and they were both the same height and on a flat plane, the one that was twice as far would look half as tall compared to the closer one, right?
Right.
Okay.
So
that's my expectation of the mountain. But
I understand that.
It's dropping, the top is sinking more than that.
Yeah. What if there was refraction upward at like 1 degree and you didn't know it, and it was maybe at like 20, 25 miles away? How big of a how much further is that mountain going to appear to sink off into the distance?
Well, if there was 1 degree of bend in the light, that would displace the apparent position of the mountain by 1 degree. But since I took 36 measurements
for 50 miles, how big is 1 degree in height?
I can calculate that for you.
Sure. And I'm just throwing an arbitrary number out there that refraction could be happening anywhere, and we're just not aware of it.
Yo, Jesse, just curious. Hey, yeah, I wasn't trying to get super deep in this. I just I've never thought to ask him this. What brand is your theodolite?
I'll read them off to you real quick because he's been reading them to us all night. He's got Nikon DTM 420, Sokia Set 5E, Lights or Leets Set 4, Pentax ETH 120, Pentax ETH 20F, Zeiss, Nikon, and he's got 11 different theodolites that he goes through. And he used one theodolite for 23 observations.
You have 11 theodolites.
That's what he used.
Jesse, I know this is not. I don't want to get super deep in this, but I just find it odd. I know it's a side topic, but it's relevant, kind of, that you have 11 theodolites, a vacuum chamber, laser refractive prisms. I'm pretty sure there's been at least 7 or 8 different mini experiments that people have just proposed on the spot, and then you went into your quote unquote bedroom or garage and did suddenly. I just find that slightly suspect. Like what person just has all of this equipment on hand for no reason?
He says he's a farm boy, so if
I
he
know.
like has access to certain things, you know, like maybe he's got a
He just conveniently had a vacuum chamber because I think he said his parents someone was like throwing it out or something and he picked it up. Like I don't even remember all the exact details of it, but I'm just like curious, Jesse. Like why do you have all this stuff?
I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have suppressors and explosives also on his property. If he's a farm boy.
No, I don't have any of those. That unfortunately they've made all that stuff hard to get. But the vacuum chamber I got on Amazon. I don't know if you guys know it, but you can get just about anything on Amazon now for not all that much. So the vacuum chamber I got because, well, the big one I got because I needed to degas my string for the string test. The theodolites I got because they're just so much fun. I've been collecting them for 5 years now. I didn't get them all at once. I just look on eBay. I find ones that are high quality and good, and I like the ones that are made in Japan or Germany, not the new Chinese junk.
Wait. You got it. You got one vacuum chamber, right?
No, I've got one 5-gallon vacuum chamber. I have a small cast iron vacuum chamber
No,
that
I've
an
seen the
old friend.
5-gallon one.
Okay. So that's my
which one did
biggest
you get on
one.
Amazon?
What's that?
Which one did you get on Amazon?
The 5-gallon stainless steel pot one.
So the one that
With
you
the-
like posted that little video about Archimedes principle, you got on Amazon.
Which one was that? The one where I weighed the weight of vacuum?
No, you were just talking about like adding a gas into a vacuum chamber to show it still got heavier because you're adding mass. That was the stainless steel one. So you got that from Amazon.
Was that like the big 5-gallon stainless steel pot with the glass lid and the vacuum pump sitting in my sink?
Yeah, it was like sitting on like a counter of some type. Yeah, I guess there was a
Okay.
sink. I mean,
Yeah. The big stainless steel pot shaped one is from Amazon.
okay. I just find that odd because I specifically remember the reason you uploaded that is because we were having a discussion about Archimedes principle and weight and buoyancy and stuff, and I asked you, why do you have that? And you told me something completely different than buying it on Amazon. It involved someone getting rid of it or dropping it off or picking it up. And like it was basically like left behind from a business or something. I don't remember the exact details, but I know for a fact it wasn't. You bought it on Amazon. So just find it very
Now,
weird.
you're misremembering. I have a small cast iron antique one that was left to me by an old friend that died.
Uh-huh.
But that's not the one I used in the video.
Uh-huh.
Dude, just go search my texts in the Discord. I talk about it being from Amazon all the time.
Well, anyways, I was wanting to talk about the theodolite stuff. I had to ask that because, you know, my memory typically serves me fairly well, even if I don't remember every detail. But yeah. So in terms of, you know, I know we know each other from EA, and I'm not going to poison the well at all. I just want to say we know each other, and you've been, you know, touting this quote unquote observation argument, whatever you want to call it, for a long time. Is this a theodolite or a total station combo that you used?
The Nikon DTM 420 is a total station, which for the audience is just a theodolite with a built-in rangefinder, and it can operate it either as a theodolite, which is how I was using it, or you can bounce its laser rangefinder, which is actually an LED rangefinder, off of a reflective target, and then it measures the distance, and from that it can calculate the rectangular XYZ coordinates of your target relative to yourself. But I was just using it in strict angle measurement theodolite mode, and then most of the ones in the chart or in the spreadsheet are just plain theodolites. The Pentaxes are all theodolites, the Zeisses are all theodolites, and the other Nikon is just a theodolite, not a total station.
Okay, I see. And you say that you didn't account for like atmospheric refraction, temperature variations, humidity changes, dust, haze, fog, other environmental factors in any of your measurements.
Correct. It's raw data. I can do, if you have a formula that says here's how you should correct for it, I can apply it and we can see how it works. But because there's no accepted correction for atmospheric refraction among the flat Earth community, I did not apply any, because if I had applied the one that the globers use, then you would have said, well, that's just assuming a globe. So I just bring raw data.
But Piezo, there's a problem. There's a problem. He calculated 3,200 feet missing from the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain should be 3,200 feet higher based off of his calculation. But the Earth curve calculator only calculates 2,200 feet of missing mountain. So the mountain is actually 1,000 feet lower than it should be.
So he's calculating bottom-up obstruction. I'm measuring top drop down missing height, and he doesn't seem to realize that there's a difference between those two. And could someone find out what the drop from the because I'm measuring drop from the horizontal.
So do you? Well, I don't want to I was still trying to ask you a question. So why do you think it is that in plane surveying, using theodolites, especially like the portable units that have small 1 inch or 2 inch, how whatever those small size prisms are, like the ones that consumer models have. Do you have any idea why they don't typically use those at distances more than like a kilometer, and at the most like a couple kilometers?
Yeah, I do.
Few kilometers. Why?
Yeah, setting up these instruments every so far is a lot of work, and now GPS surveying is very, very accurate. And when you have to go some great distance, all you got to do is have a guy at one point with the GPS and a guy at the other point at the GPS, and you get your results in minutes, and you don't have to go traipsing along. You don't have to, so it's GPS is just so much quicker, so much more accurate for long shots. But in the old days, they did long shots. They did.
Yeah, I got it, but okay, here, let me just slow it down. When you take a theodolite, you look through a lens, there's a horizontal line in there that you use to align to the point that you're measuring, right? And then you point it on there, you then look at your instrument and it tells you what the angle is to it, right? And then you do the plane trig for the angle and get the horizontal distance, right? Or the vertical, however you're doing it. You can use trig once you get the angle, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. So when you are talking about the precision of these devices, whether it's like an arc second or a fraction of an arc second or 4 or 20 or however many, right? That is talking about the tolerance of that device itself, ideally, meaning with zero other sources of error whatsoever, idealized setup, the device would have this much error plus or minus. So that is one of the reasons why in real plane surveying they use it over short distances, because even though you can have a device that is extremely accurate on its own, right, when you add in things such as pointing it at a point, adjusting it by hand or via instrument, like via buttons to pan up and down and left and right, etc., and even things in the air, like such as the things I mentioned: dust, humidity, variations in temperature, various other things that cause refraction, angle distortion, fog, haze, all of this. All of those things, every single one of them will create angle deviations that are greater than the tolerance of the device. I mean, even the fact of the entire optical corridor, as you increase the distance, the variations with respect to distance become increasingly large. So those are the main reasons that they're not used over long distances. I have nothing against theodolites themselves, but to take one go out and point it at a distant object and assume that even your precision of at something at that distance lining up the line, however thick that line is, whether it's a millimeter thick or a centimeter thick, however thick it is, like inside the lens, and eyeballing it to line it up, that you even have that at the right position, that's not off by X many arc seconds. Like all of these things, it's preposterous to think that you would go out and just measure this and have it that accurate over that distance. I think that's the biggest issue here in what's like being failed to be accounted for or mentioned is you're trying to idealize this and treat it as if it's like this super accurate thing and all you got to do is just go out and point it and do it and you got your measurement, dude. Like, no, that's the reason professionals don't try to use them like that.
Not to mention that he set it all up using a bubble level.
So if I could just respond to a little bit of that. Most of your points were valid, but irrelevant, because at the end of the day, I measured about 3,200 missing feet, 36 out of 36 consecutive measurements at different times of day, different times of year, and across multiple years. So unless you can show evidence that there's some phenomena that day in and day out causes this measurement of missing 3,200 feet on a flat Earth. I mean, it's not like I measured 8 feet missing and my margin of error is 8 feet. You know, I get that. I measured 3,200 missing. And not to mention that when the standard atmospheric refraction correction is applied, they're within the average is within like 9 feet of the globe model. I mean, that's like a sniper hitting a target at 75 miles in one try on a 9-foot size target. It's like implausible. So we've got two questions is how did it by some random chance so closely match the globe? And the other is what known phenomena could have possibly caused 36 out of 36 consecutive measurements with 11 different instruments at 75 miles to measure so closely within the same 3,200 missing feet, right?
Well, I remember a year ago when you showed this to me a year ago, and I looked at your Google spreadsheet, which, you know, I would wish I could have had an offline copy of it to compare to whatever you posted now, just to make sure it hasn't changed. That your measurements were within like plus or minus 30 feet, roughly at the worst, compared to what they should have been theoretically, just doing globe math. And you did not account for atmospheric refraction at all. Now you're saying that if you do account for atmospheric refraction, it's still within 8 feet. That would be preposterous because the refraction coefficient is about 0.17, which would skew at 3,200 feet, would skew those numbers by a lot, like way more than 8 feet, bro. So either your numbers were what they were then or they're what they are now. But that statement you just made saying that if you include refraction, it would only be off by 8 feet cannot be compatible with both. So I want to know which one changed.
So I don't know what you're talking about on 30 feet or whatever, but if you actually look in the surveying manuals, the amount of standard atmospheric refraction for 75 miles is 556 feet. So what value of refraction do you expect for 75 miles?
So that's what I'm telling you. When you showed this spreadsheet to everybody in Earth Awakenings a year ago, the numbers that you measured were within like roughly plus or minus 30 feet of what the theory would predict based on ideal using globe math. Now you're telling me refraction would change it by 500 something feet, and you're saying after incorporating refraction, I'm still within plus or minus 8 feet. That doesn't add up.
Oh, maybe you're thinking of the standard deviation. The standard deviation of those 36 measurements is about 38 feet.
No, I'm telling you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's say I don't have exact numbers because I don't have your spreadsheet from then. But I'm saying like let's 3,200 and whatever feet. Like I don't know what the number is. I'm not looking at it on my screen. I'm just going to say 3,200 for sake of making this streamlined. Let's say 3,200 is the number of feet that it's supposed to be dipped on the globe. A year ago, when you showed this spreadsheet in Earth Awakenings, the numbers you were getting were like 3218, 3225, 3230, 3207, 3192. Like they were within plus or minus 30 feet of the ideal number for the math on the globe. Now you're saying if I incorporate this plus or minus 500 something feet for refraction, it's still within 8 feet. That is not like those two things are not compatible. That is a contradiction. So I'm asking you if you changed your numbers from then or if you just had fudged them back then.
Neither. I didn't change anything. You're just misremembering, and I would like hearsay to be struck from the court. If you have evidence, present it. Otherwise, we're talking about the evidence before us. I'm sorry, but you're just misremembering. There's nothing else to it.
Uh-huh. And see, this is why, like, Witsit doesn't, Alan doesn't, Shane doesn't, I don't, Toby doesn't. This is why no one engages with you, because we all point these things out in real time, even when they give presentations over there. Like, you will say things and be caught in contradictions live in real time, and then you'll try to gaslight everyone and say that they misremembered something or you don't know what they're talking about.
So you're basically just ad homing me about things that didn't happen here without evidence. So can we move on to the evidence here?
Well, you're proposing the things that you're using are evidence. I'm stating that I don't trust anything you're saying because I remember seeing this quote unquote evidence myself, and the numbers that you're saying that you have now after incorporating 500 something feet of refraction, right, make it accurate within 8 feet. But you said before you did not incorporate refraction at all. So, and you weren't off by 500 something feet back then. I mean, I'm sure that I could get plenty of people in here to attest that have seen it and stepped away from this argument a long time ago but have seen it.
Great. We can have trial another day. You can bring your witnesses. I can bring my witnesses.
Why do we automatically presume your measurements and everything you're saying is true, and anyone who decries you is just lying or misremembering, but you just automatically get the benefit to say everything I'm saying here, everything I'm showing you guys, nothing's been cooked, the books are true. Like,
well,
I mean,
I don't have any memory of what you're saying, and you have no evidence, and you're getting us completely off the topic. Are you basically conceding that if the numbers we have before us now are correct, that it's impossible for Earth to be flat? Is that what you're basically doing?
Jesse,
there's no
if optical measurements, right? And we are presuming based on your words that you are telling the truth. And even if you are telling the truth, it doesn't mean that the optical measurements that you have reflect a physical reality. So that is not an equivalency. That's a false equivalency. What you basically just asked me is if the physical reality is that the Earth was curving, would the Earth be curved? That's a silly question. Of course it would.
So
if the Earth was curving, the Earth would be curved.
Let's see if we can bring this to a productive point here. Do you agree that these measurements, which I'm presenting here and today, are impossible on a flat Earth? That impossible for me to have actually measured these angles on a flat Earth? That's the question.
No, because I don't believe that you calculated the vanishing point and the fact that things get smaller in distance.
Okay, so you think my math was wrong?
No, I think it's absolutely impossible for you to take accurate measurements within that degree of accuracy over that distance with the theodolite without accounting for any of these factors, which by your own admission you haven't accounted for.
Yeah, and did you get that p-value?
I did. I told it to you earlier. 2.2 times E times 10 to the minus 16. So,
all right.
In other words, 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000
p-value, by the way.
Well,
oh my gosh.
if
Dude,
the data
anybody
is
who's
on,
ever been to school would tell you that if they saw that in any academic paper and that was a reported p-value, it would instantly and automatically be red flagged.
Because
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because if you have any varying data that's not the exact same number, like you will get like a 0.01 at the very least, or
Yeah.
0.01.
Or
That's the lowest
0.05
I've
if it
ever
was
seen.
almost identical. Like
Yeah, nearly identical. So,
a good
did you
statistical value.
screenshot the values that you put in there for that p-value for me?
What's that?
Remember, I told you to screenshot those numbers you put in for the p-value generator.
It was just all the.
I told you to screenshot those numbers
Just
you put in there
screenshot
for
and
that
send it.
p-value generator. You said okay.
Okay, let me try to get that for you.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna explain something to you real quick. So, like when you're doing statistics, like almost always you're gonna like when you're getting a statistical significance, you're gonna get your p-value at 0.05 or 0.04. You might even get 0.06, and somebody might let that slide statistically. 0.03 is rare, 0.2 is extremely rare, and 0.01 is like statistically almost impossible. So
which
if
yeah,
you're
that
getting
would be
sub
1%.
0.01,
Send
red
me
flag
those
immediately.
numbers you put in that p-value because we have your chart right here. So I want to see which ones you put in.
Yeah, he's like 10 to the negative 14th of a percent.
Oh no, he said
I've
2
never seen
times
that
10 to
before.
the negative 16.
I would
I've
say so.
never seen
Point,
that before.
yeah, like 0.2% to the negative 14th, because the you got to shift the decimal place two places for the to get turned into a percent. But it's I mean it's an absurd number like that right there. Has anybody ever read or seen the book? Bill Gates loves to put in his pictures. How to Lie with Statistics.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a true thing.
Yep.
Hey, could you give Mordwand a mic? He's the one helping me with the p-value.
Let's see, did you you said to look in your
That
journal for
explains a
your
lot.
calculations. Can you just post those calculations up at the top?
The spreadsheet? Did you find the spreadsheet?
No, I have the spreadsheet. Those are just a bunch of numbers. You could have just inserted those for all I know. But moving on from the spreadsheet, you're supposed to take from the spreadsheet the ones that you had at the same location with the same instrument and put them together and make a p-value, right? So you're supposed to send me that screenshot of what you put in to make that p-value. And
I
also,
think
I would like to see the calculations that you did to account for the vanishing point and for things becoming smaller at a distance on either model.
It may take you like 30 to 45 minutes to do this, dude, because you're gonna have to put all the values
It's
together,
not even
get your
that
new
many.
median.
He said he had 32. He might have like 5 with the same instrument, so it should not take that long.
Jesse, I
He had
hate to break it to you.
23 with one instrument.
Jesse, I hate to break it to you, but the partner who set this whole thing up for you, he crashed out on his way out of Flat Earth Fridays last week. So he got some explaining to do, paying up to do, ultimately, before he could get a mic again. We'll discuss that in the back alley, though. I don't want you up here swimming by yourself, but yeah, he set you up and put himself in a predicament. He can't even come give you the alley oop, Jesse. That's so sad.
So
Okay, so
what did we determine? Like can we just summarize the findings that we had from this one meeting that we're supposed to have? Like, what have we found? And I know Piezo and Alan and others have stepped in because I've been kind of busy. I'm doing my laser level experiment right now, and I just finished up, so I'm about to leave here. So can somebody just fill me in on the findings?
Yeah, so Taylor, what he needs to do is he needs to go back and he needs to input all of the data into just for the 23 views into one statistical sheet. That way he can calculate his p-value. But it's going to take him like 30 minutes to do that. I don't think he understands what that means. It takes a while, man. You have to literally find your median and your standard deviation of those 23 views, and then you can go and plug them all into that p-values generator.
Yeah, and just scamming that spreadsheet you have, I could tell you that p-value is not that low because you have variation between them. Now, with the p-value that low, you might have 1/2 number off, with the p-value that low, but that's obviously not what we see.
okay, so tell me this, Taylor. Do you know how to calculate a p-value?
Well, yeah, I actually stated earlier how to calculate the p-value with all of the different components. I already stated that.
So you could literally take the spreadsheet, copy and paste the columns that have the height error in them, and calculate the p-value for that, right?
That's assuming that she's at home and she has time to do it, man. Like right now, I'm packing because I'm trying to move. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, can I get a mic check? Who's up here on stage? I got Taylor, I got Sheep, I got D3, Stone, Piezo, RG, Jesse. I don't know where Secret is. Alan.
It says Frank is still up on
Are you
stage.
guys
Frank and
awake?
Horn.
I'm still here. I just kind of tuned
Bill.
out because I feel like this observation just doesn't suit. I think it just, man, stick to measuring smaller distances with the autolites and measure the Earth instead of points of mountains.
I agree. Especially when you don't know what kind of refraction is happening at 75 miles.
So glad we had this little chat again.
Well, that's the thing is as you increase your distance away, you significantly increase the refraction due to the temperature inversion through the entire optical corridor. So like
Absolutely.
while average atmospheric refraction has a index of like 0.13 to 0.17 or whatever it is, that's like average at any given point at any given place, right? That's not accounting for the temperature inversions and all the other things that increase with respect to distance. Once you get to longer distances, you get up into bending light paths on the rate of on the rate of not arc seconds, but actual
degrees.
Yeah, I mean, like typically you think of it in terms of like a half an arc second or an arc second over a kilometer, like somewhere in there around half an arc second over a kilometer. But you can't just do it linearly. You can't just be like, oh, well, you got, half an arc second for a kilometer and you got 120 kilometers. So 120 times one half is 60 arc seconds. Oh, we got one arc minute. Like that's not how it works.
That's huge. But that's huge though also. Like that's what I was trying to explain to him earlier. Like let's just say the first angle of incidence happens at like 15 miles away and you got 75 miles, like you already got one angle of incidence. I didn't even get to the idea that there could be like 2, 3, 4, 5 angles of incidences. And if that's the case, you don't even have a straight path with your observation.
So I guess there's two important questions. One is, would typical conditions cause the apparent angle to the mountain to be higher than reality or lower than reality? And the second important thing is by how much, right? Does anybody have evidence that naturally occurring conditions would cause it consistently to appear higher than it is, or
Bro,
to
you can
appear
go to
lower
a
than it is?
beach. You can go to a beach and look at the coast cams and watch the opposite shoreline that's only like a few miles away go up and down throughout the day. It could be both. Like there's no way to know without actually doing precise measurements of a bunch of different variables, and over 75 miles that might as well be impossible. You just have to do the law of averages at that point, which you didn't even do that either.
So what
And that's all
is
presuming that these numbers are genuine in the first place, which we would just have to grant you to even enter into the conversation, which most of us don't, for obvious reasons.
so at the beach?
Would you stay proud? You were kind of.
I'm sorry. My phone
Oh,
died
Taylor.
earlier, so I apologize. It keeps dying. I was just wondering if he recorded himself observing these numbers and documented them. That's it.
For most
He has
of
a
them,
video taking one measurement. I remember seeing it was like a minute long or something, like a year or two ago. It was like him outside pointing at his theodolite, showing it pointed at a mountain and showing the reading on the screen on the LED display or whatever. Not LED, but like the little lights, whatever it lights up on the
I
little
actually
panel.
showed 2 of those in the video I did on BitChute.
Just for context, guys, to those who weren't here when it happened, Morwand had a conversation with Taylor and invited Jesse to come speak to Taylor and show her his quote-unquote evidence. So that's what's going on right now. You guys may have had interactions with Jesse to the very end of the argument. But this is Taylor's first time meeting him, so we're just giving him the courtesy of presenting his evidence, letting him get his voice and all his findings as well.
No one's gonna censor him, but I mean, he's wilding out if he thinks no one's gonna like call him out. And the thing is like what's so funny about this conversation is when we, like in our community, do optical observations on the orders of, several tens of miles, 20, 30 plus mile laser beam observations or several 100-mile infrared observations, right? And we see things that are impossible to see because it would have to be hidden by massive amounts of curvature, right? What's the first thing out their mouth every single time? Oh, did you account for refraction? What about atmospheric conditions? Well, if you didn't do that, it has to be invalid because you couldn't possibly know how it would be affecting it. And we could just actually have refractive indexes that are so high that if we could see far enough, we'd see the back of our own head.
I've heard Globies even try to assert that they're not going to accept our evidence until we provide atmospheric measurement layer by layer at 100-meter intervals across the observation.
Dude, it happens every time, right? And we present like a very soft version of that critique, just gently letting him know that, like, look, dude, if you don't have this, you can't just presume you're like shooting a laser beam in a mountain. And it's like, oh, well, are you saying that if this was a real thing, that this is just the Earth couldn't possibly be flat? Like fishing so hard for like some kind of like concession, bro. It's not even. It's like we have so many. I mean, like we've lost count. There's so many observations that geometrically defeat using not only optics, but even like RF technology, which is still light, just not in the visible spectrum, the possible geometry of a globe, because it just completely invalidates the drop rate that would be necessary. And that's what they do to us every time. Even, I mean, the Battle of Beams, they haven't had one answer for that because it's not light. It's not like visible spectrum light, right? But that's what they do every time it's optical. And like now we come along and ask the same questions, and it's you just want to move past it, or it has to be accurate within that. Like, okay.
So I guess my question would be, what phenomena do you think could have possibly caused me to measure those 3,200 missing feet 36 out of 36 consecutive times on a flat Earth?
The same.
I mean, actual physics isn't good. So what actual physics would have caused that?
Bro, I gave you a whole list twice already, and it would be the summation of all those things. You've got all kinds of atmospheric conditions that cause distortion, such as heat, humidity, the density of the air, right? Dust, haze, fog, general temperature.
High pressure versus low pressure.
Yeah, I mean, all kinds of stuff, bro. Like these are, and this is just a short list. It's much longer than that. All of these things cause deviations, and the deviations sum together. And it's not a linear increase with respect to distance either, as the effects of these things go on, because you have to presume you take a measurement here where I'm at, and it's just going to be the same rate across the whole like optical corridor. No, it also doesn't work that way. So if you don't account for these things using, I'm looking through a piece of glass at an object far away, and looking through this piece of glass and eyeballing a line on the top of this object, I think I'm accurate within like 10 to the negative 16th like margin of error. Like I mean, first of all, just based on your p-value alone, that right there is enough to say that there's something suspect. Like well enough, plenty enough to say that there's something suspect about your numbers. If you know anything about statistics, you wouldn't even be able to say a thing to argue with that. Like that's not a real p-value. I don't know how many people you need to tell you that, but it's just not a real p-value at all. So
yeah. Let me ask you a question, brother. So if you told me that you expect to see 3,700 feet height differential in the mountain, would that also equate to 3,700 feet hidden underneath the curvature of the Earth?
3,700 feet of are you telling me that's what's expected on a curve? What are you saying?
I'll give you an example. You got a mountain 10,700 feet tall. All right. And we're using the theodolite here, and I'm just going to tell you the story. It's not my story, it's just the story. From the top of the mountain to level, there is 3,700 feet of missing mountain. Would that equate to 3,700 feet under the curvature of the Earth based off the Earth curve calculator?
Would that if it dropped 3,700 feet? Let's see. How low to the horizon is it?
It would be irrelevant because what he's measuring is from the top of the mountain to level, not top of the mountain to the horizon. Because I know what you're thinking. You're thinking if I measured the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain or to the horizon, it should equate to 7,000 feet of mountain being observed, which would equate to 3,700 feet missing behind the Earth curve.
Yeah.
Right. So what he's saying is that he measured from the top of the mountain to level, and that missing height was 3,700 feet, the Earth curve should have been 3,700 feet, but his missing height was 3,200 feet. Now, when I plugged in the Earth curve calculator at 181 foot eye level observation, the horizon was like 16 miles away, and then the missing to something that was 75 miles away, the obstructed object should be 2,200 feet below the horizon. So I'm trying to figure out how he got 3,200 feet dip of the top of the mountain when there should only be 2,200 missing behind the curve.
Oh, so you're saying even using a globe, like he's still 1,000 feet too low.
Right.
Like the Earth's smaller than it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He doesn't see that. He's like, I'm just measuring the top of the mountain to level, and I'm like, it doesn't matter, bro. It should only be dipping down 2,200 feet, not
Oh, bro.
3,200 feet.
Oh, he's not gonna see it. I can go ahead and tell you.
Well, does anybody here know trigonometry? Just plain trigonometry. Well, there should be one. Just one?
Sure. I know triangles, man.
Okay, so let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that there was no atmosphere, no refraction to worry about, none of that, just plain trig, and Earth was flat in this discussion, and an object was 75 miles away from me and 10,600 feet higher than me. What would the angle? And I took a straight like a chalk line, and I just stretched it super tight, perfectly straight, which I know you couldn't do, but it's a magic chalk line. Perfectly straight to the top of that mountain. What would the angle, the slope angle of that line be? Can anyone calculate that? Because that's where we're falling apart here. Is either I'm doing my math wrong, or you don't understand how that's correctly calculated. I think I'm correctly calculating it, but if someone can show me how that's supposed to be calculated and what that angle should be, then that would be a good starting place, I think.
You see, when he says, does anybody know trigonometry, this is actually the entertainer equivalent to, could I have a volunteer from the audience? Just anybody at all. Just raise your hand there.
You know Trigstone, right?
He kind of sounded like Horbital when he said that. When Horbital went into his bot mode, it's kind of interesting. There's no way you guys know him, so.
Is there anybody here who could perform an arc sine function?
I'll let you guys continue.
My calculator can.
Get a hand. We'll get a hand.
Excellent. Do you need me to convert feet to miles for you?
5280.
I don't think anybody does arc sine or sine by hand these days. It's a very painstaking process.
It is.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I just use a calculator. So are you going to get that number for me, Aether Boy?
Hey, Pizzo, do you need the figures again?
Wait, what's happening?
He's actually relying on you for the actual calculation that he's already made and is sitting in front of him like a jackass.
Well, you guys are saying I'm not doing the math right, so I'm the first person to tell you that I could be wrong, and I want to learn how to do it right.
I
know
didn't
how
say
hard
anything about the math. I said the measurement's just not what you're stating it to be.
Welcome
Because you
to the
didn't
straw
account for
man world.
Oh, it's standard behavior. But he also is a professional at playing the victim card. So anytime you attempt to even call him out for anything, he's like, "Oh, well, it seems like this is an ad hom with no evidence, and unless you just can throw some proof down of a recording of me in real time, along with all the references for every lie I've ever told, then you might as well not invoke it at all, and let's move on and just continue lying about stuff." I'm not saying you're lying right now, Jesse. By the way, I'm saying that you have been known to lie before, and you're good at playing the victim when you're called out for things that are seemingly inconsistent.
I did not lie before to you. So, and the thing is here, you and I could sit here all day talking about accusing each other of lying. I could go on about how I think you lied to me back a year ago or whatever. But does that really help anybody? So, do you mind participating in the topic rather than just ad homing about your false remembrance of history?
Bro, you're trying to take a set of data with a p-value of 10 to the negative 16th purported as some kind of real data set that makes some irrefutable point and use it as a proof to overturn a paradigm with mountains of evidence against you. Yeah, I think it deserves to be critiqued.
Okay, critique it then, not your false memory of last year, okay?
I have already, and I'm talking about how when you have a data set that has a p-value of 10 to the negative 16th, it means that something is horribly wrong. In fact, if we want to talk statistics, the odds of something just by happenstance ending up being that close together on all the numbers is so small that the chance of that being a generic occurrence or like a natural occurrence, you'd be more likely to win the lottery, dog, multiple times. What's more likely is that the data is manipulated if a p-value is 10 to the negative 16th.
Well, let's see if you even understand the p-value. True or false? The
Bro, if
p-value.
you're doing random, no.
Gaslight time.
If you're doing if you're doing random measurements, right? You're not going to get a p-value 10 to negative 16. And just skimming your data set, there's no way you got that p-value because there's variation in them. Now,
Okay.
p-value of 10 to negative 16, I've never seen in my entire time studying anything ever. And I've come across many p-values. That's why I asked you before you calculated it to simply take a screenshot of it and post it, what numbers you're inserting to get that p-value. But I don't think you did that.
No,
right?
I told you I'm a farm boy. Mordwind did the
Okay,
p-value
well then
calculation.
don't. Okay, well Mordwind, you should have told him the message to screenshot whatever data points he's inserting into that p-value calculator. Because 10 to the negative 16th for a an observation like that you can just look at the data set and see that that's not going to be 10 to the negative 16th. I mean, shows that there's something seriously wrong.
Okay. I'll see if he can get those when he gets, as soon as he sends them to me, I'll send them to you. But can you not calculate the p-values yourself from my raw data, and then we would have a number that we all trust, right?
Well, if I'm not sitting at a computer right now, not doing anything.
Oh, okay.
Or else
Well,
I would have already done it.
Maybe you can answer my question.
No, I'm not playing this game of questioning like that. No.
It was an honest question. You know more about p-values than I do, and I wanted to know if the value of the p-value relates to how likely it is for a sample to fall outside of the standard deviation.
Repeat that.
I want to know if the p-value relates to how likely it is that a point will fall outside of the standard deviation.
That's not how it relates.
Okay. How would you describe the p-value?
I told you before, the p-value determines the shape of the bell curve. The tighter your bell curve, the lower your p-value is going to be. But if you tighten that bell curve, anything that falls outside of that bell curve would be considered significant, statistically insignificant. If it falls outside of that bell curve, if you like you had 23 observations, right? If you calculated your p-value to be 0.08, and that was with 97% of your observations being within the standard deviation. All right. If you then shorten your p-value to 0.05, you're going to find out that, like, instead of having like 2 statistical outliers at 0.08, now you have 7 statistical outliers at 0.05. It doesn't change your standard deviation. It changes your reference point. Like your standard
Did you say
deviation, like,
earlier that you did not
yeah.
calculate for refraction, Jesse?
In the spreadsheet, there's no compensation for refraction.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that data, though. I really appreciate this talk. I'm learning too, like about because I'm over here trying to record data. I'm over here using a laser level and writing down everything, documenting everything, like trying to get as much data as I can for this experiment. So I'm learning so much. We all are about how to perform them, and it can be extremely tedious. I'm one to say that. It can be very tedious. You have to repeat things multiple times. It's just, man, I know all about it. So I'm not like trying to give you a hard time on it, but I appreciate coming up and sharing what you had. Thank you,
I
Jesse.
appreciate the opportunity. My pleasure.
Hey, real quick, my bad. I'm doing a few things in
Go ahead.
Apparel background. And I see Liliana want to say something, but just for everyone up here on mic, do we all agree that on a flat Earth there is supposed to be no deviation from that center horizontal on a flat Earth? Do we agree that that's what it's supposed to be, or do we agree that in both models that there's supposed to be a drop from the horizontal?
I'm talking about the dip.
Right, because that's what he seemed like he's trying to measure or calculate.
I'm still learning things about like what goes on in the air and everything like that. So I don't agree with that. I get why he chooses to agree with that, because on a flat Earth, it should be flat all the way across. There shouldn't be any dip. It should just continue to go on for ever and ever and ever. So I get what he's saying, but that's a straw man, because we're not accounting for the dynamic system that we live in.
But see, this kind of vague, nebulous mention to all these possibilities is basically just an appeal to possibility, which is a fallacy, because nobody can name an actual specific known law of physics or phenomena that would cause what I have observed and recorded. And I think that's important, that no one can name a single one.
Refraction.
Okay. Tell me about refraction.
Sure. Light bends towards the more dense medium, correct?
Correct. Okay. Is air more dense at sea level or at 10,000 feet?
It would be more dense at sea level.
Okay. So that would make the ray of light curve downward, right?
No.
So if you just said that the light curves towards the more dense region, right?
Did you account for heat?
Well,
is cold more dense or is heat more dense?
It depends on the molecules per cubic meter, right?
Is cold more dense or is heat more dense?
Typically, colder air is more dense, sheepdog. Colder air.
At the same
Thank
pressure.
you. So if we had a temperature of 90 degrees at the surface, and then at 20 feet above the surface, it starts to significantly drop off. Is the air above that more dense or less dense?
So if the air is increasingly, or is cooler with elevation at a greater rate than it's at a less pressure, then you definitely could have upward bending light. But that is not a stable condition, because anytime you have heavy air over light air, the heavy air falls, hence hurricanes and stuff. So, or tornadoes and windstorms and everything. So these conditions do form close to the surface of warm things like warm water or warm hot roads. That's how we get a road mirage. But remember, my line of sight here is mostly more than 1,000 feet above the surface. The average is more than 5,000 feet above the surface. So we don't have a surface causing the an unstable inversion of densities. So
Are you in the same medium as the top of the mountain?
I'm in the air, but it's not at the same pressure because it's a gradient. I'm not sure what you mean.
Right.
But hear me out.
The warm air below the cold air, that would be the warm air would be less dense than the cold air, and we're only talking about a few hundred feet, right? But if you get like a warm pocket, there would definitely be a direction to deviate more towards the cooler air, would there not?
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this does answer your question, but it might take a couple steps.
Okay.
Is change in temperature with elevation the only thing that affects density?
No.
Okay, what is the other major thing that affects density with elevation?
Well, there's different pressures based off
Temperature?
of weather systems. There's moisture. There's turbulence. I mean, take your pick.
Yes, pressure. As you go up, the pressure reduces, and it reduces faster than the temperature reduces. That's
How
why
high up?
continually.
I mean, like,
In
what's the
fact,
difference in pressure from 0 to 500 feet?
I could look it up. Do you doubt that there is a pressure difference? I can take my cell phone and put it
I
on the.
don't doubt there's a pressure difference. I'm saying that because of temperature inversions, you're not getting your downward refraction, you're getting an upward refraction, and there's likely a lens effect going on, and that's why you see things that appear to be bigger behind the horizon, and that explains why things disappear bottom up, going off into the distance. It's not
Okay.
because things are going over the curve. It's because the angle of incidence begins prior to that observation, and it's deflecting upward instead of downward.
So I think we're not connecting on what density is. Can we agree that density of air is the number of molecules per cubic meter or per liter or whatever? It's basically mass per volume, right?
Sure. Is air going to be more erratic in hot air or cold air?
At a given pressure, it will be more sparse in hot air at a given pressure.
Right. But
right?
if you had the same amount of molecules per cubic foot, right? We can do cubic foot just to put more molecules into it. So if you took two containers, same cubic foot, 1 cubic foot, and you put the same amount of molecules in each one, and you heated up one versus the other, is the pressure going to increase or decrease in there?
The pressure will increase. The weight will be the
So
same.
if it's uncontained, it's going to push everything out further away if it's warmer in a particular area, right?
At a given
And
pressure, yes.
Right. And so everything is going to be more sparse at that heated given pressure, right?
Right.
Right. So if
But
it's more sparse, it's got less density, which means everything above it where it's cooler is going to be more dense, and light would tend to move towards the more dense medium, correct?
At a given pressure. But we just agreed that the pressure also reduces with elevation, right? And this is important.
Well, let's look at the difference in pressure from sea level to 1,000 feet.
All right. I mean, and I can, by the way, you can take your phone and go to the barometer app, and you can measure the difference in pressure inside your house at your floor and at your ceiling with your phone. It'll show it. But I'll look it up here. Air pressure versus altitude. You said feet, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 14.7 psi at sea level.
0.5 psi. So it goes from 14.7 to 14.2 from sea level to 1,000 feet. That's not much of a difference. But if you had hot air at the surface, that hot air would push molecules further out away because heat's going to disperse, right? So it's going to push molecules further out of the way, which means there's going to be less molecules per cubic foot in that area, which means that it's going to be less dense than the air that's above it and around it.
Okay, let's say though that we heated the air to twice the absolute temperature. That would
Okay.
expand it to twice its volume, right? At the same pressure, right?
Yeah, it would push everything outwardly, correct.
Okay, then let's say we took that doubled volume and we compress it back to its original size. Would it be the same density as it was before we heated it?
The molecules would have to move back into to fill the void, to fill the space that the hot air would have pushed out.
Right. Let's say we have. Can you imagine a piston, like a cylinder with a sliding piston that moves freely?
Sure.
Okay, and it's got a capacity of 2 cubic feet, but we're starting out with the piston halfway in, and it's got 1 cubic foot of air in there, and it's got, say, 1 mole of air.
Mhm.
That's the number of molecules of air.
Mhm.
And we then heat it up to twice its absolute temperature.
Mhm.
It will push that piston out, and it will now be at the same pressure since the piston moves freely, but it'll be at 2 cubic feet, right? Because we
Sure.
doubled the absolute temperature, so it doubled its volume because we let it maintain pressure.
Did it double its volume?
Yes, that's Boyle's
The
gas
volume
law.
is the same size. It's just the piston, the shaft that the piston is in. It's the same size. It didn't double its volume.
Well, the
All it did
gas
was
pushed.
double its pressure.
Well, the gas pushed on the piston when we heated it and moved the piston and opened up the space, and so now the volume inside the piston area is 2 cubic feet, right?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's just Boyle's gas law.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, we still have 1 mole of gas in there. It's
Mhm.
just twice the Kelvin temperature, so it's twice the volume. But now we take
Right.
that
The
piston.
molecules are more erratic, so they're going to press everything harder and
Yeah, they're
push everything
bouncing
away.
off stuff faster. Yeah. So now we take and we put a jack on the thing and we force the piston back into its original cubic foot.
Right.
Now we're back to it's twice the temperature and it's twice the pressure,
Right.
but it's still the 1 mole of gas and the 1 cubic foot. So is it more dense than we started out with, or less dense, or the same?
It would be more dense because there'd be more pressure in there.
No. Remember, the
No?
density is the number of moles divided by the volume, and both
Okay.
are still 1. It's 1 mole, and it's still 1 cubic foot. So the density
I,
is still 1 mole per cubic foot.
I don't think you're seeing what I'm seeing though, because you're doing this all in a contained environment, and what I'm talking about is an uncontained environment, which like I used to jump out of planes when I was in the army, right? I was a paratrooper. So when I jumped out of a plane, one time I got caught in a hot pocket and I floated in the air longer than I normally should have. I should have gone down, but instead I was just sitting up there for like an extra 30 seconds waiting for the hot air to move out from my parachute. Same concept
Oh,
with a hot air balloon. If you increase the hot air in there, you're going to float up, right?
right. But
Right. So the thing being is
Who's
that
been talking about
hot air will expand all the air around it. It'll push everything out of the way and create even though the pressure it'll equalize the pressure but expand everything out because the molecules need room to move.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is because
But now it's
the
less dense because the molecules are spread out.
Right. There's less pressure, but there's also less temperature. So the key question is not just the temperature or just the pressure, it's the molecules per cubic foot, right? So the key question here is, if you take a cubic foot bottle up to the top of a mountain and put the cap on, and then go down to say from 10,000 feet to 5,000 feet, will there be more molecules per cubic foot in that bottle as compared to outside, or less, or what, right?
It'll be the same amount. It'll just be less pressure.
Why are we
no.
grilling
Because there'll be
Snoop
more
Dogg
pressure
right now?
pushing. Huh?
I'm just wondering what's the point of all this questioning?
Well, he's trying to explain to me how refraction works, but he doesn't understand that if you have hot air beneath cold air, light is going to bend upward into the cold air and not downward into the more hot air. And that's what I'm trying to explain to him, of why things appear to dip lower than what he would expect to see on a flat Earth, is because there's refraction going off in the distance. And he can't account for all of that because he's looking through 75 miles of air. In fact, he thinks that he should. He thinks he should see 3,700 feet of mountain missing, and then he calculated 3,200 feet of mountain missing. But when I did the Earth curve calculator, the Earth curve calculator said there should only be 2,200 feet of mountain missing. So I don't know where, like, he's all screwed up on his numbers.
But what I'm trying to get us to come together on right now is the fact that we can't just look at the change in temperature with altitude. We have to look at also the change in pressure, because if the change in pressure is greater than the change in temperature, the air could be getting less dense, even though it's getting colder, right? With elevation.
What's more dense? Air that is 60 degrees at sea level, or air that is 90 degrees at sea level?
The 60.
Right. So if you're at sea level and the air is 90 degrees because the earth is warm, it's not cold. Like, heat rises from the earth and it dissipates going up. So if the earth is warm and it's 90 degrees, and, for the first 10, 50 feet, we'll just say 50 feet for an arbitrary number, is 90 degrees, and then it starts to taper off. But, like, let's say at like 200 feet, there's a sharp drop in heat. Like, it drops down to like 50 degrees. Do you think the light is going to bend upwards into that 50 degrees, or is it going to stay in the hot air?
It's going to bend towards the more dense region, and we don't know which is the more dense region until we can tell whether the density is in the molecules per cubic foot are increasing or decreasing with elevation, right? And I measured this.
Did you account for that?
I just present raw measurements.
That's what we do too, man.
So what I did was I took a 1 quart plastic water bottle, a Gatorade bottle. I just use it for a water bottle, to the top of a 7,000 foot mountain. And I drank all the water, put the cap on tight, and then I hiked back down to sea level. And as I hiked down in elevation, the bottle started going flat, getting flatter and flatter and flatter. You know what I mean? Like it had a partial vacuum in it. So
yeah, no, I get it. It loses pressure because the pressure outside of the bottle is greater than the pressure inside of the bottle, because the pressure inside the bottle was the same pressure at the top of the mountain. I get it.
So does that mean that there's less molecules per liter or per quart at the top of the mountain than at the bottom?
Does that mean that there's less molecules per liter?
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, temperature comes to play in this also.
Well, but
how warm was it at the top of the mountain?
Oh, I don't know. It was cooler, but not cold, but it was cooler. Okay. But when I brought the bottle down, I let it warm up to be equal with the air temperature of the surrounding at sea level. So if it had the same number of molecules per liter inside the bottle, then it would have had, if the temperature is equal, then the pressure would also be equal. So the bottle wouldn't have been flat. See the problem? Yes, it's true that the air gets warmer as you come down, but it's also true that the pressure increases at a greater rate than it gets warmer as you come down. And that's the difficulty here for flat Earth, and is that the density of the air is objectively less at
Good
the top
straw
of the
man,
mountain.
dude. Good straw man.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't trying to straw it, man.
He's got a bunch, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, is it okay? Is it okay if you guys take a quick little break? I wanted
Go,
to just
Lily.
share something. Because, I mean, I can see you guys will just go on forever. Is that okay with you guys? Is that okay?
Yeah, jump in, Lily. Go ahead.
Well,
I'll eat.
I just have something quick to say. You guys can go back to what your discussion was. Because, anyways, Sacred and Proud, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it was last week or maybe the week before last, Witsit was here and we were all discussing, he was talking about like, you know, how ridiculous the 96% dark matter and, sorry, this is a little off topic. Dark matter and dark energy was. I don't know if you remember that conversation. And then he asked us, he said, hey, what do you think of like, you know, the electromagnetic, oh, sorry, I can't remember exactly the words. Maybe Alan or Stone would remember exactly what he said, but something to the effect of like, instead of invoking gravity for that missing dark matter and dark energy, he was saying it would make more sense to invoke like a difference in the magnetic energy, you know, like the magnetic energy would be like, he was just throwing a theory out there, like, you know, just to say that it would make more sense in the globe model for, instead of invoking gravity, which then leaves them with this, you know, missing 96% dark matter and dark energy, that it would make more sense to say, hey, this is like somehow related magnetically, and then so they wouldn't have to invoke the 96% dark matter and dark energy, right? So anyways, so yesterday, we were laughing about that again after Dr. Bennett and Dr. Parker's debate, or whatever that was, the discussion. And then I was just jokingly, I told Witsit, I said, hey, you should try and see if you can like find some, you know, big wig from the heliocentric globe model side, the scientists there, and give them your theory and say, hey, why don't you guys switch to this theory? Because it actually, you know, is more plausible. And then this way they wouldn't have to invoke the 96% dark matter and dark energy. I mean, I was just joking. I was like, you know, maybe they'll pay you a bunch of money, you know, a whole lot of money, because you're coming up with a way better theory where they wouldn't have to invoke this crazy, ridiculous 96% missing matter and energy, right? And so we were laughing about it, and then Dr. Bennett said, yeah, they're gonna think, you know, they're gonna say, why didn't we think of that, you know? But anyways, it was just funny. We were all laughing. And so it just got me thinking that, man, I think that a really fun project would be to take like 10 or 20 major holes in the physics of heliocentricity and the, you know, the whole Big Bang globe model and all that, and just come up with alternative theories in their model that make more sense to kind of band-aid and close up some of the holes that they have in their model, and just come up with a comedy like that. I think that would be like so completely hilarious. Anyways, I just thought I'd share that with you because I was laughing so hard yesterday. It was just funny. I don't know if Alan or Stone remember.
I got dibs on the fairy. I got dibs on the fairy dust theory.
Yeah. Anyways, it was just funny because I mean, no, because Witsit's proposal, you know, of invoking the magnetism or whatever, the galactic magnetism or whatever instead of gravity, it just made more sense, you know, even though we don't believe in that model, like he was proposing a better physics to them. Anyways, I don't know if I made myself clear, but I just thought it was hilarious.
No, I mean, like some things in string theory work really well with like trying to explain certain things. Like it's weird. It's like they get a little bit right in a lot of different places, but most of it's wrong in a single place. I have to step away, y'all. My wife's calling. I'll try to join back later. I love y'all.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to like disturb you guys.
No, you're not disturbing me. I didn't want to interrupt you in your thought. I'm going to step away and I'll be back.
Anyway, sorry, I thought it was really hilarious, but maybe you didn't. Nobody else did.
He's
Where
still
could
around,
our
Diesel?
host be?
What was that, Stoney?
I'm just wondering where our host could be.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like that's got put to sleep. I don't understand.
Oh, you know what? Flat Earth Dave is here, I noticed. And then Galatrax left. That made me sad. Looks like Shane is here. Did Flat Earth Dave leave? Darn. Oh, he's looks like he's still here.
We should do a brief intermission, and then maybe this will get everyone's spirits back up.
Yeah.
If you're new
Dave's-
here, this is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, guys.
Dave's probably sleeping too.
Once again, we'd like to thank you for attending this event. Please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin. In debates over this topic, we're seeing an influx. So instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now, traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality, the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us. They lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction. We propel. The sun sits over the flat earth in a Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain
Brief intermission, level heads.
above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question. You can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S. What about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. All right, back to the globe guy. Present your next claim. Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory. It's a lie. There's no pull on the tides. Aside. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun. Because the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out.
Welcome, welcome. If this is your first time tuning in once again, this is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. We are rolling. A few weeks ago, we talked to a couple of physicists and PhD students over there on TikTok. Y'all know that clock app. We actually got to witness science in a disagreement, you know, because everything is settled. The science is settled. The consensus is consensusing. So we actually got to witness a interesting debate between two different physicists, theoretical particle of the sort. So it was interesting. That's one of my pin tweets and Sacred's pin tweet as well. Nice build of them back and forth. Basically, one conceding to optimism of finding gravity on a quantum scale, the other one not so much. So if you guys want to see science at each other's throat, check that out. There were some other things that we were talking about in the beginning of the space that we basically that happened this week. If anybody else wants to come in and chime in on that Nathan Oakley Whitsitt debacle, that was an interesting build. Feel free to jump in. What else was on that list? Did I write down all the things on that list? Oh, we checked out Clubhouse. We had a flat smacking Clubhouse reunion. Miswits / Levelheads / OG Levelheads gang over there on Clubhouse. Had a nice collab. That was fun. But yeah. Welcome, guys. Feel free to tune in. I hope Sacred is still with us. I want him to play the rest of that build from TikTok. And then maybe we could chime in on some of the physics conversations. We could get some more physics lads in here. Let's keep it going, guys. Maybe we'll peruse the purple pill too to see if anybody left any questions. Ooh, I don't know.
A field is a mathematical description of a system, or part of a mathematical description of a system. And depending on what kind of system you're describing, it's hard to talk about if it's real or not, because at that point, it certainly has a real impact. So the electric field is a field, it's very much real. The photon is a perturbation in the electromagnetic fields. That's something we can say for certain. But of course, as you keep going deeper and deeper in physics, you'll find out that just describing a photon as the solution to Maxwell's equations is no longer sufficient. You need much finer levels of detail from like the Dirac equation and things like that. But I would definitely say fields are real in the sense that particles are real.
No, save this guy. I was trying to cook this guy right now.
Bro, we can get this bus.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them. The legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think that's looking pretty lit.
Say you have two neutral particles that don't interact via the weak force or any of the other the other quantum forces, okay? Only gravity. And say that these two particles are orbiting around each other, right? Now, these would be radiating gravitational waves away from each other. You have a not a magnetic, but a mass quadrupole moment, right? And because they're radiating gravitational waves, the system is losing energy. And so that means the radius at which they're orbiting around each other is going to get closer and closer. What happens in the limit?
Well, you're now making the assumption that they're losing gravitational energy because they're creating waves.
Would they not?
No.
How so?
Why do black holes do this? But do you know how many black holes you have to get them to fall into each other?
What do you mean, how many? I imagine that it would be the
required 3.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of a simple way to explain it. But so let's go to the Earth and the Sun. The Earth is fixed and the Sun is fixed, and the Sun goes out and it's the same mass. It'll orbit forever. It will say, I ain't gravitational.
I'm going to do a little flexing again, can I? Oh, I asked Dr. Barry Barish this same question. I think he's the greatest expert on this. Probably
That's what you call a nerd flex? I like that term, bro.
Nerd flex. Well, Dr. Barry, he won the Nobel Prize in Physics, so I asked him this question: if because of gravitational waves, are there any stable orbits on like the deep time scale in the limit of infinity? And he told me that no. Eventually, all systems would radiate energy away via gravitational waves, as long as there is a quadrupole.
More accurate than me, but it would be a huge time scale that I haven't done math for.
Yeah, no, that's all I'm saying. On the extreme limit of that time scale, in the limit of infinity, what happens in that limit?
So you're right. On large enough time scales, they would eventually collide.
But the thing is that they wouldn't collide exactly. The radius would just keep getting smaller and smaller.
Smaller. Right.
But would that go below the Planck length? What?
I don't know. If we got to figure out, this is whether space is continuous or not. It kind of goes back to that. Is space an influence?
That's all I'm saying is that in order to have an answer to that question in a way that agrees with all the other rules of quantum mechanics, you gotta have quantization. You gotta.
But Savannah, can you quantize space? Because the Planck length is not a quantization of space. So forget your question is really about the quantization of space.
Well, that would be the minimal. If space is quantized, the minimal perturbation you could have, or the smallest gravitational wave, would be a graviton.
Right.
So we're in agreement then.
No, because
no graviton.
Because the assumption is space can be quantized. I don't think it can. I think it's continuous.
Then things would just spiral into each other and collide. Well, everything would become a black hole.
Eventually, everything will get so far away that they won't be orbiting each other. They'll be moving away from each other.
Not as gravitationally bound systems, if I'm correct.
Correct. But non-gravitationally bound system galaxy clusters will be giant black holes moving away from each other.
True. Also, are all fundamental particles actually black holes? You got to answer these questions. If gravity just keeps going down and isn't quantized, then you're implying that every single standard model particle is actually a black hole at the right scale.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, quantum mechanics. We're doing
this debate now. We've got
this is great. Let's go.
Boxing gloves are on.
So, quantum mechanics is more of of an explanation of what we observe happening. It's not an explanation of why it's happening. Gravity, special relativity explains why it's happening. Curvature of space-time. I think when we understand what a particle really is it a wave? What is a particle? What is a particle?
A wavicle.
What is it?
This guy,
It's a wavicle
on fire, bro. A wavicle.
We don't really know yet, and I think we're going to figure it out with the work that you're doing. We don't know what it is, and it's a great mystery that we will eventually solve. Is it really a particle? Is it a wave? What is it?
See, in my opinion, the issue that people take with, oh, is it a particle, is it a wave, is not an issue with quantum mechanics, but an issue with human intuition. That really wavicles, the weird wave particle nature of quantum mechanics, that's the real thing that's going on in nature. And the idea that there has to be this duality, that's just a human thing.
No. What I'm saying is not that, because I understand quantum mechanics is explaining it as a wave because that works. That explains what we're seeing. But is there something more fundamental happening at that level?
So again, y'all, that was a PhD particle physics student. Could be nuclear physics. I think it was particle. And self-proclaimed professor of astrophysics or astronomy, one of those two. They had a disagreement on gravity and how it could be observed or potentially observed on certain scales because of the framework of physics that they were appealing to. One appealing to relativity, the other one appealing to quantum mechanics. So I just had posed a question during that conversation in the Ask Me Anything Physics Live over there on TikTok. Now we're about to go take that over. And that's what we got. We got two SciComm inductees, apparently, not in agreement with gravitation. So interesting stuff. I got my man Matt Rife up here. Let's slide to Matt, see what he got to say. Welcome, Matt, and then we'll go to Yala and Orwellian. I don't know if that's the actual order, but that's
what is up, my dude. Listen, Sacred and Proud Flair, nice to see you guys. And if I'm not mistaken, I think, were you guys gone for like a couple of weeks there for a little bit?
It was like after episode 100, we had to take a little etheric vacation.
Man, okay, listen, that's just unacceptable, Sacred. I'm sorry, you just can't do it. I like coming in here. Most of the time I come in, listen anonymously. But no, you guys are really I just really appreciate you guys always doing this because you're really challenging science and keeping stuff alive. And, no matter what my view is on the earth, whatever it may be, I have a lot of respect for you guys because you do actual science and you do observe things and you push back and you challenge and you test all of this stuff. So you're actually doing things. And, we need we need to have this within adults so that kids see this and they get interested and they see it be fun. And of course, you guys have legends like Alan. Alan's just versed in everything. And, there are a lot of great people in here. Sheepdog. You guys really do a lot of stuff. So I just want you to know I really do appreciate you guys. And I've been making some headway on gravitational waves since we was just listening to this and scalar waves that are intersecting one another. And this is something that Ashton Ford was posting about, and I brought into it with him, talking to him a little bit. That where you can actually do plasmoid constructive waveforms, to where you can, you can do deconstructive too. But on deconstructive, you can actually pull energy out of that cross section of the scalar waves and you can dump that energy. But if you pulse it, you can either increase gravitational pull or you can create a vacuum on gravity. It's really wild stuff, and I'm gonna be building some stuff. I don't know whenever I get time, but after I build it, I think I'm still in your Discord. I'm gonna post some videos for you guys where you can bring it to nature or bring it to the forefront, because everything that I've been running. And after this Nobel Prize was given a few years ago to like 3 or 4 physicists about defining gravitational waves, I think science is really getting a lot closer to what your guys' view is, that it's an electrostatic universe, and it really is electromagnetic pull that is gravity. And Ashton and I was talking about this too. Whenever you do electrical and you do gravitational waves, the equations are the same. They are the same, except for one works up on charges, and the other one works up on mass. The difference is that charges, they have a positive and a negative. It's repulsive and attractive. But on gravity, whenever you deal with mass, you only get the attractive nature, which would kind of dictate that there is a repulsive nature to gravity as well. So, just been working on that. I can't wait to show you guys after I get this stuff built. I think it's going to be really cool. And, probably DOD would probably be like, hey, work for us, which I'm going to tell them no. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Just want to let you know. And please don't leave anymore.
We appreciate that for sure, Matt. Hey, if it ever comes up, put in a good word for us with Ashton. We definitely want to spread more of the conversation around, get more like minds together to, get some stuff discovered for sure.
Did you say
Ashton does stay pretty busy a lot, but I'll text him. I was planning on talking to him next week about some stuff. And I'll bring it up, see if he's willing to come in one night and to be able to talk to people, because he loves talking science, and just really great guy. And like he's been getting super hilarious with trolling people too in the science community. So yeah, I will. I'll see if he wants to come in and throw a little bit of science your guys' way.
please do that, bro? I don't know if you're leaving, but did you say that? You said that they were using plasma, like surrounding objects or causing objects to interact with plasmoids and causing gravitic manipulation. And also, what was the thing you were saying about scalar waves? Like, how are you quantifying a scalar wave, right? Because like a scalar doesn't have a directional component. So like, what is it that you're measuring? A scalar wave of what? I'm really interested in this topic.
So you can scalar just means random, right? So you can translate it to like random waves. And you can put these within a certain field, like an array. So, but it'll just come up randomly. It's like a random number generator, but you can define the numbers that you stay within. You can boost these out just like radio waves and do this directionally to where they can intersect. Now, in waveform, there is a constructive and deconstructive waveform. So, the way I do it with the Rife machines is if I have constructive waves, then they combine together and it ups the amplitude. Think of it as 2 speakers. Whenever those 2 are in sync with one another and they're playing the same song, then it ups the amplitude by twice. The volume doubles. The deconstructive is the way that noise canceling headphones work. So if you get like a plus 10 dB and then you get a negative 10 dB, then it cancels out and there's no noise. This is how you fight this stuff. So it's deconstructive. But you can take these and use scalar waves to where you kind of pass them by, right? Like, or you intersect them, kind of like 2 laser pointers where they meet and they cross section. So if you have a positive charge on them, then and they're constructive. Well, they're always going to be constructive, but if you have a positive charge, the energy there within that, it's not gravity, but it's energy that it literally creates energy. And then if you have the negative in that area to where they cross, it's a vacuum of energy and it sucks all the energy out. So whenever you're running these and you're in a cross section, you're pulling energy into the device that you're projecting these with, and you have to have an ion dump to be able to get rid of it because it literally sucks it in. Now, whenever you pulse it, you don't have a beam to be able to pull it in anymore and collect them. So now you got pulsing that goes, and whenever they cross, if it's a negative, it creates an energy vacuum and it sucks all the energy out. And the positive, it creates energy. And yeah, there's a little bit of plasmoid activity in there because it's exciting the electrons. But dude, it's really wild stuff. And I think, this really is the key to like anti-gravity because, I mean, gravity's a theory. And I think this is just a better theory. So like the theory of relativity with Einstein, I don't, he left a couple of things out. And two of the things that he left out was vibration and frequency. And you need these, you have to have them. We live in a static electric universe. So there's definitely frequency there. Everything has a frequency, everything has a vibration. And when you add those in, then you get things of this nature. And so it aligns more with what Tesla's view on it was. So, and just like yin yang, and this is what I was saying. Otherwise, the yin yang, if black, white, positive, negative, equal and opposite reactions on things. So, why would gravity only be attractive? You can make it repulsive and you can fight against these things. In theory, the simplified form would be you make a deconstructive wave and then you've canceled out gravity. So, help.
Yeah, no, I think I got most of the explanation of most of it. I'm just in terms of the scalar waves themselves. Like you're saying, you're causing these to cross, and then at the location they cross, they have a positive or negative charge, and it determines the behavior of this energy sink. But where are the scalar waves coming from? Are you generating them, and if so, how? Or are you just somehow identifying them outside of random noise somehow? Like that's what I'm kind of interested in, because in order to make it usable, of course, you have to have some kind of control over that.
Yeah, there's devices that produce scalar waves, and that's what you would do. You would generate them, and then you point it, and just have the direction like that. Same thing as broadcasting like a radio signal. There's a device that puts it out.
But you said that scalar in that case it's being pointed, so it's not a non-directional wave. You're just saying it's like a wave of it's like decoherent. It's not like sinusoidal or some kind of or square. It's like chaotic, I guess.
No, not necessarily. You do point it, and you can shoot it in a direction, right? Um, and scalar just means random. It's kind of okay. So you can make sinusoidal. Think of, I mean, just think of a random number generator with each number being a light, right? So if you're generating random lights and you have a total of 6 colors in there, then you have scalar waves one like, that have 6 colors. You just don't know which color's showing up. So whenever they do land on the same color, then this would be able to combine. Now sinusoidal, square, shark tooth, reverse shark tooth, that doesn't really matter, but it's mainly sinusoidal.
Okay. And then the random part is what are the values we're talking about? The value of what? Like energy? Like what is it that we're randomizing?
Just whatever frequency it is.
Okay, so a frequency randomization.
Yeah.
And that's done digitally?
And you can do this, I mean, you can do it with sinusoidal and square wave and everything, but it's generally just a frequency. And I'm sorry, what was it?
And you're doing this digitally?
Well, I mean, there's hardware involved. It's like a little satellite dish, but you create it that way. So there's this system called an EES system by Dr. Sandra Rose Michael. She creates a scalar wave system, and what it composes of is TVs with random generators, and these are different colors because the waveforms and the EMFs from that are used for health.
Okay, if you could put that in the jumbo, that'd be awesome. So if I can like recap to see if I've got all this covered mostly, you can set up a system that pulses out or sends a continuous beam, but that sends out RF frequencies. But instead of them being coherent RF frequencies at a controlled frequency, they're modulated so that they're random with respect to time. Mostly sinusoidal, and as you cross one of them over with another one, there's going to be like a 99.999999999% chance that there's going to be interference that is non-destructive, and at that point in space where they cross, if the charge in that region is positive versus negative, if positive, it's going to be basically like adding some additional energy component other than the vanilla summation. And if it's negative, it's going to be like pulling out energy other than the vanilla subtraction. And you're making technology that's able to utilize this surplus or deficit of energy in various ways. Am I fairly on point so far?
Yeah. You're doing pretty good on most of it, and it's either the positive or the negative charge that really tells is it going to generate energy or is it going to suck energy out? And I believe that, the orbs that Ashton found and all these other UAPs that we see. Oh, by the way, I put the EE system down on the purple pill. I put the website. But I think this is the way that they're generating, um, or they're collecting all the power to be able to run. And I have another theory too that whenever they're doing this, they're creating so much energy, they're sucking energy out of an area, and they're providing plasmoid, like self organizing plasmoid of an atmosphere out of a torsion field that's surrounding the object. And this is the reason it's round, because the torsion field would create uh, an an atmospheric environment. And I think that the way that they're guiding these is by scalar waves that are shot out through the front or out of the rear to be able to pull this object forward or back. So, creating that vacuum of energy, I believe that, sucking up all those electrons, that it would guide it forward. I think this is the guidance system on it. It's either that or it's laser, because the laser would actually rip electrons off of the plasmoid. It's kind of debated, but these are just my two theories. Like, none of this has been proven,
It,
but just theoretical.
yeah, and oh yeah, that's the other question. I'll ask that again in a second, I guess, because I was wondering where the plasmoids came in because I missed that little detail. But in these overlapping scalar waves, so to speak, I mean, let's just say, I had like, 1 joule of energy from one and 1 joule of energy from the other. So in theory, I should have 1 + 1 = 2 joules of energy at the intersection point. But you're saying there's more than 2 joules, I think. And so where is that extra energy coming from? What's causing it?
So it does seem like it's generating energy. And I don't know exactly where it'd be coming from, because it would be more than 2 joules. The scientist that did this, I don't know what year he did it. Ashton actually has a video about it that sent me down this rabbit hole. And he was explaining all this. He explains it a lot better than I do. I'm half retarded. But he's saying that it seems to be generating energy right there. And and then he started talking about the pulsing. I don't know why it's generating energy, but dude, we have so much energy everywhere around us. And it's more of like an ether energy, I believe. I don't know. That would be kind of hard to nail down since I haven't done it. So I'm going to stick on, I don't know where it's coming from, but there is tons of energy around us. Even within the theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, right? Energy equals mass times speed of light times 2, the c square. And this is the reason that you can squeeze a ton of energy just out of a little bit of mass. The missing component is the frequency and vibration. And I think that's the key to be able to make gravity repulsive.
I gotcha. Okay. I mean, that's a fair answer. I wouldn't know where it would come from either. You're just saying it's happening. So who cares where it's coming from? We'll figure that out later. And the plasmoid, I missed that detail. So where in this setup are plasmoids involved? Are you saying that it's like with whatever's emitting the frequencies is using plasmoids, or there's plasmoids being generated somewhere on the surface of an object from receiving the energy? Like where were the plasmoids involved in this?
So this is what I believe is how this works is whenever you do electromagnetic fields, and I believe that these orbs have toroidal electromagnetic fields that create a torsion field around it. Now, let's think of, I know you guys don't agree with globe Earth, but just the picture globe Earth and the static electric that's surrounding it. That's our atmosphere. And I believe it's creating a toroidal, and in that model, it creates a toroidal field, a torsion field, if you will. So that's what these orbs are doing to it. It's creating a torsion field around it that creates its own atmosphere. Now, plasma is nothing but a noble gas with overexcited electrons. That's just what plasma is. Very fast, very excited moving electrons, and it glows. It's actually a state of matter. It's the fourth state of matter. So you got liquid, gas, something else, and then you have plasma. Plasma is defined by its ionization and a couple other things. So whenever you create a state of matter, E equals mc square, that matter can produce, it's the theory of relativity, it can produce gravity, but I think that you have to have the frequency and vibration with it. Does that make sense?
Cool, bro. Cool. And so when you say that you were working on the technology, what specific technology, or you said that you were working on? Because I feel like there's a couple of overlapping, but yet some still different concepts involved. And so, what specifically are you seeking to leverage to create a useful piece of tech?
So the stuff I've done in the past is I've done electromagnets inside of aluminum shaped disc, and there's a chamber within the disc. It's like the outer edge of it that I fill with mercury, and then you have a rotational firing of the electromagnets, like the east and west go off at one time, and the north and south go off at one time. What this does, it creates a spin effect of the mercury, and the spin effect of the mercury with the electromagnets going up against the aluminum, this creates eddy currents within it. The eddy currents would create a torsion field. So it kind of creates like a little force field that goes around it. And this has been shown to be able to reduce the weight of it. Making it fly, not that good. But, paired with another electromagnet on the table, you can make it levitate, and it's because of that torsion field. Now, the orbs are something totally different, and I think this is the reason that we have different types of UAPs is because I think the spherical one is probably just a little bit easier to make, especially if you're doing like kind of like a radar system, but you're shooting out um, the scalar waves. Now, a radar, it emits just like it collects. That's the reason I'm saying radar. I think it's just more of an efficient form that you're shooting this out, and you're collecting the energy that's surrounding you, every bit of it. And whenever you do it on a negative, then you're actually collecting the energy, and that energy dump would be behind you, which would thrust you forward. So this would essentially be the thrusting engine to be able to move things at such a high rate of speed. Also, when you create that torsion field, you're no longer affected by things like inertia or anything else. And this would explain like how you can go from, 50,000 feet in the air to only 1 foot above sea level in a split second. Or how you can take these sharp turns and it doesn't affect you because now you're in your own atmosphere. So, and like I said, theoretical, I've done the disc shaped stuff, made things lighter, and also with the manipulation of electromagnets, you can make things levitate. Just like, they sell these things online, like a little floating light bulb that actually inducts energy through chi charging and they turn on. So that stuff's not new. I just think you need a lot more power to do it.
Wow, that was a lot, man. That's really cool. Yeah, we read a paper not that long ago by a guy named De Palma talking about how he used centrifugal force to to affect the inertia of rapidly spinning objects. It sounds like you're talking about something similar, but utilizing currents instead of physical rotation of the object itself, utilizing like the swirling of mercury inside to produce currents that are also following after the geometry of the field to drive that inertia modulation. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. That would be like the gyroscope effect, right? And that's initially what my thinking was. I just think there's different ways to be able to do this now, and this is the reason. Like Ashton really sucked me down this orb hole, man. It's been fun, but now it's kind of like opening up your eyes. Okay, well, you can create these fields in totally different ways. There's tons of ways to do it, and we do live in an electrostatic environment. Everything that we have on Earth is affected by electricity. I mean, we're carbon based electrical beings. We know that plants communicate through electricity. We require the electromagnetic field of the Earth to be able to live because when you leave it, you get severely ill. And then, we have all this positive ionization that's in the upper atmosphere. We don't live there. We're more connected to the earth. We are a negative ion charged body. Like, that's what you should have to be able to heal. Whenever you get the positively charged ions, you start getting sick. And, this is the reason that people are so heavily affected by EMF radiation because these are positively charged ions. It's positive, it's ionizing your body in a positive way. It changes your electromagnetic signature up on a cellular level. Also weakens your body, allows parasites to come in. So you have all these different things. And, just imagine, like, I live in the mountains, man. I live around trees. I live in the woods. There's no 5G here. I have Wi-Fi, but my Rife machines, they do a negative ionization. And I know they say, like, opposites attract, but within this case, it's not the same. Actually, opposites repel one another. But so this is the way grounding works too. Like, we're so connected to the earth that whenever we get these positive ions, that whenever we go step on the earth, that's a negative, and it just sucks it right out of you and it replaces it with a negative ion. This is the reason your inflammation and things go away and you get better sleep. And people are really starting to figure this out. So, a Rife machine, one of the things it does is it replaces the earth. And, like, even the ISS, International Space Station, is still within our atmosphere. You can look it up, and there's so much electricity around it too. And I mean, all of this stuff is just tied together. And yeah, I think the gyroscopic effect, whenever I was first working with it, really used to be able to steer and control things. It's not necessarily anti-gravity. I think it's more gravity manipulation than anything else. But I think that the spherical form with that torsion field would actually create something to repel gravity because you're creating your own atmosphere.
Word, man.
Hey, Piazza, you get your final thought, and then we'll slide over to Gala, Orwellian, and then Game.
Yeah, then I'm going to jump down. I appreciate you guys letting me up. I just want to say don't leave anymore, but yeah, go ahead and then I'll just drop.
Yeah, well, thanks for that.
Because they might have some questions for you, Matt. Go ahead, Piazza.
Yeah, thanks for that impromptu, like completely impromptu, like mini interview. It felt like, I don't know, man. But we just, I'll say this, man. You should check out Matt talking about this plasma stuff. You should check out a paper that we checked out the other night. It was titled, well, it was in Nature, but it was on the origins of helium and neon from Nature 1913, February 13th, 1913. You could probably get it from Alan's website. But they were basically using vacuum tubes and ionizing like the hydrogen that was in them. It hydrogen filled vacuum tubes, and they weren't necessarily even fully ionizing it. They were just like, charging it to a certain level. And they were seeing all kinds of gases appear in the tubes that were not hydrogen. And they did all kinds of tests to isolate and make sure there wasn't contamination, but this, that, and the other. Verified that, like, there was for sure, like, other elements that were appearing under the influence of charge upon hydrogen. And so they actually, in this paper, at a certain point, started using the word like transmute/transmutated, which we would just think of today as perhaps maybe a form of fusion, right? And so I would suggest that you, maybe look into what's going on in that vein, because you're talking about all these devices, you're talking about these waves and plasmoids, and there being interactions between the two. And personally, I follow a fluid model of the universe, and in a model like that, everything is just a function of like a certain quantity of fluid. And so fusion would basically be something that would be enabled when the bonding energy holding these like corpuscles of fluid together became so weak that you were able to add, like very easily add to or take away from the amount of fluid in something and within its own ratios. And so I would start looking into that as well, bro. Like if you're doing plasmoid research and stuff like that, because you might find a way to generate unstable elements. And if you were to do that, any depending on what they are, you could all of a sudden have a great source for energy, because almost most radioactive elements release quite a bit of it, and it would just
So
be coming from the mass.
yeah, I'd love to see that, Alan. If you have that link, could you DM that to me, please? And you
Sure
are
can,
you are
buddy.
talking about. Oh, I'm sorry.
That sure can, buddy.
All right, I appreciate it, dude. You are talking about transmutation, and this kind of goes to what Terrence Howard was talking about when he was talking about like the different octaves and the different colors and all this stuff. He he explained it, but unless you know what he's talking about, it's kind of you couldn't really follow it too well. But if you look at, I think it's called the Thunderbolt machine or something. I can't remember the scientist's name. That he's talking about the transmutation. All of that makes sense, especially whenever you have hydrogen in a container and you're exciting these electrons, and maybe sometimes you're ripping these electrons off and it does transmute into something else. So all of that stuff is, I believe it's fully
Yep.
possible. And
Yep.
yeah, I
Malcolm
think it's
Bendel.
fair to
Sorry, I was talking to Malcolm Bendel. Yep. You're right. I'm getting out of here, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Thanks for letting
No,
me
you're
talk,
good, dude.
Sacred. Thanks for letting me talk, bro. That was really I got something out of this tonight. I'm glad that dude came on. There was a lot of that other stuff, but that was dope. So it was worth it to listen and get that. I'm gonna check your links out, Matthew, and I think Alan's gonna get you that link. Yeah, the Thunderbolt generator. I would have talked about it. I just didn't have enough time. But I think it's the same thing.
Well, I'm getting ready to go see that guy. He's here right now, and I'm just gonna say in the States. I'm not gonna say where he's at, but I have it set up to where I'm getting ready to go meet with him, check out his generator, and just go through some science with him.
Dope stuff. I think Galatrax was up. Galatrax, what up?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, your
Yes,
audio
sir.
is really rough though.
Bad audio? Oh no.
It's whiz.
Yeah, Firefox might be using the wrong microphone. Let me try to rejoin.
All right, while we wait for Galatrax, I think I lost my calls too. Let's slide to Orwellian. I'll be right back. Let me see if I could rotate.
So you're about to enter a rotating reference frame, Sacred?
It sounds like it. I thought he got EMP, bro. I was like, damn, dude, I thought you were EMP hardened. Battery died, right? Or something happened. And then he pops up with this very long clip. It caused me to think about quite a few things. It was interesting, bro, but I don't know, man. Again, when you listen to that, it just seems like people arguing over placeholders at the end of the day. Fuck, bro. I don't know. Hey, I caught the intro. Dope as always. I hope Proud comes back up. But no, I caught the intro. Had some IRL stuff going on. Hanging out with the kid too. But yeah, man, dude. I don't know. Had my hand up for a minute and a lot of shit just went down. I'm over here trying to figure out where I even want to go. Bro, Taylor shit. She's got her hand up too, so I'm gonna get out of here in a sec, man. Taylor's been just slaughtering it. Actually caused me to think about a lot of things. That dork that was in here, he's not still in here, is he? No, he's not fucking in here. Theodolite, bro. Yeah, that's funny. Bro, we use those to shoot elevation. He's over here trying to make a science out of a fucking primitive device that, yes, does work relatively well for helping us, well, shoot elevations to build structures. He's over here trying to use it to do, like, I dropped out, dude. I was having issues with the app. I'll have to listen to the recording, dude, but I'm trying to follow this, dude. I'm just screaming like, motherfucker, I use these on a daily fucking basis. And you're over here, in my opinion, trying to justify globe Earth with a fucking theodolite. Is that, does anybody, am I off? Can anybody tell me that I was off in that?
Yeah,
Is that what he was trying to do?
Accurate analysis, sir.
You were tracking fine, Aurelian. I don't care if you've got 14 different models, bro. They basically all work the same, okay? You're going to have a little bit of fucking, because it's an instrument, right? But for fuck's sake, he's over here like theodolites are God. I'm going down on this God right now. Like, I've got one of the tripod legs so far down my throat because I love theodolites so much that I don't even think I can finish this conversation.
Sounds like you would really enjoy my video.
For fuck's sake, dude. So I mean, so I was in there for that. Like, I caught the intro. As soon as me and my son got out of the racetrack, like, jumped in, caught the very end of the intro, and then Proud going, "Hey, check it out, Flat Earth Friday." I did her normal thing, and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, dude! I just caught it." And then I listened to like fucking 45 minutes of this fucking dude, and my app started glitching. And so again, like, that's what it was. Like, this dude is, because Taylor was trying to break it down. Like, hey, I need to be able to analyze your data. Can you give me 3 examples, maybe 4 examples from one instrument? And let's talk about that p-value. Well, cool, right? Like, all of what Taylor was bringing up is important, but dude, a fucking theodolite. So is this guy saying that he was shooting elevations from GPS position to targets on a mountain and did it consistently? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I use a theodolite literally to figure out where I have to set the next floor of my building. Can it be used that way? Yes, in theory. Reliably at that distance? No, I don't think so. But you're going to prove the globe with theodolites?
Yeah,
Is that what he was trying to do?
His targets were 75 and 105 miles away.
Yeah, so
With a p-value of 10 to the negative whatever. That's the biggest joke in the world.
Yeah, he quoted 2 times 10 to the negative 16th power for the p-value.
So I've never in my whole life heard, and I've come across a lot of p-values. I've had to calculate a bunch of them too. I've never come up with a p-value like that. That's unheard of.
So he's basically the Einstein of theodolites.
I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're whatever. Like, you're not going to get a p-value that low with raw measurements of things that can have easily human experimental error. Like, it being that low is a red flag to begin with. And then I simply asked him to share with me the numbers that he's going to put in, and that never happens. So if I was doing it, if I had time, like, and I was by my computer during this space, I would have done it. I would have calculated the p-value for him. But I don't know which ones he used the same instrument for, or which ones he used the same, conditions. I saw like a spreadsheet, but If I was sitting down, I would have done it. But I mean, I cannot believe it would have had to been like a decimal point off between different trials to get a p-value that low.
So I didn't get to look over the devices that he used, but so a theodolite is relatively primitive. We'll put it on par with me putting my P1000 on a tripod and trying to get a level shot. It's going to be difficult, but it's doable. There's an upgraded version of these that are called the Total Station, and they're basically self-leveling. They handle all the business for you. Did he reference anything about a Total Station? And if anybody has, or if it's in the jumbo, just let me know it's in there, and I'll search it out. I would like to know if he's talking about literally like, bro, I'm self-leveling these, and I'm shooting these targets. If the wind blows hard enough on the legs of your tripod on a standard theodolite, you're going to have an error. And it would be, what did he say? I think Taylor asked, give me 3, and he gave you 8. He gave you 8 examples of the same elevation shot, right, from the same location. So if he shot those same 8 from the same location, he was not using a total station. And we're talking about a primitive theodolite, which is something that you have to literally self-level and leave the fuck alone. And take into account, well, wind and maybe a pebble under one leg. You bumped it, that pebble fell out, now it's at a level, so on and so forth. There would never be, ever with one of those devices, 8 consistent measurements, period. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, and I was trying to ask him what type of theodolite did he use, like what was the brand name. I was hoping somebody like wrote it down or something to see if they can even consistently get measurements that far. I know they're not even supposed to do distance. He said that it had a feature of distance on there. So I mean, I don't even know. Like, hopefully somebody wrote that down. I mean, hopefully somebody's done the p-value calculations. I will, if I know which ones to do them with. That's why I told him, send me a screenshot of whatever values you get the p-value with. I'll do it. But he never sent me that screenshot. And he got some crazy freaking out of the box p-value that I've never even heard of. I mean, like I said, with that p-value, you'd have to have a decimal place off only. So I don't know how he got that.
Well, it's recorded, and when this does end, whether it goes all the way through Saturday, however long it goes, I'm gonna check it out and write them down. I can DM them to you, Taylor, and I'm actually gonna. I just want to again understand which devices he was referencing. He never brought up Total Station. Total Station does everything for you. It's a theodolite, but it actually has a brain. You have to be the brain with a theodolite, as if you were Copernicus or Galileo looking through that butthole telescope, right? Getting those super crisp images.
Hey Orwellian, I sent you the data. I have it still pulled up in my.
Okay, if you've got it, perfect. I'll take a look at that.
And I sent.
Getting those super crisp images.
Hey Orwellian, I sent you the data. I have it still pulled up in my.
Okay, if you've got it, perfect. I'll take a look at that.
And I sent it to Taylor. Taylor, you have it in your DMs also.
And where is this recorded again?
It's there. Like there's quite a bit of information in there. It's just there should be more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll take a look. But the only point that I was trying to make, and I'll land that plane here in a sec, is there is a very, very big difference with regards to the margin of error, with regards to dealing with a total station, which is it's a theodolite with additional features, and an actual theodolite, however you want to pronounce it. I got that hard A because I'm from down by sheep, but. I mean, these things they do matter. And he wasn't very
I mean, Taylor's line of questioning was pretty direct, and he wasn't very forthcoming with. Well, here's, he was leading you around. Here's the devices I use. You can check it out. And she's like, well, if you don't explain it to me, I don't get the data that you're giving me. Help me out. Well, he didn't want to give a lot of help, so I'll look into that. See if any of those were total stations. I highly doubt it, but if they are, maybe we got something else to look at with regards to that p-value.
Several of them were or are.
Nice. Okay, so that would,
Give me that screenshot, Jesse.
yeah, depending on what that p-value actually is.
Whenever I get home, I will calculate it. I haven't got the chance to do so.
Yeah, I think Taylor needs
Or
that
maybe
data.
what you can do is you can take the Google Docs sheet and you can highlight the ones that were done with the same device and the same, location or whatever. And then with that, that might be easier.
Yeah, I made a copy of it and I deleted all the ones that weren't the same instrument. So it's got just that one instrument. And I think I put that in your DMs for you. I'll make sure I did if I haven't.
And what number, what row of data should I calculate it for?
The height error, I think it was called. The height error.
And that height error, already calculated the height that it should be on a globe?
No, the height that it should be on a flat Earth. It's basically the deviation from a horizontal reference.
Did you do that?
Assuming a flat.
Did you do a height error of what it should have been on a globe versus what you got?
No, but I sure could.
That'd be great, because then you can figure out which one are we closer to. I know you said you didn't do refraction, but we can still try to figure out ballpark, error. And I don't know about, apparently you and Sheep got different globe height numbers. I'm not sure what happened there, but did you use the globe calculator or the curve calculator?
Not in that spreadsheet. I just assumed a flat Earth for that.
Okay. And so, just quickly, you said for those numbers you calculated how much it should have shrank from the distance and from your height, etc. You already calculated the shrinking size with moving backwards, with distance. You know how things get smaller in the distance? You already calculated that inside there.
The angular size.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Basically, when something gets twice as far, it appears half as tall. So when you take the angle and put it into the tangent function, you then multiply it times the distance. So yes, it's twice as far, but the distance is twice as much, and so you multiplied it times the distance. So then it comes out correct.
Did you also include the raw shots of this mountain, the raw images, or maybe
they're not,
or you using the theodolite, with these measurements, just some sort of proof.
Did you take a picture of the crosshairs on the image?
Yes. For most of them, I just took pictures of the readout and through the telescope of the crosshairs on the image. For a couple of them, let's see, for 2 of them, I think I actually videoed taking the reading, at least one of them, and I gave you one of those videos. But it's hard to do it as accurately while videoing because you're holding the phone with one hand and trying to, operate the instrument with the other, and you're supposed to use 2 hands.
Maybe next time you present the data, you can have all this, stuff together. Because I really don't feel like doing any math, but I will. But it might help next time to have it on a sheet. Whenever you publish something, you don't have to do all that work, but just write down materials, methods. Here's the auto I use. This is where I was at. Just writing everything down. Showing your work, your calculation, just kind of putting it all in one document. And then maybe images, screenshots, not video. Just to kind of compile it, because whenever I first got here, all I saw was a spreadsheet. That's literally it. What am I supposed to do with that? I don't know.
Yeah,
fair enough. Speaking, just real quick, speaking of presenting data, Jesse, I sent you that code 2 hours ago. So you got a little bit of while to hang up out here in Flat Earth Fridays. That's cold. Appreciate you popping back in here, but we're not going to go through all this all over again. I feel like there's still more things to dive into in regards to like the Flat Earth prediction versus the Globe Earth prediction and whether they are different or very similar. But yeah, you could kick it with us for a little bit longer. Go ahead, Taylor, and then we'll slide over to Galatrax because I think he's back up here.
Yeah, one last comment. So you said the error of difference between what it should have been on a flat Earth and what you observed. I think that you should also do what it should have been on a globe Earth and what you observed too. Maybe add that chart in there. That's the last thing I'll say.
Sure, I'll add 2 more columns. One will be uncorrected measurements compared to the globe, and then one will be corrected using the standard atmospheric refraction that surveyors use. How's that?
Yeah, you definitely need to add the same column with error, but for a globe too. So that sounds good. And then maybe a p-value that's actually right, because honestly, let's be honest, that p-value is not right. So anyway.
Okay, well, I don't know how to calculate a p-value, so I'm providing the raw data. I don't know if you don't like the one calculation, I can't do it any better. So maybe if you know somebody who knows how, then you could have them
You said
do
Mord.
it
You
or
said
something.
Mord
But
one did it.
yeah,
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll move on.
all right. And I'll be up for a few more minutes and then I'm heading to bed, but I'm super glad to answer any questions. I have nothing to hide. I'm just looking for the truth, and I'm doing my very best to understand how this all works and to measure it the best I can.
Yeah, I am too. I just took a bunch of measurements, spent like an hour and a half doing this bottom up construction video, whatever, vanishing point. And yeah, I got a bunch of different measurements, bunch of different laser tests showing that the ground is level, repeated it a bunch of times. I actually did a video of me like dragging a box so you can see like it vanishing like in real time, and then I moved the tape and did it the same way backwards. Well, I moved the tape that had the string attached to the box and then pulled the box backwards. I never moved the red tape. You could see the whole video, and then I didn't, do anything nefarious. So anyway, I'm gonna try to post that soon. But and also that star video. So anyway,
Cool. I followed you, so I'll check it out.
yeah, what's up, Eli?
I think Galatrax was next, then we'll slide over to
I don't
Eli.
see Galatrax.
That's all good. Galatrax,
Is
what up?
my mic still horrible? Is it so bad?
A little like feedback, sort of static.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. I changed the output device, but if I'm audible, I wanted to share something really cool with you guys that JT and I found today. Someone joined the Aether Kazi server. His name is Donk, and he's this German guy who takes a very detailed AE map, and then he overlays the flower of life on top of it, and he shows geographic alignment to a ton of massive structures, volcanoes, mountains, key cities, shuttle launch sites, nuclear energy facilities, gold, diamond, silver, and oil mining areas, all correlating to the flower of life pattern on top of the AE map. It was really perplexing. We just sat with this guy for like 3 hours. I think he just went to bed. Unfortunately, I told him I would give him a little bit of a plug here. So I'm going to put that in the purple pill for you guys. His name is Donk. Really interesting. And then before, Proud mentioned if we have any thoughts on the flat Earth debates, the Quantum Eraser Nathan Oakley server that Austin was in. Yeah, I have some. If you guys want to get into that, I have some thoughts. I record a lot of that. I took a lot of notes on that. We could talk about that as well if you guys want. If my mic quality isn't bad.
Also, Game of Thrones is waiting to go next, I believe. I don't think we can see his hand. But yeah, I heard about that Nathan Oakley crash out, spiral session, mute fest extravaganza.
Yeah, it was a cry sesh. I mean, it was like Alcoholics Anonymous, but like for people who are addicted to being angry at the idea of ether. And Austin had this like killer point. He came up with this idea. Basically, if you assume the the flat model, you adhere to, gas requires a container, right? So then you're assuming that there's a firmament or a dome or something that contains the gas, right? But you can't prove it. You just infer that's there. It's a logical inference. You can't prove that it's there. No one's ever gotten, piece of firmament, excerpt of firmament. So what Austin came up with specifically for the Nathan Oakley QE guys is what is between particles? Is it nothing or is it something? And so, of course, Nathan Oakley came up with this whole idea that Austin was a liar, so he used this as an excuse to censor him, repeatedly playing a clip out of context. So anyway, is it nothing or is it something? If it's nothing, you're saying that nothing exists, which is reification. If it's something, what is it? Well, it could be considered a background medium, and you could call it ether, you could call it whatever thing, but the idea that you can logically infer stuff and make logical proofs rather than simply scientific proofs it's fine as well. But yeah, that was the whole spiral sesh. I think JT has the whole 8-hour clip of Austin just being censored for like 4 hours.
It was way longer than that. I'm telling you. Like the whole position is like, when Wissam speaks colloquially, right, with just colloquial communication, talks about how light, quote unquote, travels along a longer path, like using interferometry if the object is in motion. But he doesn't actually take the position that light travels. So he says to clarify, like, I think he describes it as like a rate of induction. I've used the term like rate of perception in the past. So he says if we're taking it out of mainstream science, interpretation of light and how we observe light, it's not actually traveling. It's just a rate of induction. So they're saying, oh, well, you originally told me light travels. So since now you're saying it doesn't travel, you're a liar. It's like, bro, that's what we doing for real. Y'all that scared of the ether. Y'all that scared of the ether. Which I don't even understand why flat earth would be scared of the ether. Maybe because they built a whole online presence around like crashing out on people who may have these different ideas. But yeah, man, that shit was not pretty at all. And Wizard stayed there all the way to the end too. I was like, man, he right here with it. He forced them to like kick him out the server. And if that wasn't an echo chamber, I don't know what is, bro. That's crazy. But that's the only reason why like they were so upset over this one this misrepresentation of which is actual position. And I couldn't believe that that's what all this was about. I was shocked. I was waiting for like the real sauce. I'm like, bro, y'all really crashing out because he used one word travel and then try to clarify like that's not really what he meant. Like for real, that's what we doing. That makes you a liar when you just it was insane. Also, sorry for y'all that had to see that. It's crazy.
I thought, there's two gentlemen. I don't actually know the difference because I don't watch Nathan Oakley or Quantum Racer. But the one gentleman that isn't English, like the American one, the really vile one, I thought he made some really compelling points when you said, hey, can I steelman your position? And he responded with, you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid. Can you admit you're stupid? Do you remember that part?
Bro, I thought I was gonna avoid the Nathan Oakley crash out by saying, yo, I'm finna acknowledge what you said. Like that was my whole purpose in starting my whole statement with that. Couldn't even get there, bro, because they started crashing out over interferometry. Didn't want to acknowledge any motion detected by interferometry at all. Because if you are a stationary earther, you can't acknowledge any rotation or any motion via the frequency of light or the displacement of that light. Because now you need a mechanism behind that. And if you don't appeal to the ether, how are you going to explain that rotation? So you have to deny that rotation. You have to deny any interference in that light beam. Otherwise, you're going to have to describe where's that motion coming from. You said there's no ether. You say you want a stationary earth. Where's the motion? So if you bring up any motion using interferometry, they're going to completely shut you down, mute you, crash out, all this extra stuff. But it's all a facade, though, y'all. Like, that's not how. I should have seen what it was like when the camera was off. Like 100%, all the personalities just turned off instantly, bro. It was crazy. That's why I'm glad that Run Boston caught all of that stuff. So that would be interesting if you ought to go see when that upload hits the net. But yeah, man, this is the ridiculous display of intellectual dishonesty and just, I don't know, man. You gotta, if you so tough and behind the mute only and censorship, it really doesn't mean that your position is that strong. And we witnessed that for like 6, 7, 8 hours straight, bro. Crazy.
Yeah, I have a clip of the next day where Austin came in there and talked to a bunch of the, hive mind. And, they sort of tuck tail and laugh. They sort of very sheepish about their responses. So there's like 4 hours of just Austin talking to them, where initially they use all their typical scripted talking points, their, QE approved, sayings like, oh, what is ether? Can we touch it? Can we smell it? Is it alcohol? Can I get drunk off it? Like just really lame kind of, it's like, okay, what is firmament? And what they like to say is, oh, we're hardcore scientists here. We only use the hardcore science, only scientific proofs. It's like, well, okay, then you don't make any logical inferences. Meanwhile, like a bunch of them are Christians. A bunch of them believe that, gas pressure is contained by some type, has to be contained. So therefore that would be a logical inference. But, TM joined after. I actually took a shower when Witsit left. I left it streaming. TM joined, and all of a sudden, all of them, had juice again. They were all just jumping on him. Like 4 people interrupted him. TM is just calmly addressing him, and like, it's not worth it, man. And he's like, he's just calmly like trying to get a coherent argument. But it was as if they just went on restart, right? Like all the points that Austin had made that they conceded to, and they were just like accepting, and that they gave concessions to. They just dropped it. TM got back, script restarted, Windows reboot sound. It was really lame. I have some of that recorded too.
Bro,
Yeah,
did you hear one of them? Did you hear one of them when I was in there? I was in there right when Witsit left. I was in there for like a few minutes,
Yeah, I
and
have it all recorded.
they were like, "Where's Quantum Eraser when you need him?" I'm like, "Dude, you need him to fucking argue for you, dude? That's so embarrassing."
Yeah, I have all that recorded, everything that you said up until when TM joined. But I was in the shower. After Austin left, I was like, all right, I'm going to shower, just leave it recording. And then I came back and TM was talking to him.
Yeah, we were server muted like the entire time, basically. Couldn't even open the mic.
But I'll drop down. I wanted to just share this, the thing I was talking about, the AE map with the Flower of Life overlay and then all the geographic things that seem to line up with it, specifically the diamond mines, which are like perfectly on like triple and quadruple convergent ley lines. So I'll share that to the space. The guy's name is Donk. He's super awesome. So that's his channel. Those are the 2 videos we watched. Me from Boston Bear and Gilly Pong watched them. They're brilliant, actually. All right, thanks.
I've actually seen that somewhere else, and it wasn't the account that you're referencing, but somebody else has talked about this before, and it's actually fascinating. So I'm super stoked. I'm gonna check out what you post. But yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah, it's amazing how thorough this guy was. I mean, we kind of got extra thoroughness because he was there explaining it to us, like, hey, pause here and let me show you this. But so the geographic alignment is the Flower of Life on like this overly detailed AE map, right? Massive structures like pyramids, volcanoes, mountains, key cities, shuttle launch sites, nuclear energy facilities. He separates each one of these into different categories, and then gold, diamond, silver, and oil mining. It's fascinating, man. It's so cool. And he did all the work. It all looks neat, it's clean, it's concise, and he just lets the information speak for itself. But I'll land it there, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Calatrax. Game of Thrones, jump in. I know you've been waiting patiently.
Oh, dear. Thank you so much. Sacred, good to see you, sir. I'm back, survived getting yelled at in a room of a bunch of Germans who are calling out Zionism. And the minute another lady in there brought up firmament and flat earth, they called us all a bunch of Talmudic demons and a bunch of names. I thought, what? And I just left that room. we had an earlier talk. Brian and I and a few other people were in there. Yeah, it was way out there. The first part of tonight, guys, in here, it was way above my head, and pay grade or whatever of a guy nearly 70. Yeah, biology and nutrition and whatnot. Yeah, I can play with. As far as the Rife Technology guy, and I see he's still down below, I want to give him kudos because back when I was in my 20s, this would be the 1970s and 80s, my mother used to use something called a polarity pillow. It was a metal square, like a box, you held in your hand that had silver and other ionic crystalline things inside of it. You would hold it over food, you would hold it over a joint that hurt or a sprain, and it would actually do what these Rife machines does or do. So I was really interested. I went and looked at his products. They've come one hell of a long ways. This stuff really does work. Yes, it is pricey. Hoping time will take care of that and bring some of these prices down. But these things really do work. As far as, learning, yeah, I got a lot more to learn. This was like seventh level for me. I'm at about third level of understanding all this stuff. What Taylor and Orwellian and Sacred and Proud and all you guys deal with on the daily. Uh, it's way up there. But I'm here to learn, and I'm open to all of this. My biggest fear right now is seeing the backlash, and I know a lot of it's fear. When people scream the loudest, it's because you've hit their cognitive dissonance. Sacred, I've learned that much about these conspiracy theorist pushbackers. Oh, you're nuts. You think that no, you show them the Bible. Just say, look, this is my belief. This is how my Bible tells me there's a firmament. And then I had, my good buddy Jim Lee. You know who he is. He's full on globe guy. He's the climate viewer dude, etc. We've talked at length. And he says, well, the firmament's really the clouds overhead. I didn't argue with him. I didn't argue with him. I don't believe that that's exactly what the Bible means. I really do believe that there is a firmament. And, either you're in or you're out. As my Savior said, you be hot or you be cold. If you're lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth. I mean, you can't be half in, half kind of, sort of. I'm kind of a globey and I'm kind of a flat earth. I'm not. Look, guys, you got to go with your gut. And when you've seen enough and it pulls at you enough, you take that position. Is it going to change anything as far as the quality of my life or whatnot? Maybe not, but at least I'm standing up for my convictions and I'm willing to learn from everyone in this room. I wish you all a blessed evening. Thank you and God bless you. Orwellian, carry on, brother.
I love you, Game of Thrones. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, so games, yes, Matthew, right, dude. Hey, thanks for those kudos, man. And I know what you're talking about with the polarizing pillow. It's a little bit different from my tech. What I work with is resonant frequency upon electromagnetic frequency wavefield generators. So I'm emitting EMFs with resonance to whatever I want to target. The polarizers are really good. So Roy, or if you guys don't know, Dr. Royal Raymond Rife was my great uncle, and he built something that's called a polarizer, and it was more of a tripod shape. And so this does deal with.
Matthew, let me interrupt quickly. I want to ask you, please follow me back. I followed you because I want to correspond with you and dig deeper, for my wife and I, just for personal reasons of what to look into for ourselves. That's all. Keep going, though.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to send you the pinned comment on my profile is a documentary, and then I have like some Rumble videos where I do speeches as well. But yeah, polarizers are really good. And I think now you can kind of just use neodymium magnets anymore because they're so powerful, and you can use electromagnets too. It's kind of a polarizer. The one that you're dealing with is an ionization polarizer that has piezoelectric in it. So it's kind of like working electroculture on the body. But yeah, they're really good, man. So I'll give you an example. Um, Thyroid issues, like a lot of women get thyroid issues, and then they get their thyroid removed, and then they develop diabetes. Well, it's because everything's connected, and generally with diabetics, it's normally a thyroid issue, and you can take these large neodymium magnets and you hold it on the thyroid, you move it a little bit, like up and down. It's kind of like the same way that you would magnetize a screwdriver, but you can fix the polarizing issue within your thyroid, and it'll just fix it, man. And a lot of times diabetes goes away, and then your thyroid markers go down. But yeah, I mean the Rife machine does that too. Anecdotally, like we're still doing clinical trials and everything, so I can't say anything too firm. But yeah, I followed you. We can talk about some stuff, man.
I was just
God
gonna
bless
say
you,
Game
man.
of Thrones. I was gonna tell Game of Thrones really quickly, about Job 37:18. So whenever they say, oh, the firmament's just the skies. Well, it says, can you join in him in spreading out the skies as hard as a cast mirror, or as hard as a mirror of cast bronze, or a molten mirror? Those are different translations. So this is clearly saying that the skies that the Bible's referring to are hard. Okay? Very clearly. Job 37:18. Just remember that one, okay? Because I do hear that back sometimes. Go ahead.
God bless you, because I'll fire that back at him. I really believe, guys, that the best ones, the best converts to get from the globe, who've lived their globe lives. I mean, they've lived all their science around globe, 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 globe. To me, the sweetest, it's not a kill, it's a conversion. The sweetest conversions for them to understand what the Holy Bible and what our Lord meant and what our earth really is about and the outer lands, the whole thing. It's like, what a joy. I believe truly that God smiles in whatever way you picture God's energy, that there is a release of joy in the heavens when people wake up and realize that we're not in this finite bullshit, um, that you know science, which disproves itself annually, it puts forth as being truth. And then you get scoffed at when you go into rooms when you just say the word firmament, they start calling you all kinds of demonic shit. I know it's out of fear, but it's painful. I mean, why do people act like this? I still don't understand it. Anybody?
Well, shit, game. People are gonna do what they're gonna do, man. I fuck, man. I don't know. I get. I get. Ooh, hold on. I'm getting feedback. I'm gonna mute up.
I think it might just be Game of Thrones.
I'm sorry. I just got a little buggy because nobody was talking. Then Orwellian popped in. I just really believe that people are very fearful of what they don't know. And the only defense mechanism they have is this, cognitive dissonance shit, and they just project it out on you. The problem is when you're empathetic like I am, it hits you in waves. I mean, it throws me sideways. And my wife says, honey, what does it matter? Well, you know why it matters to me is because I'm trying to lean my heart and my soul out to reach them. It's not like I want to win them over. I just want people to open their eyes so they can open up other people's eyes so we have a better quality of life. Is that so wrong?
Yeah, I think anybody that's like actively either just having this conversation or even listening to this conversation is definitely open. You do run into people who, don't care. They feel like their everyday life is more important than the potential shape of the earth or the truth or, truth seeking. But I think it's about planting the seed. Like you're on the right track. I think it's about planting the seed to the right person at the right time and then like it growing from there, somebody coming back and asking a question or following up.
I don't think we'd have this community without that either. So the reason why we seem to connect the way we do doesn't happen by accident. Uh, it's the same reason why all these placeholders don't work, and we didn't slide out of the primordial ooze, become a primate, and then become who we are now, evolve into a cyborg like Sacred and Proud. Like, it's not the way it works, right? We're a community. We lean on each other. We lift each other up. No, it doesn't work that way. It really doesn't. And what's funny is they call us a cult, right? Because we are united on quite a few things. That makes us a cult. Okay, I guess whatever. I don't think that's evidence of cult-like behavior, but I do think it's evidence of people supporting people who have decided to literally disconnect themselves from, well, the the Rockefeller education system and the mainstream narrative. We find ourselves here, not in this space necessarily, but here, right where we're at. And when we come across each other, man, we support each other. We do what we can to help one another out and lift each other up. So, I mean, let's just keep doing what we've been doing, brothers and sisters, because at the end of the day, we're all we got. We really, I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I definitely think we're growing though. I definitely think more people are awakening at their own pace and the cycle is regenerating. If I run into another Glober that basically tells me that they don't think that I'm willing to change my position, is very telling when Globers attack you as a flat earther for not being quote unquote willing to change into the globe earth, but they don't even believe in flat earth. It's like you want me to be willing to change my mind, but you're not even willing to change yours. So
Proud, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? Would you just lay it out? How crazy is that? We've talked about this for weeks on weeks on weeks on weeks on weeks on weeks. We're talking about years. Like, if you provided me with something that would put me in a position to alter my position and my belief set, I'm not intellectually dishonest. I would have to. You've provided nothing, right? If you don't provide me anything and you just, I don't know, you're loud and you're in the mentions on the timeline all day long, yapping with nothing and still telling me I need to adjust my position, you have not provided anything for me to do that with. But how crazy is that? Yes, and I've been asked this multiple times. Would you update your position? Absolutely. If I was provided with evidence that literally showed and proved to me that what I am standing on, based on what I see when I look up in the sky, I don't know, they kind of jive and connect together, and it came together. Oh, it's a globe, right? Me and Neil deGrasse Tyson can do a high five. Yeah, I would adjust my position, but we haven't gotten there. Get me there, maybe I'd adjust it, but I'm not just dug in, and none of us are. And that's the thing. Like, none of us have got our heels dug in like that.
We're literally still exploring the possibilities, but we unite on one front, which is, hey, the model that we were all taught when we were growing up that was beaten into our heads doesn't really add up. The math don't work. Like, there's a lot of holes in your model. There's a lot of inconsistencies. They just come back, meh. That's fine. Come back however you want. Back to the question. Would I update my position? Absolutely, if it needed to be updated. You all down there in the timeline, clapping in the mentions, freaking out, losing your minds on a daily basis, won't grab a mic. That's your problem. It's yours, not ours.
We definitely changed our position first. We're the ones who went from globe to flat.
Amen, proud. I mean, if I can interject on top of what Orwellian just said, and you stated it beautifully, brother. I've been in these rooms, what, a month and a half? Sacred, you know what, maybe 2 months tops? You guys have been in here for multiple months, if not years. I don't know how long you've been doing this. I really don't. But I feel more secure. And you know, old people are the hardest ones normally to convince of anything. You guys had me from the get-go. Orwellian, you, Liliana. I mean, there's a whole bunch of you guys in here. Ted, even Gruffy Sheepdog. I mean, it don't matter. Honestly, you guys and you know, Taylor talking about the Lord. Hey, a couple of things that just endeared me. Number one, you're basing your truth on Almighty God in the Bible, on the firmament, okay, on what we can see, on what we observe, on the flatness we see when we fly any plane. I've never seen a curvature. This bullshit. I don't know what the scientific term is. The something the something effect that you have that makes things curve, you know, or not curve. I forgot what it was. It's late, but you're laughing, Orwell, you know what I'm talking about. But the point is, I have felt more at home and more able to just let my hair down and say what the hell I fear or trust or wanted to know about. And you guys don't lash back at me. You don't tear into me and say, well, why don't you this or don't you do that? No, instead, I have Taylor coming in here and backing things up with, hey, hit him with this scripture from Job or this from the New Testament or something, you know, St. Paul wrote in one of his letters to the churches in Greece. Now you're in my wheelhouse. Now you just brought me closer into your dinner table. And there's a place for me to sit down with you guys. And that's why I keep coming back here.
I definitely appreciate that. Before we get to Eli, I will say, you know, my favorite part of this conversation in general was that it grew my love for science and learning about the sciences. It opened like windows for me that I never really even considered before. Career paths that are like still within my field of vision, no pun intended. So yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, what more can be learned, like for sure. Eli, jump in. I also want to hear from D3 and there's a couple others on stage, Methuselah and RG. Shout out to the level heads down there. Shout out to the other listeners. Shout out to YouTube chat. Oh, hey, Gleam.
How many Anons are down there right now?
Well, it was like 15 like
I
a second
count
ago.
56. Yeah, plenty.
It was like 15.
Oh, Stone, you already know.
I'm pretty sure somebody has the Discord show going.
Do they really do that simultaneously while we're doing that? They hold like a Discord SWAT the Flat Earthers on Flat Earth Friday. They're over there breaking each other's arms, jerking each other off
Oh,
while we're in
you
here
know they
discussing
can't
real
go
stuff.
a Friday without us. They be in Discord deep. giggling and kiki-keying in their little side chats.
Man, them thumbs have gotta hurt spamming emojis.
It's okay. We appreciate their engagement. Oh, Eli, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Am I tripping?
I can't hear anybody on my end
I
either.
don't hear him either.
Eli, Eli, wherefore art thou, Eli?
Yeah.
Not a peep.
Hey, quick question. While we're waiting on that to sort out, what happened to that? And of course, I could listen to the recap, but just 2 seconds here. What happened to that troll with 3 followers, that Jesus swallows dipshit, when I had to go take care of IRL?
Proud flushed him.
I think that was like Mordwan's cheerleader or something, because he only really was in here when Mordwan was in here.
Yeah, I recognized the voice, but I
I
couldn't.
feel
I
like
couldn't.
that's ZA or ZLA or whatever. It's the same troll that keeps coming back in here saying how much they hate us, but comes back like the wee hours
Right.
of the morning every time.
Creates a new account literally every Friday. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was just curious. I didn't get to hear the flush, so Proud, thanks for flushing the toilet.
I've never been in here before. Okay. Yes, loud and clear.
All right. So first and foremost, I wanted to walk out a couple of things. I called the presentation earlier on the flower of life with Boston Bear, and it's all fun and stuff, but when you obsolete data, it makes us look bad, right? So there's 436 active nuclear plants in the world, and so when you only put 5 or 6 on there, and you go, oh look, it works out, it's like that's not really a great look. There's 90 separate sites in the world with megaliths on them. There's over 30,000 different, structures that are classified as megaliths. There's 1,355 cities in the world that have a population over 1 million. So when you include 7 cities on your Flower of Life banner and play it on a flat earth and go, oh, look, it makes us look bad because it's so easy to poke holes in. So I just want to walk back that first since that got put in there. Like, I like it. It's cool. But at the end of the day, if somebody could poke holes in it, it's not a good argument, first and foremost. Secondly, Jesse made some lies earlier today. Jesse tried to tell us that the Indians are the ones who surveyed Mount Everest. Mount Everest is named after a fucking British guy, okay? It was a British surveyor, and he didn't survey it from hundreds of miles away, okay? He didn't survey it from hundreds of miles away. They surveyed it over hundreds of miles. They started at sea level, and they made surveys all the way to the base of the Himalayas, and then they surveyed it. It's like, okay, so when you're going to do survey, don't fucking lie. You piss me off with that stuff, okay? Because as somebody who does survey, you just make me angry. Thirdly, you don't even know how to do a collimation test. I still have the screenshot saved from Discord when you tried to tell me that a plumb bob wasn't necessary in a collimation test, and I will drag this out and I will show that you don't even know what you're doing. You're not a surveyor, and you really need to stop trying to convince people that we surveyed the globe with a fucking theodolite, because all surveys have revealed that the earth is flat. We have to estimate the globe with a fucking transform, which is why you have the Clark sphere of 1866. The Clark sphere of 1866 is in your reference book if you had one, and it shows you the mathematical transformation to get a globe. It's a theoretical model. Sorry for being angry. I've been drinking, but goddamn.
Hey, Eli, let me ask you a quick question real quick, just with regards to this, because me and you we utilize the same shit. I got to shoot elevations, right? A theodolite. He's invoking a theodolite to measure ridiculous, stupid distances, shooting ridiculous, stupid targets. Do we do that? Do you do that? Or do we have another? Or do we have something else that we use for that?
So I'm a building surveyor, right? So all of my surveys are done at 100-meter increments, right? But I was just having a drink earlier down at the bar with a guy. It just so happened he's a surveyor and he does property survey out here for the oil rigs, right? And he does his surveys at 1 mile increments, which is the max that they go to, right? He does 1 mile squares, and he starts at his corners to find his center, and then from his center he finds his quarter centers, right? Which is your square turn. If you can imagine that, right? So like literally, and that's where your spherical excess comes in, because you have to factor in your margin of error. Like if you look at your margin of error and then your spherical excess, you find that they are almost proportionate with one another. And so if you give it a little bit of thought, you could literally come to the conclusion that spherical excess and margin of error, human error, are the exact same thing. There's no proof in theodolite measurements for a globe Earth. There never has been, which is why the argument was still alive and well all the way until the 1950s. I'm tired of this side trying to say that, oh, we knew the Earth was a sphere all the way 2000. Fuck you did, you asshole. This thing was alive and well all the way until the 1950s when the Russians put Sputnik in space. It wasn't until Sputnik that they resolved this debate. But now that's open again because we realize that's nothing more than mystical bullshit that they put on TV, and there's no truth to it. And so it's like, hey, here we are again.
Damn, Eli, that's crazy. I was reading some of your tweets. I'm like, oh, he might have some sauce to give us.
Yeah, he's not playing at all. And the funny thing about all of this, Jesse theodolite shit, is when he's trying to invoke a globe with these measurements that are literally assumed on a flat stationary plane. It'll never work out. It doesn't add up. It's actually ridiculous on its face to even think that you could use that instrument to prove that we live in a globe. It goes back to looking at the ceiling fan, and going, oh well, now I know what I'm standing on. It's patently ridiculous. I mean, I get it. People are they're gonna glom onto what they glom onto, but for fuck's sake, man, a theodolite as globe proof is, and I will, Jesse. Like, I'm not throwing shade on your research at all, like quote unquote research. That's tongue in cheek. Like, I do have the data. I will look at it, but I mean, you're talking to guys that literally we make our bread and butter using these instruments in the field for figuring out, like, I don't know where to set the next floor of my building. We're not talking about measuring angular distance from your GPS location, which is also kind of fallacious, right? GPS to a target on a mountain, and then we're going, well, I might have a, back to Taylor's point, the p-value. Oh, I didn't even do that. Okay, cool, that's fine. I'll ignore that and dismiss that too. You're not going to prove the globe with that instrument, period. Theodolite, a total station, doesn't matter. Most of the earthwork that is done on these massive job sites that I work on are done by quote unquote GPS, right? Like the operators just literally have to step on the gas and it does it for them. Do I believe that is a global positioning satellite? No, it's a ground positioning system. You're going to have to come with something better. Everybody on the globe side is going to have to come with something better. I get pissed off too, just like he does. This shit is retarded. And when I get drinking, I get a little saucy. So I'm gonna land there, but man, no. You're gonna have to come with something better. A theodolite is not ever going to be a tool for proving the globe. I'm gonna shut up.
Well, thank you. And definitely, I'm always glad to talk with someone who thinks they can explain how I might have got those 36 measurements on a flat Earth. Definitely.
I'm sure Taylor's got some follow-up questions for you.
Oh, and Eli, I didn't say that the Indians surveyed Mount Everest. I said that the Brits surveyed Mount Everest from India because in the 1800s, the Brits kind of, I don't know if it was an invasion or they just wanted to survey out a really good trade route for spices. But anyway, the Brits were the ones surveying Mount Everest from more than 100 miles away in India, and that is why they named it after him. And no, I was not lying to you about anything, ever.
Jesse, in the interest of not turning X into Discord, I'm not even going to engage because we've been through this time and time again. And I tried to bring up collimation tests to you one time, and I told you what was required to do a collimation, and you tried to tell me that a plumb bob isn't even necessary to do a collimation test, which means that when you do your surveys, you general area. All right. When I pick my surveys, I pick them according to a pin that's driven into the ground, and I go top dead center of that pin with a bob. With how I make sure that I'm exactly where that pin was driven at the center mark where the benchmark was put. Right. These are terms that you don't even account for when you do your surveys. We're not even on the same level. I get paid to do mine. You don't get paid to do yours. Yours are agenda based. Mine build things. Yours are just to try to mock people, which is all you do. You just mock. You think you're smarter than everybody, and you just try to mock us. Like, oh, these stupid flat earthers, they're archaic. We knew for thousands of years. The fuck you did, homie. You got told when you were a 2-year-old, and you've accepted it ever since, and you never questioned it.
Hold on, Eli, did you just say that at one point in time, Jesse said that a plumb bob is irrelevant for, well, I don't know, plumbing a structure or plumbing anything?
For collimation test, which is how you a collimation test is how you oh God, I've been drinking. What is the word when you set it, when you make sure a thing is accurate? What is the word I'm looking for? The before you start doing your surveys, you make sure it's
Calibrate it.
accurate. What is the word?
You calibrate it.
When you calibrate, thank you, Stone. Yeah, when you calibrate, a collimation test is used for calibration, and you have to set your theodolite according to a place mark and that benchmark is found according to a plumb bob. And I put it in the Discord at one point. I told him there was necessary tool in order to do that, and then when I told him it was a plumb bob, he tried to tell me that I was wrong. And when I provided for him references to showing him pictures of the plumb bob, he tried to tell me that it wasn't necessary, and I had a laugh with Gio about it. I sent pictures of it to Gio and everything, but the whole point was to make fun of Jesse, because I do that. I'm an asshole like that. He makes fun of us, so I make fun of him back. But a plumb bob is necessary in a collimation test because you have to know where you're shooting from in order to calibrate your machine.
Well, I could tell you that with or without a machine, in real life today, I had an issue with anchor bolt placement for setting columns, building a structural steel building. We're at ground level, and well, in order to figure out where we were off, we had to again go off a benchmark. Drop a plumb bob from where we had already set a piece of structural steel on the first floor off ground level to figure out how far the people who set the anchor bolts were off. So yeah, primitive means work. It's ironic. The pendulum effect actually worked. If we were spinning and wobbling, I don't know if that plumb bob would actually do its job, but it's whatever. But at the end of the day, I erect structures. They stand up. They are what they are, and it works literally without any of that shit. Theodolite, I can use a primitive theodolite not a total station, to shoot my elevations to figure out where my floors go. But if the guy that sets the anchor bolts is off by a quarter of an inch, depending on how long that column line is, I'm going to be off by a foot at the end.
So I think the plumb bob thing was just a misunderstanding, because I'm using theodolites, and the manufacturer of each instrument type tells you how to do a collimation test and correction. And the procedure for an auto level does need you to know with some certainty where your device is, perhaps. But the procedure for theodolites does not. It does not even mention using a string plumb or even the optical plummet. And all of mine have optical plummets, so I could perfectly center over a benchmark without even hanging the string plummet. But I think that was the misunderstanding there. Is I think Eli was thinking of an auto level, which has a different procedure than the theodolites, which I was using.
It doesn't matter if you're using a transit or a theodolite or a total station. It doesn't matter what you're using. Your placement for center of the machine is everything. All right. And center of machine is based on the center screw, which is what screws into the tripod. Okay. So when we set the tripod up, it has a center screw, and we screw the theodolite into that center screw. And then from that center screw, we hang a plumb bob down to center of our benchmark, because that center line is imperative from where we pull all of our measurements. So if you just set up and say across the street from you is a survey marker that says you're 652 feet above sea level. Let's just imagine for a moment, right? Let's say there's one of those geodetic markers that say that you're 652 feet above sea level, but it's across the street. You don't have parking over there. You just decide you're going to park over here. You're close enough, and you guesstimate that you're about 6 feet above it. You're already adding in so many error margins just to your measurements that it's insane. It's wildly insane. And in all of your tests, I've not seen you above a benchmark to this date. I have not seen you above a survey benchmark. I haven't seen you drop a plumb bob down to a survey benchmark and verify this is where I am. This is how high I am, pulling a tape measure up to, because there's a mark on the center of your theodolite, so that you can pull a tape up from your mark to determine exactly your height above that mark so that you can get your height value. You haven't done any of these things. And then you try to mock me, right, as a surveyor. You've even tried to say that I wasn't a surveyor, which just pisses me off to no end you can't even imagine. Because I don't come to Flat Earth because of surveys. I come to Flat Earth from the Bible. I've been very honest about it. Beginning said that no survey reveals flat or curved, but that all surveys show that you can't make that determination. That's always been my point. That's always been my place, right? And I tried to be friendly with you in the beginning, but you wanted to mock me. So now you made an enemy of me anyway. So I'll follow you around and make you a fool out of you just for fun. You don't follow the proper procedures, bro. You just don't.
I want to make this one point before we get to Taylor, because I know she's got some sauce. But so Jesse, here's the issue, man. With regards to your theodolite, no matter where you're shooting, and I know you understand this, if you have any issue with your benchmark, okay, any issue, and you've provided coordinates, but if we can't verify them and you have any issue, and I'm talking a 16th with the distances that you're shooting, a 16th of an inch, for example, you are well aware of the fact that that will grow, that error will grow exponentially the longer it goes. The same principle applies to me trying to plumb and square the columns of a building on my first floor. If I've got issues one way or the other, I'm at a plumb left or right, and I set that, and I start setting structural steel, and I just start welding things, I'm going to have a serious problem at the end of the building. The same principle is going to apply to whatever you have shot. A, if you have not verified, like he said, your benchmark with a plumb bob, and B, if you haven't, if you bumped it, right? If you bumped your tripod leg a little bit, whatever it happens to be, that there are so many different factors that you need to account for with regards to error that it just boggles the mind. And you've provided some data, and I've started combing through it, but what you don't have is an observation of how you actually set these observations up. You have alleged that you are at this benchmark and you shot this target, but it's alleged. Do you understand where we might have a problem? Do you understand when we're talking about measurements, and especially at long distances, how if you're off by a fucking fraction, we're off by a mile when you get to a mountain? Can you acknowledge that, Jesse?
Well, I know that the small angle approximation says that if I'm off by, let's say I'm off by 10 arc seconds, then the vertical linear error will double with the doubling of distance, right?
Okay, so we're talking about arc seconds, and by we I mean you, but realistically, you can apply the same principle that I'm talking about with me erecting structures to your literally leveling the theodolite and shooting a target on a mountain. Can you concede that point?
Your claim that I'm going to have some error?
That the error will be the same whether you're talking about arc seconds or I'm talking about 1/8 of an inch.
Except that an inch is a linear value and an arc second is an angle, right?
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm talking about is you will still have an exponential difference if you have any error.
Please
any
explain.
error in your benchmark.
In my benchmark?
Where you placed your theodolite versus where you measured wherever you shot your target. I don't care about refraction. I don't give a shit about any of that at this point. What I'm talking about is if you have not verified and nobody else can verify what your benchmark is, none of your measurements mean a fucking thing to anybody else.
Hey, you know what? I would really be honored to discuss this with you more. It is past midnight in my time zone. I'm in Sequim, Washington, which is all the way on the, almost on the West Coast. And I've got a ham radio license upgrade test scheduled for the morning. So I need to get to bed so I can get up. But I will definitely see if I can visit here again. And it was a genuine honor to talk with all of you. And I followed you, Orwellia. So hopefully we can discuss this at a later time. Would that work?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Jesse. I appreciate your time, brother. I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just trying to square the circle, brother.
Yeah, I'm always interested in learning something new, so I appreciate it.
Did you say you have a general tomorrow?
What's that?
I'm definitely trying to be adversarial.
Your ham radio general license. Okay, try to shoot for the extra.
Oh my God! Hey, check this
There's
out.
someone right here who's done all three in one.
Try this. Try using a ham radio without a license because licensing is a scam.
Very funny. But anyway, yeah, no, I got my technician license about 25 years ago, but never really did anything with it. But I've been renewing it. And so just recently I started getting into more ham radio. I put up a tower and an antenna. And so I've been practicing for the general and the extra. And I'm hoping to get both tomorrow morning, so we'll see.
Well, I hope you
What do
get
you
it.
think? How long do you think it would be to get the technician, general, and extra all in one sitting?
How hard do I think it would be?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If I'm using hamstudy.org now, which is a free website that makes it really easy to practice and learn all the questions and the answers. So now I don't think it would
I'm
be
just
that.
saying we have a gentleman right here who's done all three in one.
Yeah.
And then you get like one letter taken off of your call ID.
Yeah. I don't think it would be hard now. 25 years ago, it would have been a whole lot more work because all you had was this big, thick book to work with. But the website makes it so much easier now with the interactive training.
So when the world falls apart and you're worried about a ham radio license, forget about licensing and just use the ham radios.
Hey Jesse, real quick, before you dip out of here, Jesse, I gotta make sure I take your co-host so that way the co-hosts don't get stuck. But I do want to appreciate you for pulling up, and sharing some of your info and your data. I don't know what you did in some of these Discord conversations, bro, but a lot of people seem like you got like a very checkered history. However, I do appreciate, your civility during this conversation. Even if you are getting help in Discord. But I think it was an interesting conversation, some interesting data provided. I wanted to ask you one thing in regards to just your experience here. And then since you just mentioned ham radio, I wanted to ask you something else. Is that all right? Before we let you go?
Absolutely.
So do you feel like in Flatter Fridays that you were able to get your thought across, that you weren't censored, and you feel comfortable coming back here another time?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was super cool.
Dope, man. Dope. And the last thing I'll ask in regards to ham radio, you say you're about to get your license and stuff like that. I always have this argument raised to me about tropospheric ducting. Are you familiar with that, or is that like beyond your scope of learning?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not an expert on it, but I've definitely heard of it.
So what's your take? Is there any instrument that measures this? Is there any like empirical evidence or data that shows this phenomena that mainstream refers to that you're aware of?
I couldn't name exact specific things, but I know that propagation is very heavily studied. There's a volunteer network of hundreds or thousands, probably thousands of people who run little automated radio transmitter receivers, constantly sending little transmitted packets up from all over the world and receiving them. And they're also connected to the internet. So they're looking for these spots in the sky that suddenly start reflecting, and then they quit. And so they have they're measuring the actual, they're mapping these skywave propagations as they appear and disappear. And then based on that, they can predict, where you might be able to get skip communications to. Does that make sense at a given time?
Somewhat. Again, some of this stuff is out of my scope because I'm not like a specialist or anything like that. So that's why I was asking you. But what it seems like what you're saying is you observe the phenomena and then draw your conclusions. Like you observe the propagation of the signal, and then you draw your conclusions from that propagation. It sounded like that's what you said, but I'm just talking about the actual effects in the quote unquote atmosphere or the environment that's causing this tropospheric ducting. Like what tools or instruments can we use to actually observe that or measure that change in the environment?
Hey, sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off, Sacred, but yeah, so one thing is tropospheric ducting, and I'll try to address that as well. But also, one thing I find really interesting is something called sporadic E, okay? It's called that because it's unpredictable and apparently happens because stuff is falling through the atmosphere and is creating little lines of ionization that you can bounce your radio signals off of. And I find that kind of odd, right? Because there's really no way to know what that is or no way to actually like test what's causing it or anything. But let's just say we're using a frequency which normally wouldn't be able to cover, go a certain distance, and it wouldn't be able to bounce off the quote ionosphere typically. So but it will in these sporadic E conditions. And then what Jesse was contributing as to, which is really cool, people there'll be some low powered radio on the top of a mountain with a little solar panel, and its job is to relay weather conditions on the top of that mountain only when it can. And now it'll be waiting for like a sporadic E moment or something like that. And I'm not sure how it knows to do that, but my point is that you could take advantage of these little things going on for cool radio uses. And then the tropospheric ducting, is whenever there's two different temperature gradients interact with one another, one will go over the other one, and then they'll like rotate around one another. And then apparently, I mean, at least in theory, this creates like a little tunnel for the radio to want to stay in. And the only thing I can imagine that could be like testable about this is that, let's say you were trying to talk, from east to west, and we were shooting into this tropospheric ducting phenomenon, but like that doesn't work going from like where we're at to north. Like you have to be going through the tunnel, and then it'll like make the radio go, several hundred, a few hundred to several hundred miles further than it was supposed to.
Excuse for it going to though. That seems like an excuse for radio waves moving too far.
But you have to like it could, let's say you have to go through the tunnel. Like if you point in the wrong direction, then you're not going to be using the weather condition,
What weather condition?
like tropospheric ducting.
I can't see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm like, who is this?
No. I'm very skeptical of that. Do y'all know anything about that tropospheric ducting? It seems like for me, like that's a way that the way to explain how radio waves can move too far. Some
Well, that's why I was
That's why
asking for
people
like.
doing it.
portal in
People
the
using
ether.
it. They're using it to like excuse away the VHF signals. Tropospheric scattering. I literally was just editing a clip from that.
So again, just asking Jesse before it leaves out of here. I understand the phenomena, or at least the claim cause, but do we have any empirical data that this is actually happening? I don't know if that was specifically answered, or any instrument that can detect this. I don't know if that was specifically answered, or if it was just kind of we're trying to still figure it out type of thing.
That's a good set of questions. I think one way that I think you could objectively get some clues is by looking at the delay between the transmitter and the receiver, because if it's going straight line, then it's going to be faster than if it's taking a longer path and bouncing off of something. And the other thing you could look into is the power levels, because there's something called the square inverse law, which applies to line of sight radio communications, what we call free space radio communications. And it basically says that every time you double the distance, the signal strength is cut into 1/4, right? The square inverse law. It's the same thing with light. So for line of sight radio links, we basically, every time we double the distance, we have to make the power 4 times as much to maintain the signal strength at the receiver. But something does go on up in the sky that somehow defeats that law. Sometimes it's not always there, but when some condition is just right, like I heard one of the ham radio operators in my area saying he was talking to somebody in France on 10 watts. So if you take the square inverse law of 10 watts, there is no way whatsoever that small amount of power traveling, in free space could go that far and still be receivable. So something is taking that signal, capturing it in some sort of duct, and containing it in that duct, keeping it from spreading out like it normally would, and then depositing it back down on Earth, where the signal is much, much stronger than it could possibly have been for a straight line of sight in free space. Does that sort of make sense?
I wonder if this is because it's all electromagnetic, right? So I wonder if there's like an electromagnetic type of phenomenon that underlies the temperature phenomenon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it is supposed to have something to do with the density gradients caused by the temperature gradients.
Yeah, so again, it just seems to me almost like, oh, there's got to be some mass out there that's causing these cosmos that's spinning way too fast from, or keeping these cosmos spinning way too fast from just shattering and splitting apart and destroying itself. Got to be dark matter. You know, that's kind of what I'm hearing. Like I was hoping I would get some. Oh yeah, this instrument can detect this type of atmospheric condition, which is what we call tropospheric ducting. And when we look at signal propagation, we can see that cause and effect relationship. That's kind of what I was hoping to hear. Because again, just like Taylor said, it just sounds like, hey, these signals are going way too far, and you know they're supposed to be attenuated by the physical obstruction of curvature. And I'm not denying that there is not any, you know, sky phenomena that could affect it potentially, because everything is electromagnetic in nature. But it just seems like the way that they try to describe these things that seem to be a failed prediction on a spherical Earth, right? That has a curved surface. Because it's one thing to say like, okay, we could use our optics to determine curvature, which we just went through a list of things which could be flawed about using optics. So if we remove optics out the way, and then we go with something like linear signal propagation, and it you know propagates far beyond the predicted limitation of the geometric sphere of the Earth surface, you kind of have to figure out, okay, what's actually happening here. Like, is it spherical or is it just something just propagating linearly, reaching its target? So yeah, I was just, since you had mentioned that little ham radio thing, I figured I just run that by you. Not holding you to anything because I know you don't have the credentials yet, but you seem to have a little bit of tenure in the field. So, and some of the other guys that are ham radio specialists don't want to pull up over here. What would you say to those other globe earthers that say, "Hey, I don't know about pulling up the Flat Earth Fridays"? Do you recommend that they come speak and they'll get their voice heard?
You know, it sure was pleasant tonight. This was my first time, so I honestly don't know what's normal, but I sure liked what I saw tonight. And as far as what you were mentioning there, those are good points, but the interesting thing is that the ducting, even if Earth is flat, it's still allowing a very weak signal to go way too far, even for a flat Earth. So even if Earth is flat, there's still something that does take place in the upper air somehow that's intermittent. It comes and goes, and it does. It's something other than just free space
Those
propagation.
ether winds. Those ether winds in the storm front.
There you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say that, Taylor.
Tell them.
I just want to make sure anybody else has a question for Jesse before he leaves. They wanted to chime in real quick.
I just wanted to tell Jesse I appreciate you, brother. It's always awesome when we get people that pull up here, and I hope you don't feel like I was being adversarial with the Adelaide conversation. I use them. There are plenty of people that you'll engage with that use them in our field of work. Nothing but that. But man, it's been cool talking to you, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, cool. No, yeah, it's okay. How many seconds of a gun do you got?
Hey Jesse, are you available? This is Run Boston Bear. I know you're heading out.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
I've been on a mission trying to catch up. I was 2 hours behind and I was playing at 2 times the speed and I fell asleep with an hour to go when you were talking to Piezo and I jumped back and I heard um, Galatrack. Anyway, I'm just gonna fast forward to now because I know you need to leave. And I didn't want to talk with you not here because we go back and we're friends and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, definitely.
So with and I'm not claiming like what I'm about to say right now, I'm not claiming I'm right, ha ha ha. But what I think you've done, and this is what I've recognized about you is you're dedicated, you've worked a long time in the field, out in the world, the real world, and you've used your theodolites, many of them, and you've made a lot of observation. And I mean, I commend you for the time you've taken to do this and make your graphs and send me charts and talk to me about it. And I'm gonna say again what I think has happened or what I think is going on, and interrupt me as soon as you want or as soon as you need to. But I think you have done a great job measuring with your theodolite the optical apparent drop of things. So what I mean by that is in the real world, in the flat earth that we all believe in, you came to Flat Earth Fridays, the sun never sets. Like the actual source sun remains well above the plane of existence that we live on. But we see it set because that's a apparent optical phenomenon. And even when the sun is split in half and you can see half the sun, appearing to disappear at the horizon line, like if you're looking at it over the ocean or over water, you know what I mean? Like it's optical, it's apparent. I actually I was starting to write out notes and stuff. So let me just, if you want to respond, and then I'll read my notes. Cause like literally I woke up and I tried to like gather myself. And then I heard, I was 12, I think I had 10 minutes to go to be caught back up to live. And I was like, oh no, Jesse's leaving. So I should probably just read my notes real fast, but I want you to respond if you're dying to, or if you want me to just like restart.
Oh, yeah, let me respond real quick. I have a
Go
short
for it.
memory.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, feel free to catch up to me however you can. I'm always glad to talk.
Okay.
And yes, what my measurements are optical for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I have been studying the nature of light and all this stuff, and I really can't figure any possible way, even with it being optical, that I could have gotten these results based on the observable reality I've been able to test myself. And I'm certainly open to anyone who can demonstrate observable, phenomena that could have possibly caused these measurements to be possible in the specific circumstance that I took them. So, yeah, I'm definitely open to learning. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. And I'm just pursuing truth the best I know how, doing what I can, and listening to anyone who thinks they can show me what I could do better, for sure.
Well, I hear you, and dude, I've got much love for you. I know you're a believer, and we're like brothers in that. I'm gonna start over. So you have your theodolite, and these are my notes. You're at position A, whatever position A is, and you level your device, and you look as best you can. Your device is level, and you put your crosshairs on the point you want to figure out how much has it dropped, et cetera, et cetera. And if it's a mountaintop, and you're only pointing it at the top and you're like, hey, this thing has dropped 3,000 feet. I'm not, meaning to say it like that to be funny or anything. In my opinion, you're measuring perfectly how much things appear due to perspective, how much they appear to drop in the distance. So, like, you're ultimately giving everyone results of how the globe Earth was invented by how we see the world. And I wrote right here, he's measuring how much these items, mountains, appear to drop, the top, or shrink, which tells him the globe is real. But the globe was invented by how we see the world. I guess I just said that part. And that's when I brought up sunsets earlier, because the actual source of the sun we don't see. We have a azimuthal grid of vision, which everybody laughs at flat earthers, which is basically our dome of perspective. All the stars, the moon, the sun, the wandering stars, they appear to us at that limit. And Shane's done a lot of work with his model, which everybody's mad that, he's like, oh, they copyrighted it from Bislin. But Bislin's model is just time and date data of where these, the sunset times and stuff. So what I'm trying to get across to you in a nice way is, yes, the mountain's going to do that perfectly and really line up with what the globe should be with multiple theodolites from said location multiple days, multiple times of the year, it's going to come pretty close to line up to the globe, because with how we see the world, it's always going to shrink by that much, or roughly. Now, atmospheric conditions, dust in the air, humidity, that kind of stuff is going to, with refraction, change the apparent position of the tip of the mountain a little bit. But what you're doing with your theodolite is good work, but you're proving that the world appears to look like a globe, but it's not. And I know that may be heartbreaking, or like, no, I can't hear that. But I think everybody's told you in different ways. I mean, even Taylor earlier, she's brand new to knowing who you are, had questions about like, well, how are you doing your data, and how are you for sure that you're getting, the numbers right? Well, anyway, I'm not gonna try to just like filibuster here. The work you've done is awesome. I think you've had amazing experiences out there in the field. I think spiritually, you've spent a lot of time with the creator out there doing these measurements. And in your heart of heart and in your mind, you think it is a globe. It is a globe. It is a globe. See, guys? And I don't think that you're hating flat earthers, but I'm here to tell you all you're doing is nailing down that the world appears to be a globe, but it's not. And what you're measuring is just the optical drop due to perspective of things way off in the distance. And if you had 100 theodolites, they're going to show you that, because that's how we see the world. And I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, and I appreciate that. That was very kind, and I do really appreciate Taylor's questions too, because it's always fun to see someone learning about a new aspect of stuff. But it sounds like basically, if I were to determine, it sounds like basically you're saying, and stop me if I'm wrong, that if I were to use optical measurements from what we can tell about, what we can measure about the surface of the ground, that a globe would not be an unreasonable place to arrive if we were relying on strictly optical measurements.
You're exactly right. Using the theodolite in the way you are is going to produce the conclusion that we live on a globe, because the kinematic and dynamic equivalence, and this goes for optics as well. I was this is a little bit of a sidetrack thing. There's concave earthers too. Have you heard of the argument of
Oh
the
yeah, some of my good online friends are concavers.
Okay, so the interesting thing there is, if you live on a globe, the globe is supposed to drop at 8 inches per mile squared as you go around, as you go off into the distance, and that's how you get the 360-degree full circle of the globe Earth. And then the flat Earth, the same optics are present. That's what I was just trying to explain. Is like you're out in the field doing all this work, and your conclusion is globe, when really the flat Earth is the same numbers. Um, and then the concavers, they say that that if you're at a center point, and you're measuring, that you get 8 inches per mile squared in an upward ramp. So I know it sounds really crazy, but flat is in the middle, globe is on one end of the spectrum, and concave is on the other. And the mathematics to prove any of it are equivalent in these people's mind. It's based in philosophy. You can make these worlds come to life in your mind and heart and your belief, with math. And it doesn't mean that that's true. So, and honestly, man, I'm just telling you, I don't think concave is true, and I don't think globe is true, but both concave and globe can be basically proven to man with math and philosophy and belief. And I think the flat earth is true. And now listen, if I'm wrong and it's not flat, I will yield my entire soul towards what is true. You know what I'm saying to you? Like, I've never tried to be mean to you. I've never tried to say, ha ha, I have the answer. It is a flat plane. Look at how water lays, it lays level. I mean, I woke up from the globe. I believed the globe. I thought God created a spherical planet and the universe that's ever expanding. I don't think that's true anymore. I think we live in an enclosed system. All the luminaries are apparent in their location. It's a lot tighter, like it's closer And I'm still on the journey of learning. I just definitely think that the world is not moving. It's not rotating, spinning. It's not moving at all unless an earthquake is happening or a landslide. That's when the earth is moving. And you can't find physical curvature anywhere. There can be elevation changes from city to city, and like with all the work you've done optically, you can quote unquote measure curvature, but you're really just measuring the apparent drop due to perspective. And I don't know, I don't want to beat a dead horse because I love you, bro. It's just it's hard to let go of something when you've worked so hard for it, but I don't think the globe exists.
Well, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And if you or anyone listening wants to show me how I should better compensate for perspective, because I have done scale model tests where I tested the claimed laws of perspective, and they hold true on the scale model. So if someone can show me why they shouldn't on the larger models, on a larger scale, I'm definitely all ears to learn for that. And the other thing I was going to say, I'm getting really tired here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Let's see, what was it? I had two things on my tongue.
Okay, check it out. Check it out. Sometimes when I'm talking to people, I just draw a blank and I'm like, shoot. Now, if it comes to you, interrupt me immediately because I'm going to make one more small point.
Okay.
And if it comes to you, man, just say, I got it, and I'll stop. So you know how we have the argument about boats disappearing over the horizon? And like we visually see the boat disappear bottom first. I know this is a 24/7 and a Earth Awakenings argument has been for years. And Witsit's always saying like, yeah, the bottom of the boat, if you're talking about angular size or basically resolving the angles, the bottom's going to disappear first. If you're a 6-foot man and you're watching the boat go away, 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 not only do you have the little bit of bumps in the water and like different turbulence, of the water kind of obstructing the bottom of the boat, as it goes away, the bottom of the boat is going to disappear first. But we know at the ocean, the whole boat disappears completely. You can't see it at all. But then with a P1000, you can bring most the whole thing back to a point, because that whole argument and that whole thing is the item disappearing at the convergent point. Like it's converging, it's kind of smashing into the horizon. And I think it's no sky or free sky. I can't
Free
remember
sky.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
free sky.
free sky does a lot of stuff with things disappearing, and he even uses models to show this. And my whole reason why I brought this part up is because thinking about a little boat on the ocean. The ocean's huge. As it goes farther and farther away, the bottom is ramping up and the top is ramping down. It's like getting smashed into the horizon, basically. There's going to be a point where no matter how strong the telescope, how strong the optics are, you're not going to be able to bring it back at all. It's the data's gone. And so you being on a hillside or wherever you're at, and you got a theodolite, and people were trying to mention earlier, it's just got this tiny little 2-inch lens. It's little, it's hard to know even the angle, but I know that you're sure it's level, and I know that you are pretty confident that the line is at the top of the mountain. What I'm telling you is that whole story of how a boat shrinks and disappears bottom up, and then that you can't see it anymore at all. You're dealing with a whole mountain where you're like, hey, JT, look, the top has dropped 3,200 feet. I for sure, look, I've got 12 theodolites. It's dropped by 3,200 feet. See. The same thing that happens to the little boat on the ocean as it goes further and further away is the same thing that's happening to the whole mountain. Now, I don't know how I can convince you that the bottom of the mountain is going to be disappearing bottom up, and the top is going to be shrinking down due to how we see the world and how perspective works. And when you measure your theodolite, again, you think, man, we must live on a globe. That thing's going down, down, down. It must be going over the curve. But you've heard us talk about Mr. F-15, right? The F-15 pilot, and you've
I
heard
remember.
the stone breakdown of seeing K2 from 301 nautical miles away in his plane. He saw K2 with his eyeballs from 301 nautical miles away, and he thought, how is this possible? And it's not possible on a globe. But you know, and people would be like, "Oh, you're just making that up." But I mean, I'm still friends with the guy. He's also a believer. We talked yesterday, and we
The
pray. You
pilot?
know, yeah. Good friends with him. And if he could get a voice changer, I could get him on the line with you or any of you guys because he's real. He's hungry to talk about the truth of our stationary topographical plane Earth. Because honestly, man, he knows the sky and the ground run parallel to each other, just like train tracks run parallel to each other and they converge at a point in the distance. The sky and the ground do the exact same phenomenon, the exact same experience. The horizon is that convergent point way out in the distance. And he's proven this to himself with his with the way that when he was in the plane, where he would like his main job was to put little pins or little markers on storm like thunderheads that were popping up onto their horizontal. I know I'm kind of getting long-winded, but let's say they're flying at 25,000 feet. His job was to sit in the back of the plane, basically has a PhD in radar. And if thunderheads were popping up at their horizontal, he would put a little marker on it. And this would tell the pilot, like, hey, bro, you're gonna have to fly around that because there could be hail in the cloud. You know, that's dangerous. A storm's popping up, like where we're flying. And he would do this tagging 20, 40, 60, 80, all the way out to 120 nautical miles. He would be pinning these storm clouds or thunderheads popping up at into their horizontal. And he scratched his head and said, well, wait a minute. If we live on a globe and everything's wrapping around this ball, including storm systems, the ones out at 120 nautical miles would not be at my horizontal. It would be basically diving way down and around the ball, but they appeared to him with his technology at his level. And that also was one of the things that was like, holy smokes, this world is flat. We fly planes like it's flat. Air-to-air combat is as such because if there was a ball Earth that the fighter jets were flying over and around, there would be the ability for the jet to fly below the radar, like come in from underneath the radar, and that never happens because the guy in the back, he scans his radar from the horizon to the ground, and then the guy in the front would scan from the horizon to the sky. They split the sky at the horizon, and he's saying, dude, there's no way for a jet to come in from under where I'm scanning. Does that make sense? Because I'm just telling you that we live on a plane Earth, and radar proves it, and fighter jets know it, and a lot of pilots know it, and you would know it if you realized what you're doing with your equipment. But I know you want to go to bed.
Yeah, and I did remember what I wanted to mention.
Yeah, go
I
for
had
it.
I had a response for the P1000 thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I did, but I'll start with the last thing you mentioned about the pilot guy.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to talk with him or somehow because I have because I have a technical background.
Okay.
I may have grown up on a farm, but I was always taking radios apart and anything I could take apart and learn how it worked. I'd take it apart. I was reading, so I really have a lot of technical questions, and I did talk with Whitsit about this guy's account, but Whitsit didn't have all the technical answers on hand. So if there is some way I could talk with him, maybe he could create a dumpster or a disposable email address or something, so that he could type, and that way I wouldn't hear his voice or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or I could give him my cell phone number. If I mean, I don't know. I would really, really like to just find out some of the technical aspects of that, because I do understand the angles and the radio frequency and the transmission and the reception and the radar,
Mm-hmm.
and I understand enough about that to really be able to learn a lot from him.
Yeah, bro. I just had a
So
thought, okay? Because I know there are apps, and I could ask Sacred or Proudful or for anybody with
yeah,
a mic. I know there's apps that can change the voice for for him to be anonymous. Because honestly, he's a working man. He's got to provide for his family. He's not.
I
He's
totally understand.
yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Check this out. You and I could do a Zoom call where I'm sitting right in front of you, and that's using the internet to be connected. You and I could be on the phone with him with my AirPods in. I could
Oh.
speak everything he's saying to me in my ear, and then you wouldn't have to know him, you wouldn't have to hear, you could, and I don't know this stuff. So when I was, that's one way. I mean, I could
That'd
ask
be
him,
wonderful.
I
I
could
would
ask
really,
him like, hey, can you do a burner email and type it all out? But then people would be like,
yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
we can connect later on how you can talk to this guy, because he's truly a nice guy, and I'd be happy to do
definitely.
it. I'd be willing to do the Zoom call. And anyway, um, you
I've
know what,
got Zoom
brother?
all installed.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I know we've prayed before, and I know that Sacred and Proud have done, a good, nice thing to let us just go back and forth like we were on a private call. But do you mind if I pray real quick over you before you go?
Oh no, not at all. Go for it, and then
Okay,
I'll do my other two questions or my
okay,
other two
yeah,
responses.
yeah, please do. All right. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for waking me up in just the right time so I could speak with Jesse and just catch up with him. I know that we've talked a few times, and I just ask that if I'm wrong and I'm telling him it's a flat Earth, blah blah blah, and that's not true, then have everything I just said to him go away, and not even sink into his heart. But if what I tried to bring across to him was the truth, and he needs to, accept or think about this from a different angle, because I know everybody in the room, everybody in this space, for the most part, that believes that we live on a stationary topographical plane Earth has had to do this sort of analyzation of where we've lived and pondered. But anyway, my prayer is basically guide us all to the truth. Help us not to be scared to investigate and ask questions about reality, including the medical industry and including what's in the food, and just for our own safety of mind, body, and soul, help us to move towards the truth. Because I know in the word it says your son is the way, the truth, and the life. And that's what we all want. We want the truth. We don't want to be deceived. We want to have proper relationships with others with love, without hate. And we don't know how to do that without your help. So, Father, I just pray this all in Jesus' name, and thank you for this awesome space. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks, bro. What's your other question, man? And then I'm probably going to drop the mic, or at least yield it back to somebody else.
Yeah. So, I have a P1000, and I've tried the zooming trick, and I can't get it to work. The picture gets bigger or smaller, but the amount of bottom up obstruction, like let's say there's a mark on the side of the boat that's just above the horizon line.
Mm-hmm.
Zooming out, and that mark is still above the horizon line. I may not, if I zoom out too far, I can't resolve it or the ship, but zooming in doesn't, bring up anything that was actually, any details that were actually below the horizon. So you might want to get one of those and try it or borrow one or something.
Okay.
And the other thing I was going to say is I am working on a project to measure that doesn't use light.
Mm-hmm.
I have 6 kilometers of buoyant string on a spool, and I'm going to try to float that on a lake and pull it so tight that if the lake is bulging up, the string will cut into the lake like a big loaf of cheese. So if buoyant string sinks when tightened, that would be pretty good evidence of curvature. But that I haven't done that yet. It's a big project, and I was hoping to do it this summer or complete it this summer. 4 or 5 years in the making, but I didn't. So probably next summer. My question to you is, are you basically saying that we can't know the shape of Earth based on physical measurements, and that we have to arrive at that some other way, or just that they can't be optical? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. No, we can know the shape of Earth totally by measurements and measurements alone. We can't know the shape of Earth if optics are involved. That's my position on that. And I want to respond to your P1000 thing. And if you want to go back and forth a couple more seconds, that's cool. So I have a P1000. Over here at my house, there's a water tower that's 3.1 miles away. I've flown my drone up in the air, and I've flown it all the way over to the water tower, and it's 3.1 miles away from where I'm at. When I look at the water tower, I mean, I can see there's a water tower over there, but I can't make out much detail of the tippy top of it. It just is, I can't, I can't, it just looks like a round white ball that holds water. You know what I'm talking about, a water tower.
Right,
But
right.
with my P1000, as I zoom in and zoom in and zoom in from, 3.1 miles away, I can see very detailed on top that there's a cage or like a little gate. Like if I was standing there, it would probably be, I don't know, maybe at knee level or waist level. It's not that high. It's not like to my chest or anything. But I've got a video I'll show you because I wanted to prove and show myself this vanishing point idea, but it really makes it tough when you're talking about at the surface of the water. So like at on the ocean, like I said earlier, you've got the water, like you don't know how bumpy the water is, and it kind of gets in the way. And anyway, this water tower thing, as you zoom in, it's almost like you're taking, like if you have your hands and you put your hands out in front of you, like you're a pretend Pac-Man, and you're like doing the Pac-Man mouth with your hand. Ultimately, the P1000 gives you the ability to open up and expand and give you more data and more information. It's just like pinching open the distance items, and that's how I was able to gather the detail, the crisp detail of the top cage on the water tower. But even while I'm using the P1000 and I just slowly start to back away from it, pretty soon you're like, man, even in the 4K video recording, you're like, you know what? Going frame by frame, you're like, that top cage, I cannot resolve it anymore. It's disappearing. It's merging into the water tower like there is no cage. So that's what happens with boats as they disappear over the horizon. That's what the sun does as it sets. Like it's not going around the ball. It's not going down and around the ball and coming, like we're not rotating. We know we're not moving. It's all apparent. It's all optical. It's wild. But I mean, once you start diving into these different topics, I mean, I guess once you come to the conclusion, like this is the deal. Once you come to the conclusion that we're not rotating, spinning, gyrating, moving, and once you come to the conclusion that we do live on a plane Earth, like level topographical, then you have to ask the question, how is this happening then? And then the answers start to come. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of. So, if optical measurements can't be used to determine the true shape of Earth, what measurements can I do that would?
I mean, the geodetic surveying works when you use more of a close range, like when you know that it's level and we know 100 square miles, you can measure level for 100 square miles, here to there and there to there. It's like they do road works. I know Aurelian was bringing that up, and you can put these 100 square mile blocks side by side by side by side, and all the blocks are level, and then there goes the globe Earth. They're just out the window, but nobody wants to acknowledge that. I guess laser tests are decent. The rail gun that can shoot a projectile 100 plus miles just dead flat and hit its target kind of shows that there's not this thing isn't bending up. Of course they can say refraction bends around the globe, but this projectile doesn't nosedive around a globe Earth magically due to gravity, like all this stuff. And then who is the guy that talked about the force of the line? You remember that one?
Oh, Brian Mullins.
Yeah. He was gonna do a test. He was gonna do that test, and he's still a flat earther. He got married. He's doing great. I saw a video on how he's doing. Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked, but let me leave it here, man. I know you pulled a long shift with a bunch of people tonight, and let's get together. Let's get the pilot on
Definitely.
and talk some more. Do it later, because I want to tell the whole crew a couple more things before I go to bed.
Cool. Definitely. Yeah, let's catch up later, and because it's 1 a.m. here, but it sure was good talking with you, brother.
Yeah, it's 2:58 here, and I hate that I fell asleep, but I'm super glad that you hung around. Thank you for the back and forth. And you know what? Yeah, if I'm wrong, I will laugh. I will laugh one day, and I'll ask you for an apology for even like trying to
Oh, you
bring all
don't
this
need
stuff
to
up.
do
But you
that.
know what? You know what? If you wake up one day and you're like, "Holy moly, I can't believe I spent all that time out there thinking it was a globe when really I was just seeing like this is how the world is. This is how we see the world. Doesn't mean it's flat, but
Oh,
the
yeah.
conclusion you've come to is fine. There's no reason to be embarrassed if you're wrong. There's no reason to be embarrassed if I'm wrong. We're just dudes trying to figure out where we live,
Exactly.
and I think it's
Exactly.
awesome. So I'll catch you later, man.
All right, take care.
Yeah, you too.
And I will mute, but I will stay here so that you can pull my co-hostership. And thank you so much. It was a genuine pleasure.
Shout out to you, Jesse.
Yeah. Thank y'all for letting me go back and forth. Jesse and I have talked, quite a few times over the years, and like we never fought or anything. We never gotten mad at each other. I've just said, I don't think what you're seeing or what you've measured is proof of a globe. I think it's proof that, perspective exists. Anyway, I did have a couple more points, but there's hands, and I think I jumped the line. Hey,
No, I
did you want
appreciate
me?
that, JT.
Did you want me to keep going, bro, or wait? I can wait.
Well, we did have Taylor. I know she was waiting to jump in here. We
Yeah,
sent Jesse off.
Let me wait.
We could double right back to you in just a second, JT. I appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Jesse. Being honest this time around. Approach anyway. Taylor, you still there? Not sure. Go ahead, JT. All you.
Okay. Hey, Taylor, if you have an earpiece in and you hear me, interrupt me any chance you get to take the mic because I want to hear what you have to say. And I know you're doing some awesome stuff tonight, so interrupt me. Um, All I was gonna say is it's hilarious. I was 2 hours back and like the FOMO in me wouldn't let me just catch to live and come and talk. Like I was playing 2 times the speed, trying to catch everything. And I fell asleep. I was saying this a second ago. I fell asleep when Piezo and Jesse were talking. That was it. Because I have these compression boots. They're called Normatec boots. You slide your legs all the way in and they squeeze like really, really tight at your ankles and at your calves and at your, it's a recovery item, but dude, they'll knock you out. They'll make you tired. Anyway, I woke up when Eli was talking and I recognized his voice. I'm like, man, how's Eli doing? We go back too on we just go back in the journey of waking up. He's a cool dude. And he was talking about the Flower of Life video we watched earlier with Donk. And I was like, oh man, I missed something. I got to jump back. So I jumped back to where I was at, and I was catching up super fast. And I heard Galatrax come on, which is super great because I talk to him fairly often, and he was bringing up the Donk video as well, which I'll post if it hasn't been posted. It was a really really neat deal where he was laying these ley lines out. It's probably already talked about, but yeah. What was I gonna say? That video was awesome. Oh yeah, I was gonna roll it straight into, and Taylor, if you're there, just interrupt me. I was gonna roll it right into the video edit that I did with the whole crazy stuff with QE and Nathan Oakley because like I just talked to Jesse. I don't have any beef with him. I'm not upset that he's a glober and trying to fight for the globe. It's what he's passionate about his craft. He's out there in the field for hours and hours and hours. He's just kind of coming to the wrong conclusion. Well, in my opinion, QE and Nathan, they do great work when it comes to basically crushing the globe. Like if anybody goes up against them with celestial navigation or the baseline, like these are their wheelhouses. They'll completely crush. But them not wanting to talk about, just civilly talk about the ether, or at least have discussions back and forth with Witsit about what he's found. Because I mean, we're all truthers, right? We're all supposed to be people on a journey and on a mission to seeing what this realm is and what it isn't. And the fact that they've like pigeonholed or crammed him into a corner and labeled him a naughty boy because he talks to people about different topics and different ideas about what this realm is. And like, it's just really, really weird. It's beyond weird. They shouldn't talk to another person the way that they talk to him. And the muting and unmuting is unnecessary. I filmed it with my own camera just to show like the tactics of how, QE has his finger over the mute button and he very powerfully just shuts Wits down as he's trying to respond. And they put a bunch of words in his mouth and they are basically just controlling him like a puppet, trying to paint him like he's a shill or like he's a evil person or a liar or a grifter. It's like, dude, he's not that. And I think everybody that knows him knows he's not that. So that's one of the reasons why they don't retain followers, or maybe they have followers, but it's a select crew that just, I don't know. I don't know why they're following, but I made the video public. When I get off of here, I'm gonna share that edit. Um, and I think that's all I got, man. I appreciate you all for all you pulled tonight. Sorry I fell asleep. Sorry I came on here kind of groggy and just had like basically a phone conversation with Jesse in front of all y'all. But um, I'm here for truth and I'm here to promote the true earth. And I love you all.
AJT, it's all good, man. I appreciate you mustering up a little bit of energy to pop in and talk with us, of course. It's always a pleasure. You made a lot of good points in that short amount of time talking to Jesse there. I haven't had too many experiences with him. This is like the first real interaction. I think I know, kind of seen him like over on Discord. I think I actually might have seen him on a School in the Globers. That actually might be the first time I seen Jesse. And I can understand some people's frustrations, but I mean whether it was phony or not, I mean I did appreciate the civility. Like y'all gotta admit, like he didn't really attack anybody personally. He tried to keep the conversation on topic. You gotta appreciate that. Like we don't get that type of interaction too often from the anti-flat earthers, right? Not really sure if we want to classify them as that. Usually we classify like the dishonest globe earthers as the anti-flat earthers. And I'm just not too sure if I could, cast judgment thus far or just yet. I want to give it a few more interactions to see, what's really going on. Sometimes we get, these globe earthers that present themselves a certain way and are being differently. And then sometimes they'll be super toxic and they end up, rock with us forever. So it's like, it could go either way. But yeah, I do appreciate him pulling up. I appreciate him being honest about his experience here. That was dope. And yeah, Rumbaugh said you did. You had the recording of all that stuff that went down over there with Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser. We talked about that a little bit earlier of this evening. Not too much, but it is interesting the amount of vitriol and their approach to leaning on censorship in order to make a point. I would almost like not even really care if they were fair, where it's like, okay, this is just going to be a crash out session. You can interrupt me, I can interrupt you, but it's not that. It's like I can interrupt you whenever you want, and you can never interrupt me, especially when you're making a coherent thought or a rational or logical argument or just a simple clarification. They just wasn't having any of that, and it's a level of like the type of things that I was hearing over there was like my community, get out of here. Like we don't want you here. Like get out of my community. And I wasn't really sure what that was about. I wasn't sure if that was like narcissism or if that was like, are you just talking about this little Discord here with like, a few dozen people? Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about my community? Is that what we're talking about? Because you're not speaking on behalf of all of Flat Earth. Like for sure not talking for all of us. Um, But then again, like I had mentioned, a lot of that satire characteristics just turned off as soon as the cameras went on. Just one of my observations. Uh, I will say that Witsit and some of these other some of our favorite speakers in the community, like they do have larger platforms. So if you see a smaller platform that take criticism, they might harbor some more animosity than usual. If there's any criticisms sent their way. And I think that they may have some like history or whatever the case is. So I kind of understand you can't get along with everybody. Like me and Proud be dealing with it all the time. So I understand it. But at the same time, I never really seen Wizard being antagonistic. I kind of see Wizard doing his own thing. And he's always like responding to like the weird the weird energy and stuff like that, which I respect because I mean, like, we like to play away games. We don't like to just sit at home and control the conversation. We go play away games and have conversations wherever. So I definitely respect Wizard for sitting through all of that, as many hours wasted that it seemed to be. But making a point like, hey, I'm not going nowhere, man. Y'all gonna have to address me or y'all gonna have to censor me. Straight up. Like that's just what's gonna happen. Like, and people gonna see what it is. Yeah, you're gonna have a few of your minions that are gonna look the other way when they see you doing, like, criticizing me for doing things that you're constantly doing, even at a higher level, at a worse rate. It's just like, I think people see the real. They see exactly what it is. People gotta make their money however they gonna make it. I remember them making a lot of references towards the monetization of their conversation that they have over there, and that's cool, man. I ain't judging nobody. Get your bag, get your money, do what you got to do. But at least as far as we go, man, we take this just a little bit more serious than that, and it's not about that. It would be cool to make a little bit of money on the side doing what we love to talk about and all this extra stuff, but at the same time, like, we're here for the truth and honesty, and we willing to update our positions if met with different information. And those that aren't, I don't see how you can have any type of conversation or extract any value from those type of discussions. It seems to be more just like a show than anything else. Although I do respect some arguments that they put forward, but when it starts to challenge their own belief and the only thing that they could do is rely on that type of behavior and, just nitpicking, it seemed like at the end of the day, I mean, which it made it very clear what his argument was. And just to not accept it and move on lets me know that you really didn't want to talk about any of this stuff at all anyway. So, hey, there's going to be trolling here and there in the community. I don't think we should spend too much time on it. But I do understand, like, if anybody got smoke, like, we pull up. So what's it going to pull up? He going to pull up and deal with it just like how we do. So that's just going to be that.
Yeah, man, all that stuff is well said. I'm gonna start back a hair. So yeah, Jesse was in Earth Awakenings a lot, and I'm talking about like the first year and a half of me waking up, trying to figure out what all this is. So that's kind of where I knew him. He did go on one of Jaren's debate shows, so you can watch him live on a debate show, which is cool. I can drop it in the purple pill if you want to see that. And then um, to the QE Nathan thing, I was starting to say it, but I didn't say it all the way. Like, I don't agree with their behavior or the way that they operate. I don't agree with that, but I care about them as human beings. Like, I love them as people. I even dropped a bunch of super chats, and I think that QE actually thanked me, and I think that he said something because Flatsy Klein or whatever said um, that he did. Because here's the thing: I haven't watched from when the after show started, basically when they unmuted Witsit and let him talk. I haven't really caught all that because I've been busy. I mean, it took me all night to edit that. I also haven't watched all of Galatrax's video that he posted, talked about earlier, which if it's not in the purple pill, I'll post that one as well because Witsit showed back up that next morning and he just really laid out, I'm doing what I'm doing because I have a right to do what I'm doing. Like, I'm a man and I'm getting to decide how I bring truth to the people. If you don't like it, you can criticize what I'm doing. Like some people do. Some people say, "What's it? Why are you talking about these other subjects on X? Or why aren't you just strictly staying flat Earth?" Well, he has a plan. He has a plan of bringing truth and being authentic and genuine. And look, Witsit's Witsit. He's going to do his thing. He has a right to do that. And it's really awkward and kind of strange that other people want to try to control him. But um, yep, Galatrax, I want to watch your video. You know, what you recorded was great. And also, did Dave pop on or did he pass out early? Because he was going to mention something. I don't think he popped on.
Nah, he must be asleep.
Yeah, he may have passed out. Well, I'll just tell everybody because might as well, the his app, there was hackers that tried to get into it, and it's kind of going around the rumor mill that all this information was gotten. Well, it wasn't. Dave set that thing up to protect the users, and really, if the information that was hacked was information that the users freely provided to the other users. So basically, mine says, I live in Texas, I'm seeking the truth, and I want to share it. Like my address isn't in there, my real name's not in there. And so unless somebody like divulged that, which I don't see why they would, I don't see anybody that does that on that app. Then that's that. And then also like the location, he set it up to where like the blue dots is roughly the area. So like my own blue dot, not even like 15 miles from where I actually am. So yeah, somebody knows like where I live in Texas, East Texas, but they don't know my precise location. So ultimately, they got a big nothing burger. They see every city is covered in blue dots, but A, they don't know exactly the position of those blue dots, and B, there's no name associated to the blue dots. So great, you know that there's a bunch of flat earthers around. Well, we better get ready for more. There's going to be a bunch more. So yeah, just don't let the people. I mean, I even saw messages on my YouTube. Are you concerned with the massive data breach on Dave's app? It's like, dude, it's not even that. He's changing from one server to another one. It's going to get more secure. Everything's fine. Nobody needs to freak out. And that's that on that part. He was going to probably bring that up. And I'm glad that he set it up that way because I think he knew from the get-go that people were going to try to attack this app. And so he set it up to protect us. So go, Dave.
PSA from the president, lads.
Yeah, Alan. All right.
Thanks for the update, JT.
You're welcome, bro. You know what's funny? Everything that just happened was like basically off the cuff. I didn't have a plan. Honestly, guys, earlier today, I was like, you know what I'm going to talk about on Flat Earth Friday? When I get the mic, I'm going to tell everybody no matter where you're at in life, no matter what you've done, no matter, what baggage or weight you have from your past, I'm living proof that you can move forward and you can grow in strength, you can become whoever you want to be as far as feeling good about yourself, because I don't have any shame or guilt. I don't have any shame or guilt for mistakes I made in my past. I have a beautiful wife, a wonderful family. I'm living moment by moment, making friends, connecting with people. So if you carry a sadness, or if you have anxiety or worry or shame or guilt, just know that doesn't have to be you for the rest of your life. It's just that one little decision at a time to shift towards truth, shift towards hope, want hope, ask for help from friends around you. And I'm not saying like I was way off in like completely lost land, but I was pretty messed up in the way that I thought, in the way that I talked to myself. My internal self-talk was sick. And I'm not there anymore. I'm a flat earther. I'm proud about it. I'd go on national news and talk about what I know about flat Earth. Now I couldn't debate physicists like you guys. I couldn't hold my own with anti-flat earthers, but I love everybody, and the truth is worth it. This whole argument, this whole seeking out the place that we live, it's a right and it's an honor to stand beside y'all and look and dig. And I mean, Ether Cosmology boys, uh, Sacred, Proud Flurf, and now Clubhouse. I just found OG Meatball and what's going on over there. I'm like, wait a minute, there's a whole other family over here that's been doing the same thing that we've been doing. You've got multiple communities converging. I called what happened the other night an event horizon. It was like we all showed up. We we all showed up, dude, and I've been popping in there and talking and stuff, but it's amazing. This is way more amazing than we even know. So if you're down in the listeners or in the anonymous, bro, it's flat. It just is. We were lied to about where we live. It's stationary. There's no curve to be found. So get on our side, hang out with us a bit more. Quit trolling us so hard. It's kind of ridiculous that we get trolled so hard. Because when you come over to this side, you do make those connections and you do get healing and your mental health comes back, dude. So that's all I got for tonight, y'all. Much love. Unless you have any other jokes or any other thing to say to me, I'll drop pretty soon. Taylor, you dropped your hand. If you want to speak, speak up.
Well, I know I was here as listener, but we definitely appreciate that. I think this is a journey.
I was so happy because I got what I actually wanted to say off when all that other stuff was just like extra bonus time.
We're still rocking with a full house too.
Hey
Oh, that's
JT,
good.
Yeah, what's up?
do you know a YouTube channel where I can find awesome interviews and really well edited clips?
Oh, dude. I mean, I'm working on my stuff over at Run Boston Bear, like youtube.com/Run Boston Bear. And there's going to be more interviews. I'm lining up some, man. There's an Australian guy I'm going to have on soon. Do you know Lukey or Lukey Lou? He's cool. He's gonna come on soon. But yeah, man, just follow me all because I'm here just to share other people's story. If cool things happen, I'll try my best to clip it up. I've got actually 30. I've got 30 clips that I haven't worked on because honestly, y'all, I've said it before. Family first. I do this late at night when I can, but I'm gonna take care of my wife and kids first. And if sometimes I'm not available, or sometimes I can't upload videos. That's no big deal. It's what I'm going to do. Family first. But yeah, subscribe. Thanks, Alan.
Prime time content over there at JT's channel. Every time I see an uploaded clip, I'm like, gotta be some sauce over there.
That's funny, Sacred, you said that because today, actually, let me look. I'm going to my pictures right now. This is really funny that you said this and that Alan said that. Um, Where's dude, iPhone changed their iOS and their picture, like getting around in pictures now is absolutely terrible. I can't find anything. I was gonna tell you the title um, that I made this, is it here? No. Anyway, Witsit today was in it must have been Earth Awakenings, and I just said clip it, and I'm gonna try to get this one out first because it was super super sauce. You know what I mean? Really going deep. I think it was a educated person back and forth, and I mean it's just that lifetime debates. Of course he has his debates on his channel, and I like that, but I like to catch him when he's just talking to people. But anyway, thank y'all for giving me so much mic time. Carry on. I know you're going to go until tomorrow. Maybe I'll say good morning tomorrow or today.
I got a couple more hours in me.
Mm-hmm. What's your charge level at?
It's crazy. I feel the ether calling me. Maybe I should charge up.
Well, thanks for what you're doing. You guys put in work, and I'm proud of y'all. I saw a heart from Gilly. Gilly Pong's amazing. Give him a follow. Man, I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
drop some
Gilly was
stuff.
over there. Gilly was over there in Sponsor Me Racers live that day too.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was with you guys there. It was quite interesting to behold, to be honest. I have so much love for you, Ron Boston Bear, JT. You're just an amazing, amazing human being, brother. And it's so nice to listen to you and how non-violent you are in your communication. And I think it's we have to be these pinnacles of reason, and violence and words doesn't really work. And I also see that Peter is here, a member of the Glober community.
Well, hey,
Hey,
man.
Peter. How's it going
Gilly,
from
I'm just
Poland?
gonna reciprocate. Much love to you too, man. You're very special and unique. I hope Peter talks and all y'all have fun. I'm gonna drop some links in the purple pill, but I'm gonna be quiet now. I've talked a lot. Love y'all.
Later, JT.
Hey
Hey,
guys,
Bonnie Man.
I joined late, but I heard Jesse deliver his performance. I think he did great. It was first time in a long time that I heard this space be so peaceful and to the point and very well behaved. So it was a good one. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's what happens. We don't get that toxic side from the anti-flat earthers. When you have like civil communication, you get civility back. That's how we always been conducting our spaces.
Yeah, let's just agree to that. Jesse is the nicest person on the internet, so that certainly helped.
Peter, are you back in school?
Yes.
Have you learned any new scientific methods to follow?
Yeah, I did. I posted one earlier today in your space, right here.
Don't let your flat earth shenanigans stop you from getting your PhD.
Of course, I never would.
Anything else you got for us, Pete?
Not right now. No, that's about it.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you swinging by. Request back up. Whenever you want to say something else. D3, what up?
Yo, I wanted to ask if anybody is a pilot in the space currently. If you want to come up, and I'd love to ask some questions. Or if anyone knows a little bit about lift, like center of lift and center of gravity on an airplane. Reason being is this was proposed as a mechanism for not needing to adjust for curvature, flying at great speeds over the Earth. So I wanted to kind of go into that a little bit. The person I was going back and forth with kind of bowed out when I was trying to get into where he gets his 1 degree measurement from. If there's anybody else who wants to jump in, that would be cool.
Yeah, I fly planes, not a commercial pilot, but just fly single engine Cessnas, no instrument ratings. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm using my car hands-free.
Hell no, Ron. How you don't never sound like this on TikTok, bro? Fix your mic.
It's a little choppy.
But it's my car hands-free, so it kind of takes over from my mic and my headset.
Sounds like you're in this Cessna right now, bro, and there's a Mayday situation.
Fair enough.
You can turn off Bluetooth and go speakerphone.
Sure, I'll give that a go and just use my phone. Okay, 1 sec.
Stay safe, though. Do what you got to do to maintain life.
It's so fun seeing him on Twitter versus TikTok.
Is that any better?
Versus TikTok.
A little low, but
It's a
significantly
lot
better
lower.
on the background noise. Way better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was it you were asking about lift and stuff? Like, I'm no expert, but I do understand how it works.
Absolutely not. It's not gonna work.
Can you talk into the bottom of your phone? Like, talk right into the bottom of your phone.
So the question was about the 1 degree. And so the person was saying that in a flight, 1 degree wouldn't really you wouldn't need to manually adjust for the 1 degree in a flight. And I was saying, like, what's the 1 degree that, where are you getting the 1 degree from? And so I wanted to know where the 1 degree was coming from, because I think I know, but I wanted to make sure. And then why would you not have to account for the 1 degree? Like, how does it happen just automatically? He was trying to imply something about lift, center of lift and center of gravity.
Sure, I think I understand what you're asking. So the 1 degree is a combination of fuel usage and lift generated by the wing. So if you were flying a lot faster, obviously using a lot more fuel, you could dispense with the one. I think it's 1 to 3 degrees, depending on the plane and how it's designed to work. But you could dispense with the 1 degree if you were flying a lot faster and just using the actual wing as lift. But for maximum fuel benefit, you fly with 1 to 3% lift. And the reason that you don't need to adjust is because you fly with that 1 degree and just the right amount of power to keep you at level and stable flight. So to increase your altitude, you need to add more power. You cannot increase your altitude without adding power. The plane won't just fly higher. Ipso
Right.
facto, if you're just flying along at 25,000 feet and you've got your everything set to fly at 25,000 feet, it will just naturally stay at 25,000 feet. It will not climb because you don't have enough power.
Right. Okay. So with that said, the 1 degree, this is on a positive, like this is like a plus on the, oh, what was it called? I forgot which is it pitch or something like that? It's a +1. Like it's
Yeah,
a positive,
pitch
it's a
is
positive value on the
yeah,
pitch, right?
yeah, pitch is pulling up and down. That's pitch, and yaw is pitch, yaw, roll, and yaw. Yaw is you hold your hand out flat and move the front of your fingers left and right. It's the the Z axis. It rotates around the Z axis. Roll is obvious, and pitch is the nose up and down. They're the three
Right.
axes.
Okay. So you mentioned the speed, and that's what I was trying to get him to see is he was saying that it would automatically adjust for following the arc over the surface of the earth. And I was disagreeing with that, saying that no, it wouldn't automatically do that, especially if you're going at certain speeds and your engines are overcoming all of downward the downward vector, right? Like you said, the more power you have, the more you can elevate. And so the thing I was specifically talking about was the SR-71 Blackbird, which is something I've been learning about in the past couple weeks. And this flies at 2,200 miles per hour. And so it's not going to automatically adjust for the arc. So do you think I'm right, or you think I'm wrong on that?
I think in general, like I'm no expert, especially on delta wing aircraft, and I don't know if you've seen the leading edge of those wings. They're not your average wing. They're not round like say on a Boeing or something, where it's really obvious how they're creating lift by creating a lower air pressure at the top of the wing. Those wings are different, so I honestly couldn't say
Right.
if the same will still apply, but I would think that yes, if you set it, I mean, if you've got excess power and you're just powering along as fast as you can possibly go, then yeah, you might be able to get some more altitude out of it without touching anything. I honestly couldn't answer about the SR-71. Massively different thing to anything I've ever flown.
Yeah, no, so I'm talking about going down, like nosing down to follow the arc around the curvature of the earth. So I'm with you, like even the plane's design, it's
Yeah, but we're talking about choosing to nose down the plane. Whereas when we were talking a minute ago about the sort of aircraft I fly, if you don't add thrust, the plane will automatically nose down to stay at the same altitude. So ipso facto, you're going around the globe. With the SR-71, I don't know if that remains true. You'd need to ask a pilot who's been in charge of it
okay.
before.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, because they're different type of aircraft. 100%.
Well,
All right.
massively. The power on that thing would just be incredible. So yeah, I really couldn't say. To be completely, I would think it would follow similar laws of physics, but I don't actually know. I'd be guessing.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Can I ask you guys a question that I've never adequately had answered?
Go
a
for
really
it.
basic one. It's like it's like a beginner glober or a beginner flurf question, but I'll ask it. Um, how everybody on the planet, so everybody where we live, sees the same face of the moon on any given day. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
So, in my opinion, if we assume that the moon is actual has physicality, like it's actual physical rock in the sky, that would be hard to explain. But to me, Rahan, I don't think that's what the moon is. There's just too many anomalies that doesn't align with like a physical object in a vacuum of space. Um, so I like to describe it as like I know it sounds a little weird analogy, but almost like a rainbow. How like from wherever position you are, you kind of see that like that same face of the rainbow, kind of like because it's relative to the observer. We have a lot of different phenomena that behave that way. Uh, so like that being one of the examples. So like for example, like the moon has seems to have a cooler temperature in the actual moonlight relative to the shade at night. We observe these ripples that traverse the moon's surface. I've seen it on multiple occasions. We posted about it. Um, Someone on TikTok Live just caught it the other day, and that was a first. Like,
You don't think that could be the Earth's atmosphere having ripples through it?
I would think so if it was more consistent. The thing is, you could see like the distortion from the atmosphere. Like you see like the moon kind of doing some wavy thing. So I chalk that up to just like atmospheric disturbance. But when I get like parallel linear ripples traversing the moon, displacing the quote unquote craters, and then somebody on TikTok live catching it in real time, it make me think, okay, is this a real physical object or not? Because I mean, I could hold a sphere in a reflection, right? I could hold a sphere in a reflection. That doesn't mean that the reflection is a solid physical sphere. I'm just seeing it from my vantage point. So I don't know, man. I have a lot of questions about the moon too. It just doesn't seem like everything that we observe aligns with a physical object in the sky, even though at like I surface level type shit, you could kind of think that it may be some type of physical object, but it just doesn't seem to behave that way. Now, that's just my opinion. Somebody else may have some other ideas, but that's mine. I think we're just seeing an apparent position of some object in the sky from some source energy or some source light or some source something. I don't know. That's my position because I think if it was more physical, then yeah, we should see uh, different things.
Cool. No worries. Thanks, dude. I'm gonna have to drop down. I'm about to pick my daughter up, and they give me shit about arguing with flat earthers. So I'm gonna drop out. But when I get home, I'm gonna come back. I've got more questions for you. All right.
It's too bad. That's too bad.
Oh, I won't be long. I'll be back. All right. Take care. Thanks very much for having me up.
Yep. Thanks for the answer, bro.
But around anybody else got any ideas on the moon? I know New Perspective came in because he heard airplane. You say airplane too many times, they're gonna
I was
pop
going
up
to
on.
ask him some plane questions, obviously.
Yeah, maybe a new perspective. Maybe you know about it. So like the last gentleman, as he was pointing out, right? If you're at a certain thrust and you got enough power, you can kind of set it like that, and it's not going to go up, right? It's not going to climb. However, my thing is, well, it's also not going to decline either. Any opinion on that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Yeah. Did you bring up the jet that goes 2,000 miles an hour to him? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, that's what I was, because I'm saying like it's not going to automatically just follow an
No,
arc.
of course not. I mean, that's one of the arguments I've seen as far as just a regular plane goes. I think it's a good argument you brought up with the one that goes so fast. I bring that up as well. as far as keeping up with the tangential velocity, and how the jet that can also hover in midair with 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance. How is the atmosphere pushing it along, or any of that kind of idea? I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous. It does not work with planes. Wish I could have talked to that guy, maybe another time or later. But yeah, it would have to nose down, I would imagine, for sure. Either way, but it's one of those arguments that a lot of flat earthers have abandoned because that lowering an altitude can be imagined, as just lowering altitude, and they accept if you could accept the gravity keeping it level, quote unquote, and it wouldn't matter because it would just follow the curvature, and it's all just conceptual substitutions that you have to, think are good enough for the globe. In fact, Model Builder, I brought that up before. One of the things he did was create he's a software engineer. He used to work for a space agency, as you know, and he created a flight simulator that was using the scale measurements for the Earth. And you would see the leading edge of the curvature, like right there. What he was showing us was like you would see all kinds of curvature, and definitely you would have to nose down. I mean, these are arguments that I think that people have laid off on, including the one I always bring up about the atmosphere not being in sync with the Earth, but then keeping the plane in sync, and then the wind's going in all directions, but somehow going all one direction to push the plane. I mean, it's all just ridiculously impossible. It would not work at all. And these are all good arguments, but for some reason, I think people lay off on them because they're too good almost for some reason. And it doesn't keep the conversation going because I don't know what they can really say except for just giving their concept as if that's reality.
Yeah, Sacred. I appreciate that new perspective. Sacred. With the moon, bro. The moon is. I'm starting to have really like doubts about what we can, like real doubts about what we can see in space. Period. Like what all of that actually is. If anybody who understands the eyes wants to discuss that and how we actually see things, and what the eye requires to see things at great distances, that would be cool too.
In D3. I was going to mention if you wanted to talk to the same F-15 pilot, I could do the same thing, like have a Zoom call going. Any question you had, I could relay it. But then I'm going to drop in the purple pill, Joe Hamby's talk from Truth and Freedom Conference, because he has a really unique, I think, a really unique take on what the sun and the moon are and how they do what they do. His channel is actually phenomenal. His Facebook is even better than his YouTube. He's just trying to transfer everything over. But in, short story, he said the energy to even make and have the sun and the moon comes from the earth, and it goes up. The energy goes up, it culminates at the firmament, bounces back down to a focal point, and it gets excited. Like there's an excitation that happens that gives us that, the apparent sun we see in the ether at a particular layer. I know that all sounds to an anti-flat earther, oh, they're gonna be like, yeah, right. But I mean, we're all here trying to figure out what's real. I'm gonna post his talk because he does a way better job explaining, even with pictures, what I just tried to say.
Yeah, what field is he in?
He's just 14-year truth seeker. He has some crazy um telescopes, like some really, really insane gear. He really captured whatever that thing was, that supposedly comet or whatever. He has some really close-up images of that. He's got some deep space, quote unquote, images, and he talks a lot about like what is up there, what's in the heavens, and he has pictures of it. But yeah, he's just a amateur. Uh, Astronomer that's been a flat earther for 14 years, and if you start digging through his channel, he's got a lot to say.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Thanks.
That's interesting. And I agree with this theory. Also, does he speak about the sun not being the one illuminating the atmosphere? Because if it was up to the sun, but we'll only see a red glowing. most of the illumination is coming from the vortex of the earth, like he is trying to describe. And what observation about the comets does he have? Because from what I know, some comets seem to disappear or dissolve into the ether when you observe them. Then sometimes they may
Hey,
and
CLW, I didn't mean to interrupt. Your mic is chopping out real bad. It's not clear. So try to see if you can adjust your mic.
Okay, what about now?
Oh, perfect. Like night and day. Continue, please. I could hear what you were saying. It was just really difficult, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about the illumination, like this, the sun not being the primary source of light on Earth, and it's coming from the vortex of the Earth itself. You know, the sun is has its own vortex, smaller vortex, and the Earth itself has a vortex, larger vortex. When during the day, the kind of vortex that is released from the sun, let me say like that, from the is it the sun or the Earth? They kind of meet together and make the area to be warm around the tropics. But at night is the opposite. You find that the Earth vortex here, the Earth vortex is released, which is the opposite of the during the daylight, getting this like a yin and yang image that we see of the Earth. We see this image of yin and yang that we see of the Earth because of this vortex shift of energy that create the time and cycles that we see. And the same pattern can be observed when you look at the comets. Some comets, when you observe them when they flow east to west, they have a similar behavior. Some comets that flow from north to south, something like that, they have a similar behavior. And some comets do stay longer in the sky, and some do disappear. This kind of observation has made me to think that things like the firmament might be just like, you see how salt dissolves in water. It might just be like where solid things dissolve into the ether, you know, and there's more layer beyond that. So when you observe nebula, when we see transparent nebula, it all goes, it depends on the alignment of the, remember everything is like nested inside another nest of vortex, another nest of vortex in such a manner. So like the sun is inside the earth's vortex, going on like that, and the earth itself is inside the, let's say, the galactic vortex and something like that. So depending on how this nebula or whatever are interacting with the mother vortex in which they are being ridden in, just like how the wind carries a hurricane. It how do I put it? Forgive me, my English is not my first language. I'm trying to think of a word. Basically, when they ride, when the vortex ride each other. So when the nebula is spinning in an opposite direction with the mother vortex, something like that, it may not be visible. But if they are going along the same direction, it becomes visible. And these are some of the factors that, let's say, affects the things dissolving into the ether. The way we go, manifestation changes from less denser forms going to plasma, and all these other levels where people hear people talking about heavenly realms and places like that, which might be partially physical or ethereal in nature. And this understanding only makes sense to me if the sun is not being the one illuminating, which will also make sense about the moon. The moon has its own glow, but you see the glow of the moon is not like, how do I put it? Basically, there are two vortexes of the earth, and the sun and the moon, they are part of the energy. And through their synergy, we create the cycles that we see and other things. It's not what we observe, like they tell us is a rock hanging in the sky, or even the astronomy that we are told today that there's some things spinning in space, things like that. Like the ether is different. If we see what they call the space as the ether, what we understand of those phenomena that we observe will be different. Instead of seeing rocks just going all over the place, imagine ether can dissolve a rock just like how salt can dissolve in water.
That's amazing. This might hit you the right way. So Joe said that the moon does the same thing as the sun. The energy is coming from Earth, and he talks about it being in non-visible light. And the moon is the negative, I guess the energy or whatever he says in this little. I'm about to post this clip. He says it's the negative or the inverse of what the sun does, but it does the same kind of energy rising, culmination, focal point is received back down, and it is definitely, in his opinion, apparent and not physical. But then somebody in the crowd at the Q&A time, they said, well, what if it was coming? What if the source of the sun or the moon was coming from outside uh, the firmament and it was being projected in? He said it could work that way also. That's a viable option. He just personally thinks the first thing I said was true, but thanks for what you shared, man. That was excellent.
We really need to admit we don't know much about even how we hit our environment heats up, how some places is cold. We don't understand these things. We just have observed them, even our astronomy. The problem with science, modern science like academia, they act like they have figured everything out when there's a lot of questions they cannot answer. And with groups like this, us having not following anyone's opinion on things like that, just testing what we see and trying to make sense of what we see is the best way we can discover things and really make changes. Because me, I'll be interested to see like if there are other worlds out there. If we live in a dome, really, like we can never figure out about those other places when you don't really even know the mechanism of how this dome manifests, how the sun is, how is these stars affecting us, what's causing them to spin in a specific direction, like how is this linked to the seasons, how the water table are distributed under the earth. All these things are connected, and even how even the cycles in the sky sometimes trigger volcanic activities, causing people to change, land masses to shift, because they are all related to the magnetic field.
Man, you're ladling gravy. Up in the jumbo, I just put it says Joe's Facebook page. Check out his recent post to see Atlas. If you have Facebook, I hope you do. Amazing images that he gathered. So check that out.
Hey, one other thing, just real quick on this last piece on the moon thing. You guys heard about the lunar terminator illusion? Quote unquote illusion.
Tell me about that.
So the claim is that like the moon is illuminated by the sun. So wherever that sunlight hits the surface of the moon, that's supposed to be illuminated on the surface of the moon, right? Because that's the source light of the energy. However, there's phenomena, there's observations that are made where the lit portion of the moon doesn't align with the direct line of sight from where the sun is at. It's called the lunar terminator illusion, where it seems from our perspective, right now, just they understand perspective, where it seems where that proportional relationship is there's a deviation observed. Where like you'll see like the top portion of the moon illuminated, but then the sun will be like rising, like some weird stuff like that. I just want to know if you guys ever heard about that or if you ever learned about something like that called the lunar terminator illusion. It says due to perspective, uh, what else did it say? Visual optical phenomena, distance, proportional, uh, whatever the hell. It just doesn't line up with the sun. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that term specifically, but one other hypothesis that Joe has is that when you're looking up at the moon, he says that it's like you're looking into a contact lens, so that it's not a ball, it's convex, and that's how like it just man. I'll try to find the specific video where he's breaking this one down, but that's another neat idea, is that you don't know if it's spherical or flat or convex or whatever. And I know that argument about the Earth is trippy, and everybody gets their panties in a wad. But it would be interesting if we couldn't tell if we were looking into a convex shape, because he also says the craters aren't craters. He talks about plasma, and that he defines it specifically of what it is, and it's just an illusion, and we've believed them to be craters for so long that that's just like how we see it when they're not actually going in, which is crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna post some images here in the side for y'all. So you can see what I'm talking about. Really trippy.
But there's another book. It's called OASP. In its cosmology, they describe like how they try to describe the vortices. Like there's a vortex facing the direction of the sun, which acts as like a concave lens. Then they describe the lens of the sun also. They use it like it's some sort of mirror technology. I don't get the wording clearly or what they try to describe, but from what I get, it's like you see how we use lenses, convex, and all these other things. That I think it also affects the vortices. There's a way that how the light behave through lenses can be used to explain the phenomena observed in the eclipse, or how the sun, even the different colors of the moon, and all these other things. As you said, he talks about reflection in his explanation of how these things are forming. How does he explain them?
Yeah, let me get you a timestamp.
Ron Boston, I just wanted to let you know that Stephen A. Young has contacted me back, and we're probably going to have a discussion on Tuesday next week. So I just confirmed with him, and it would be a nice, beautiful conversation for everybody to
Okay, look,
behold.
it's like 23 minutes into that link. I posted it in the Jumbo, Joe Hanvey's page. You have to scroll down to his video that's titled "My Presentation at the Truth and Freedom Conference," and 23-ish, 23:55 in, he's talking about it, and he covers what is the sun, and his hypothesis of what the sun and moon are and how they form, and it's pretty fascinating.
Okay, let me read where I got the idea from. See if we can make sense of this verbiage. It's a compilation of book called the Ospen Cosmology, chapter 3, on the second verse. The half of the Earth vortex, for example, which faceth toward the sun, is a concave lens to the Earth. A similar lens, but far larger, is at the sun center. The convex faces of the two lenses are towards each other forever. They are ethereally connected by solutions of copper needles, linear in position. The vortex is larger than the Earth, so the polar lights are possible on the shadow side, and the brilliance of the polar lights are proportionally less than daylight at noon in the tropics, exactly in correspondence to the concentration of the rays by a lens of magnitude referred to. The vortex rising up out of the Earth at night is negative or less than the vortex descending in daylight, and their conjunctive line is near the Earth's surface. Hence, 5 or 6 miles altitude is intense cold, whilst 5 or 600 is so cold that mortals could not possibly measure it. Yeah, they go again about the Earth forming, but you've heard how they're trying to explain the phenomena of the sun with lenses. Is this the same clip, the YouTube video? I can't hear. Is someone speaking?
Nah, man, nobody's speaking.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry. To answer your question, yeah, take a break and check that video. Go to like 23 minutes and just let it play with Joe Hanvey. I think I talked right over the top of Gilly Pong. Can you tell me, did you say you had spoken to Steve Young, maybe? If you want to elaborate?
Is someone talking?
No, I was trying to see if Gilly could hear me because a second ago I couldn't hear him and I was talking over him, but I don't know. Gilly, can you hear me?
Gilly, can you hear Rumbasan? Testing,
He
testing.
dropped down. He dropped down. I'll wait for him to
Okay.
press back up.
You gotta try to operate the spaces, man. It gets so wonky with the audio sometimes, but y'all do good.
Yeah, I can hear you now. What were you asking?
Oh, I was trying to ask. Well, Gilly had made a comment. Gilly Pong said something, and I talked right over
Oh,
him. I was saying to you, just take a second and go to that link. You were correct. It is the one with Joe Hamby. Go to 23 minutes of his Truth and Freedom talk, and it really goes detail on what he believes the sun and moon are, how they form. I think you'll really enjoy it, and let us know what you think after you watch it. But yeah, we're waiting on Gilly Pong to connect again. I think he. I think been speaking with Steve Young, the guy that is the uh, nuclear theoretical physicist that is now a flat earther and wrote the book A Fool's Wisdom, which, by the way, Sacred and Proud, check your email for the link because I sent you the free Audible. And I don't know, it says it hasn't been redeemed. Maybe it's messed up on my end.
no, thank you for reminding me, bro, because I completely forgot. I saved the link to some of the things that we talked about last week. Or was it the week before that? But I completely forgot that you sent that to me in an email. So thank you for reminding me, bro.
Heck yeah, it's good. I think chapter 7 or chapter 8, he shouts out Dave Weiss and Witsit, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's great.
I'm about to post this in a second. I don't know if Gilly is back up. I see Taylor with her hand up. I don't know if she's back yet.
I see Taylor too.
Hey, the coffee maker just started. I forgot my wife is leaving for a trip. I'm gonna try to slip in there, lay down real quick because it's 4 in the morning over here. I love y'all. I'm gonna dip out, try to be a good boy.
Hey, Sacred, do you have a line in? Because I thought I ordered one, but I don't see it. I don't like I came home, opened my packages, and I still don't see it. I'm trying to play a song.
And why they playing with you?
I don't know, bruh.
DM me the link.
Cool. Okay. I'm DMing it right now. You're gonna like it. We gotta wake everybody up in here.
I'm sad I'm gonna miss it, Taylor. Oh,
Flat Earth Friday. You better not miss it.
I know. My wife's waking up and I gotta go.
Mm-mm. She gotta hear it too.
That's funny. She's heading to Hawaii to work the Ironman World Championship. So, I mean, I guess she can catch me pulling an all-nighter again. That's all right.
And you can't go?
No, I got the kids. I'm watching the kids here.
Man, that's rough.
Hey, I saw you on your space, like lip syncing to Byron Gray. Dude, that
Oh,
was a great
Bryson? Yeah.
Bryson Gray. That was a great video. I was like, Taylor's crushing.
Yeah, dude. I love Bryson, dude. He's crazy. And I made more videos today on the way to work.
And I just want to say thank you for all you're doing for the kingdom and for honor and glory, just for truth. What you do is powerful. You're like you're you're I know all glory to the creator. It's not glory to you. You know what I'm saying? But you're a vessel that is you're being used in a mighty way for the kingdom of God, and it's apparent. Thank you. I haven't got to thank you with my voice, so thank you.
Jeez, I don't deserve that. But I don't feel in these other groups. I'll tell you, everywhere I get, I can't even have normal conversation anymore. They're all a bunch of flat earth spaces. Ha ha ha. You know, like just stuff like that, man. But it's cool. Like, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, keep up the great work. It's awesome. It's inspiring, actually, the way you go in, your boldness, and you know a lot. I was showing actually when my wife talked on the space, I was showing her like who you were and kind of the field you're in, and because she's a physician, and she was impressed. So,
That's cool, man. Everybody's got to know.
hmm
Sacred, did you get that song to play?
All right, y'all ready?
Mm-hmm. Let's hear it.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
You think they know it all, but they don't understand. Circles keep spinning round, never finding the end. Maps are lying in your hand. Don't you see the flatland will break free
Flat
from
Earth
the chains
anthem.
with a new master plan? Spaceships and moon landings are just tricks of the eye. Horizons look straight because the ground doesn't lie. Gravity's a hoax built to keep us confined. Take a step off the edge, find the truth in your mind. Flat Earth, flat truth, breaking through the noise. No more spinning tails, just a still solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat Earth, flat truth, let the world hear. Globes in the classroom, deception taught young teachers program belief with a silver-coated tongue. Vast oceans don't curve, look at the ships far and wide. They disappear straight down, now around on a slide. See the surface, still the distance looks just right. Feel the calm in your mind, no more endless night. Walking miles to the edge where the answers abide. Feel the horizon touch your fingertips with pride. Flat Earth, solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat earth, flat truth, let the world hear. Flat earth, flat truth, breaking through the noise. No more spinning tales, just a still solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat earth, flat truth, let the world hear. What's the world hear? Let the world hear. Let the world hear. Let the world hear. Let the world hear. Logan Bathroom, a dispersion taught young. Teachers programmed belief with a silver-coated tone. Vast oceans don't curve. Look at the ships far and wide. They disappear straight down, not around on a slide. See the sun setting still, the distance looks just right. Feel the calm in your mind, no more endless night. Walking miles to the edge where the answers abide. Feel the horizon, touch your fingertips with pride. Flat earth, flat truth, breaking through the noise. No more spinning tales, just a still solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat earth, flat truth, let the world hear.
Dictionary Saturday.
Let the world hear. Let the world hear.
Yay!
Got the dubstep vibe.
Dude, did you like it?
Yo, that's kind of fire. Yo, we gotta add that to
That's
the playlist.
crazy. Heck yeah, dude. You know, I actually learned something on there because, like, I never thought about this before. So it talks about how the boats, when they disappear like straight down. And if it was going over a curve, it would look different than that. But we just see the bottom just starting to vanish, you know? But if it was actually going around, think about it, you'd see the back of it, it'd be kind of facing upward. If you just imagine something going around on a curve, it's gonna look different than just falling straight down, you know?
What we
And
be
so that's
saying? There's no tilt.
yes, I learned that on there. Crazy, man. You can get AI to make all kind of music now.
Shout out to AI, entertainment, and teaching some stuff.
Yeah, dude. You got to go through a few of them, man. I had to choose. I had to like listen to like 10, make like 10 of them and find like one that's kind of good. So it takes a minute, but it doesn't take very long. It doesn't take much effort at all.
Hold on, I'm sending this to Proud. Proud, put this in the playlist thread. I think we gotta
I'm
put
gonna
it.
try to I can try to download the MP3 or something. But it's gonna be on there, you know, like you're gonna be able to click that link. Yeah, dude. Anyway.
That's called the Flat Earth Anthem
Mm-hmm.
by Taylor V.
We gotta get it turned up in here. Man. We got Flatter Dave in the mix. Man, I've been hearing a lot about what he's doing.
Yeah, we still got Flat Earth Dave in here. We got Shane in the building still. TM in here, Zetetic, Chris, Plant Blaze, Symmetrical, Playing in Truth. Where's Dave? The Conspiracy Theorist, Mr. Xavier, Hopi, Matt Lump, Luke, Lynn, Shaz, Mr. Galatrax, Plocky, my guy, JJJJ Bear, All Day, Karen, Justin, Pete still in the building. Miss Demeanor. See what you did there.
Got a shout out to Conspiracy and Brian. They've been holding it down for the spaces. Oh yeah, Dan Blue also had a space. And yeah, we just need more flat earth spaces around the week, you know, around the whole week. We need more people to cover the shifts, you know what I mean?
That's a
Keep it
fact.
going.
That's a fact.
100%. And when's that conference, by the way? I heard this is the
Uh,
conference.
is there one coming up, or is that the last one, bro, boss?
You're talking about the Truth and Freedom Conference?
Yeah, dude. I'm just wondering why I didn't get invited.
Well, I just barely heard about it, but let me go get the link. I'll drop it in the purple pill. They have it scheduled, but anyway, I'll drop the. I think it's truthandfreedom.com or the Truth and Freedom Conference.com. Anyway, I'll post it right now.
That'd be awesome, dude. We got to get together, do something.
If we did a level heads conference, y'all would pull up.
Heck yeah. 'Cause I heard about like there was these waves going through the community. Like, I wasn't even like I didn't even hear about this community at that time, right? But let me tell you, I was looking up like creationist conferences, like science and creationism, because I've actually been to one before, and I was looking up other ones, and I saw this flat Earth conference, and I was like, no way, no way, there's a flat Earth conference, and I was like, dude, that would have been cool to go to. Like at the time, I didn't know anything about it, and man, I wish I would have been there. It's just fun. I would go to all, many different conferences. Learn about all, as long as it's not boring. I'll go.
Yeah, this one was really solid. I still am gonna edit individual speakers because there's a link, and I know I got it somewhere buried in my, watch later or save this for later files. But I think basically it's a live stream of the whole day. I'm not, and I think Witsit got his piece, I believe, and Joe Hanvey got his chunk. But I'm gonna get all the speakers broken into their, into their parts, and I'll have it on my channel so you can catch what I saw this year, which they're all great, biblical believing, cosmology and all that stuff. So I tagged you in the purple pill on the website because they're already kind of talking about it. But yeah, it would be awesome to meet you.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. You can actually present any work that you've done, like at a conference. I'm not sure if they did that before, but like, you can have a poster or so, with whatever work you've done, just showing, whatever it may be. Not everybody has to do work. I mean, just like, anything really. Present anything. And then like people come and look at it, have people in the community come check out all the work. That's kind of what a conference is like. You just share what you've done. And I feel like we have so much work being done in here. Like way more, I'm glad we got Jesse because he's like one of the few Globers I know is actually out doing measurements. But that'd be cool, we all gotta just support each other and contribute to the effort.
Yeah, and you know what? You could be a speaker. You being a flat earther and educated, and if you had a presentation to deliver, you could definitely be a speaker at this thing. So try to look at that angle.
Yeah, I'll share whatever I got, man. I could share my Lake Pontchartrain video. Take it for what you will.
But Taylor, one thing that been confusing me is how are you able to be so vocal in your optimism without being in fear of losing your position in the scientific community? That's always been an anomaly. Like you like the only one that I see doing it.
Don't act like I'm not putting a lot at risk, but um we have freedom of religion, and my beliefs are based on my religion. So at that point it kind of becomes like you cannot discriminate, based on religion. So it's hard for people to do anything at that point. And I'm operating as an independent individual citizen. As you notice on my disclaimer on my bio, on my profile, I put all my views are only as an individual citizen. I do not, speak for any establishment. I'm basically just independent. Freedom of speech, that's what we got, hopefully, still. And then freedom of religion.
Oh my gosh. You guys are popping up everywhere. What's going on?
What?
I've like literally within the last 12 hours, I've noticed that all the people that we've been watching have the views are my own in their bio thing going on.
Well, I
That
actually
make it
read
sound
like,
so creepy, bro. Can you please clarify what you're saying?
okay, wait, let me tell you. I actually read No, I read like with all my university policies, like, okay, like, what can I and can't I say, and it said on there, as long as you make it clear that you're speaking as an individual citizen, it's really hard to do anything against you. That's why I had to put it there.
Yeah, better safe than sorry if you're gonna engage in this conversation for sure.
I
Got
know,
back
like, I don't
jobs.
even know. I'm just here, like, it is what it is, like, I haven't done all the research about what's gonna happen to me because of it. All I know is that a lot of people are telling me, maybe I shouldn't be participating in a certain conversation, but, we have freedom of speech and religion, and I believe in the Bible, and I can, speak about whatever I want.
Hey, if you gotta lie, Taylor, allegedly, and denounce us just for the credentials, so you could get farther along the trail, go ahead, be my guest. Lie. You could tell them you just come on here and bully us. Like whatever you gotta say to make it sound good, so you could get that funding, girl.
Yeah, screw them. I don't even care, bro. Like, honestly, if you're gonna try to fire me for my religious beliefs, then that sounds like a great lawsuit for me, right? Wonderful lawsuit.
Money, 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 money. Don't play.
No, we need somebody on the inside that's like aware but not fully indoctrinated.
No, that's really powerful, Taylor. It just rings true to me, and it reminds me of what I've said a bunch of times to a lot of people. We as people have the freedom to think. We have the freedom to wonder and ponder to, what is creation and these things. But you keep being you, man. I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna go help my wife get ready for her trip, and I'll see y'all next Friday. Much love.
I mean, it's okay to be skeptical, right? And just be exploring, trying to make independent observation. Like what's wrong with that?
No, JT.
Nothing's wrong with that.
I mean, you said it yourself. Like people will just ridicule you just for being in the same space.
Yeah, man. It's crazy like how triggered people get. Like I don't even know why they care so much. Like so what? Somebody's out here trying to explore the nature of the earth, trying to do experiments to figure things out. So what? Like what's the big deal? Why are you going to sit here and ridicule and be so angry over it? I don't get it. I think it's just honestly, it seems demonic to me. To have such a repulsion to something that doesn't even affect you, like that seems demonic. Like why are you so repulsed by that? It's
I think
crazy.
I think the default position is like, oh, who cares? Like what does it matter? Like indifference. I think that's the default position. The paid position seems to be like fighting back, pushback, telling you you're wrong, producing numbers and contrary.
So triggered, man. So triggered at people just trying to be out here exploring. I would never be triggered at somebody doing that. I'd be like, you go. Like, I want to know what you find out, But it's not like that for everybody.
That's
Anyway,
what
I
I'm saying.
feel for y'all, man. I feel for y'all because just being like, I'll go to any space really, but just like being in here, and then getting ridiculed like that, like, man, I really feel for this community because I think it's one of the most like hated and despised and scoffed at communities that there are. And, for people just trying to seek the truth, like, I feel bad, that's crazy how people gonna act like that. Like, they just want to be closed minded. A lot of people don't want to think outside the box and they don't like when people do. They want everybody to just accept whatever they're told and not question it, in my opinion.
But think about the state of mind you got to be in to have such vitriol for someone's perspective that you gotta seek them out, harass them, antagonize them, never come have a conversation to see where it develops. But your whole online presence is, I have to shut down this conversation that I hate so much and I think it's so stupid. Like if I really thought like that, like I wouldn't pay no mind to it. There's so many different things I just ignore because it's just like, bro, I don't care. Like, well, like what am I gonna be doing all this extra stuff for? So it's something else going on, some psychology, some of these anti-truthers. Just saying.
Yeah, if y'all remember like Trump derangement syndrome, remember that was a thing? Well, there's definitely derangement syndromes to other things. We gotta coin that term.
We
Flat
definitely
Earth derangement system.
syndrome.
Yeah, 100%.
Feds.
Dude, totally real. Totally real. It's like their whole identity is just that just derangement. Like it's crazy. Just to a certain topic, it's crazy. So yeah, we used to have the flat earth, I mean the Trump derangement syndrome. Now we're seeing flat earth derangement syndrome. Like, man, can't even engage in a conversation.
I have a cool flat Earth derangement system story.
Let's
Uh
hear
oh.
it.
What up, Dave?
What's up, guys?
What you got for us?
I don't know. You guys ready? I've been listening well a lot tonight, and I figured now would be a good time to chime in, man.
Let's hear it.
Could you imagine following something that you hate religiously every day, all day?
I don't think so.
Yeah. So, um, so you guys know that the app we had a hack, right? So this I'm going to try to keep this as short as I can, but it's quite an interesting story. So there's a guy that works in the internet security business, and in his spare time, he likes trying to hack things and find weaknesses, and then informing the owner. So a series of events happened. They found one of my APIs, gave access to all of the user information on the app. So first, what is the user information? So people are freaking out. My app asks you for zero personal information. You can put a fake email address. You don't have to put your name. You don't have to put anything, right? And you don't have to share your location if you don't want to be on the friend finder. But if you want to be on the friend finder and you want to be in the profiles or the dating site, you put in any information that you want to share with all of the other users, right? So that's the information that they hack, the information that you already listed to share with all of the other users. Unfortunately, he also could see your app password. Now, 99% of the world knows to use unique passwords, so that's a nothing burger there. If you use, that same password for your bank and your email, you probably should change that. You shouldn't do that anyway. So that's what happened. But so the hacker, he found this weakness that no one else has ever seen, and he says, I want to let the app owner know about this so they can fix it so it'll never cause a problem. And he went to email me, and on my website, I recently changed my domain from theflatearthpodcast.com to flatearthdave.com. And my web hosting guy did a command that changed everything on the website that said the Flat Earth Podcast and changed it to Flat Earth Dave. It also changed the contact email address, info@flatearthdave.com, which doesn't exist, right? It was info at the Flat Earth Podcast. So he tried to reach me, and the email bounced back. And so he scratches his head and he's like, who is this guy? How do I reach him? And he goes, you know what? I'm in the internet security business, and I worked with a guy named Michael, who's a prominent person in the flat earth community. Let me give him the information and see if he could figure out how to get it to the owner of the app so this information doesn't leak out anywhere, and it could the hole could be fixed. So he gives it to his friend Michael McToon. And Michael McToon, instead of passing it forward to me like his associate was requesting, did live streams, and Fight the Flat Earth did live streams, and they went crazy tweeting, right? And Michael McToon, he said on this live stream, his goal in life is to take Flat Earth down, right? Take Flat Earth down. If let's say I found out that Simon Dan's 200,000 subs or whatever, there was on his website, there was a leak to all of their personal information. Would I do a live stream on it, or would I send him a note, say, yo, dude, you're exposing all of your people's information. You might want to plug this, right? So McToon did exactly the opposite of what his associate, who's now super pissed and telling all of the other people in the internet security business not to work with Michael McToon. So that's the long and short of it. And so right now, everybody, if you've noticed your app is not working, we're changing servers. Michael did cost me a lot of money. We're in the process of changing servers. We'll be back in 24 to 48 hours, faster on a faster, better server. So I guess that's a positive and more secure. But as far as it being a massive data leak, it's like you are already sharing all of that information. The other thing that he's harping on is it gave out your geolocation. Yes, it gave out the coordinates for 200,000 random dots across the world. Doesn't tell you who they are. It tells you approximately where they are, like within 5 miles. So that's what's going on with the app. Anybody that wants to, like, wondering what's going on, just go to flatearthdave.com. There's a banner at the top that'll tell you when it's back online. And then when it comes back online, all you got to do is update, and we'll be back in business. Now, could you imagine being such a dirtbag?
I
I
mean,
can't.
that type of context is crazy. Thank you for clarifying some of the details of Dave, because we do want to make sure that everybody in the community is protected. But I don't know if someone was trying to like blow something up with a bomb. I'd go to the internet and say, "Yo, look, this is how you make the bomb that they like." Like that's
Yeah.
a
Dude,
little weird,
what if
man. A little
what if I
weird.
went into your house? What if I was hanging out at your house one day and we're hanging out and I'm nosing around and I open a drawer like in your desk in the hallway and there's a loaded gun in there. Do I go around and tell everyone, all the kids, there's a loaded gun in there, there's a loaded gun in there, there's that, like what a friggin' douchebag, right? What a douchebag, right? His goal in life, he's trying to fund himself to go to Antarctica so he can wear a body cam and film Austin and Jaren. That's all he wants to do is film their faces when they see the circling sun. If they, in his mind, if they see the circling sun. I mean, I, I, it's like when I say I can't imagine, I am glad I can't imagine being that much of a low life, scum sucking piece of garbage. But I'm glad I can't imagine that because imagination is what creates your reality. It's amazing. Amazing. I'm just blown away. It's actually kind of inspiring in a weird kind of way. Like what he did here is it's actually, in the end, it's a good thing because the app is now way more, when I say way more secure, it's not going to leak the information that you're already sharing with every other user, right? The password thing, that was like the biggest issue. But there we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened, Dave.
Yeah.
Honestly, like what we cannot do from this is sit here and blame Dave. Because
Yeah.
all Dave did was try to make an app for people to connect with each other and to learn about flat Earth. So all he did was try to give people a platform to learn and connect. So the last thing we need to do is blame him for something somebody else did. I just want to make
Right.
that clear.
Yeah, and they're all going off. You're gonna be sued. Class action lawsuit. Let me tell you all the complaints I got. Other than hey, why is the app not working? Oh, thank you for the update. They've actually started. Flat Earthers are so friggin' awesome. I've gotten so many donations to help with the cost. People are like, they're not suing me. They're sending me money. They're sending me money. They heard that, oh my God, he's got to get a new server. He's making these guys work 24/7. This is costing, a fair amount of money. They're sending me donations. So everybody that's donated, thank you so much. And what an awesome community family. Flat Earthers are family. They're not just friends. It's family. It's amazing. And then when you look over, like I can't even see. You know how you look like you're feeling this way, and you look over at somebody that feels different than you. I can't even see as far off to the side as these guys are. Like I can't even imagine how their life is. It's unreal. Anybody that listen, if you have the app on Google, Fight the Fat Shirt. This is what he does. He bought the app so he can leave a crappy review. His review basically says, I'm looking through everyone's data right now. This is an unsecure app. Sue this motherfucker, right? This is what his app does. And every day he deletes it and then reposts it so it goes to the top of the list, right? I don't know how long he's able to do that. But if you've left a review or you haven't left a review, feel free to leave one. I'm not telling you what kind of review to leave. Leave whatever review you want. But anybody that has the app and hopefully likes the app, leave a review and let's try to bury his his review. It's mind blowing how insane how flat Earth derangement syndrome. Did you guys just come up with that term a minute ago, or has that been around?
100%.
Feds, feds.
Flat Earth derangement of feds. Right. So I'm fed, but this is feds. They are kind of obsessed with me, so that's kind of funny.
And imagine like I can understand like why they're so so negative because
Yeah.
their whole online presence is to take down flat Earth and being that like we keep thriving. It's like
Yeah.
every time we do something that's bigger than the last thing that we did, like it just shows and highlights you're failing.
Here's the analogy I have. We're running around with light. They're running around with darkness. So when we run into the same room, we always overrun them, right? Light kills darkness, right? So, Jaron was communicating with McToon, something I don't do. And he used the analogy of I think he used the analogy of Simon, if Simon Dan leaked all of his stuff and he found it, he wouldn't go expose it. And McToon's answer was, well, flat earthers are lower than humans. They need to be exposed. It's okay that he exposed them because they're low life scum. I think that's what the exact quote.
Man,
they're not even human.
Sounds like bigotry to me.
Yeah. So for just last thing I want to say this, those people that are freaking out, all I can say is stop watching the haters. Just stop watching them. If anyone has any problem, there's no question I've never been unwilling to answer. If someone has a problem, like, hey, Dave, what's up with the security thing? Feel free, reach out. I'll get back to you. And now if you heard it here, there's nothing else to really say. So the app will be back online 24 to 48 hours max, hopefully. And when it does come online, you'll be able to see it at flatearthdave.com or the Flat Earth Podcast Facebook page. And I'm sure I'll tweet it and stuff. As soon as it comes back online, all you got to do is go to the App Store or Google Play Store and just update. And you'll have the new version unhackable. Oh, the hackers are like, oh, he said unhackable. We're going to go at it. Man, just spending your life going after something that doesn't affect you is just insane. It's insane. It's mind-blowing.
Hey, man, we appreciate you for making the necessary adjustments. I don't know, Chris, you want to chime in real quick?
Yeah, I want to thank Dave, of course. I love the app, even though I have no friends around me. I love the app. It's amazing. I actually work hard to get the app, so
Thank you.
Never give up.
I hope that you put your crypto address in there before July 11th, because that free airdrop we gave everybody is worth almost $200 right now.
I don't know how to make it in crypto wallets with my ID don't work.
Oh my God.
I'm from Romania, so they don't see my ID as valid.
I get it. All right. Well,
they hate us. They really hate my country. But hopefully soon I'll be in the US because that's what I'm working for.
When you come here, that'll be awesome. I would like to meet you. I'd like to meet you in person.
I'd love to meet you all too. I love you all. And keep going. Keep going. Never give up. Don't give in. And I'm working on that coloring.
The coloring?
Coming. Yeah. I'm making a coloring book. Yeah.
Oh, love it. Love it. And listen, I've said it before, as this flat earth grows and it's growing, there is a massive void of children's books. That is going to be a massive market. So anybody that can create a children's book about flat earth, massive. It's going to be massive.
And about Jesus and about saints and about stuff.
There's a new book. I actually did an interview, but I'm waiting to air it of this amazing children's book, and it's a multimedia online book, and you could buy the physical book. It's called Who Said the Earth is Flat? And the website is just the initials WSTEIF. Who Said the Earth is Flat? The acronym for that.com. The book is absolutely fascinating. I'd say the book is good for anybody from 2 years old till 99 years old, or however old you live. It's an amazing book, and it's about a father who's a flat earther, has a small boy, and the boy, knows the father is a flat earther, and he's in school and he's learning all the heliocentric nonsense, and he had to learn how to get his power and what to say and how to be courageous, and then it connects the flat earth to God also. It's a biblical flat earth not awakening, but hero's journey story about the kid learning how to be brave and speak his truth. Amazing book. Who Said the Earth is Flat? Acronym.com. I would
Oh, one
say
more thing.
good.
Since the University of Architecture has stopped uh, perspective, the course, and 3D geometry studies, I will translate the books in English, and I'll want to ask you, Flatter Dave, if when I'm finished, I can put them on the app.
No, are you going to translate them like
From Romanian, yeah.
in video?
I'll try that. I'm not that
No,
pretty, you know.
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Like make a course.
Oh wait,
Like translate the courses. I can do that too.
Is it? You lost me a little bit. I thought you said books. Is it?
They're books and they're courses. We used to teach them at university, but we're not anymore for whatever reason. They don't want us to teach kids this anymore. Architects, future
Yeah,
architects.
you put that together. We'll put it on there, and then you're going to translate it from Romanian to English.
Yeah, because I have them in Romanian. I have no other option.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll put that in the homeschool section. It'll be amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Dave.
You
Keep
got
going.
it.
I
Thank
love
you.
you.
Thank you. I love you too.
I think I got some requests. I'm gonna try to rotate some mics up. Give me 1 second, y'all. While I do that, did we hear from Meth? Yo, Rich, you there, bro? If not, I think we
Hello. I just have a
Mr.
quick
Leader.
question for Dave, if it's possible, and a couple things to say to my family.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays / Stationary Saturdays.
Thank you. Hello to everyone, including Alan. I used to talk here before. As you guys might know or not, I'm joining from Turkey, and I'm a Flat Earth app user for more than 2 years. And I was one of the airdrop receivers of DomeShot, and very excited about this project. I have a quick question for Dave. I received my 33 million DomeShot coin from Pulse Chain, but it says unable to convert the rate or something. I contacted the Pulse Chain. They said it's okay because they didn't enter the system or something like that. So are we all fine? The reason I'm asking that is I have also a brilliant idea after this coin, which should be like, if we are a family, if we think what we think is true and the world has to change, we have to put an idea after this coin. It shouldn't be just a coin, right? It shouldn't be just a meme coin that presents no idea or no philosophy after all, right? It has to have a solid and strong, and whatever reflects us it should be something very big. This is what I think. I mean, I want to see DomeShot being $1, but with an idea behind it, not just being a favorite coin, right?
We have a roadmap that is growing like crazy. The first thing we're doing is we're putting a a store on the app where you can buy all of the products with Dome Shot. So it's going to make it a utility. There's going to be conferences where you'll be able to buy your tickets with Dome Shot. And there's going to be we're gonna for those of you that are deeper into crypto, we're going to be opening up some farms, where you can, if you hold Dome and another token, you can provide liquidity by farming your stuff and earn an incentive token. And it's gonna add a kind of what you're saying. We're gonna add all sorts of stuff like that. So
That's
it's more than
yes,
just a meme. It's more than
yes.
just a meme token.
I know. It's just for developing the coin, but I'm more likely talking for the philosophy behind it, which I think it should be emphasized in the white papers as well. That if we all believe that not only the shape of the Earth is a lie, the whole system is a lie, right? We all think
Yes.
that the
Yes.
flat Earth is just this key to all, which I believe, because if you turn that key, open that door, you're just going into this rabbit hole. The philosophy should be, I believe, is that every human being on this earth, Mother Earth, should be equal. So what I think is that whatever the worth of the money,
Wait, even men and women, like women
all
should
of
be
them.
equal with men.
Exactly.
Wait, did I say that out loud? Sorry, never mind. Go ahead, continue.
Exactly. I mean,
No, men are made higher.
of course, we are all same. I said human. All humans are same. And the man and woman, of course. The woman and children should be prioritized in many cases, which
Yeah, but the
we should
husband is
also
in
be
charge.
believing.
No. I get what you're saying. I was just making a joke. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
And the idea behind it should be something that has to hug everybody, right? Not just the flat earthers. Every person on earth has to be awakened, right? This is what we believe. It's not just us coming here to get together with hundreds and 200 people and just, masturbating ourselves. Sorry, my language, but we have to spread it out because, Netanyahu just announced that he just declared us as his enemy. You guys know his speech at the United Nations, right?
Who are we talking about? I missed the name.
The Netanyahu declared the flat earthers as his enemy.
Oh yeah. Amazing.
So we are literally in the fight right now, and we should act. And Dome Chain is a good idea of establishing our financial movement here. But as I say, the idea and philosophy behind it should be strong, should be really strong as our evidences for proving the flat Earth.
Yeah,
So
I love what you're saying. Go to domeshot.io and click our Telegram group. Join our Telegram group.
I'm already in it.
Oh, you're already in it. All right. Well,
I'm telling you, Dave, I am one of the first users of your application, man. Come on.
Nice. Sorry. All right. My bad.
And I'm in Turkey. Besides, we are like 20 people here.
People are throwing down ideas in the Telegram group all the time, so we're following stuff. I will tell Matt of our conversation, and Matt's kind of spearheading that side of the development.
Yeah, I mean, the idea should be hugging everyone means that anyone who hears this, okay, the Earth may not be flat, but the financial method that these guys are proposing makes sense on this Earth for an equal right of distributing the wealth of the world. It's not just like the stronger nations get the majority of the wealth. It should be same for everybody. This should be our goal, right? I'm
love
good
it
here, man. I'm making money. I'm making my money. I'm living in a nice apartment. I have a nice car. I came to US all the time whenever I want. Blah blah blah. It's just not me, right? This is just me trying to make other people to live like this as well. This should be our idea, right? Not just saving ourselves. I don't find myself lucky for getting airdrop 33 million Dome Shot, or I have thousands of dollars other crypto. I don't care about this. I don't care about money. This is more than money. We should propose this.
I used to, when people said I don't care about money, I'm like, of course you care about money. Because most of my life was just caring about money, about gaining more money, because that's what they teach us in school. And hold on, just let me make my point. My point is, you do need money to operate in this world. And guess what? Everyone, whether they say it or not, does like conveniences, does like nice things. So but it's not about money. I never think about money anymore, except the last day where I was like, Jesus, how much is this going to cost me? But it's not about the goal isn't money. I used to think the goal was money. The goal is not money. The goal is being human with other people, sharing humanity. That's what the goal is.
Yeah, when I meant I don't care money, let me straighten that out. When I say it, if you have it, it's a tool, but it's not a tool for you to get more money. It should be a tool for you to make other people to come as your level.
That's what I'm saying. I knew exactly what you meant. I was just commenting when somebody said truly, like you say and I say, I don't care about money. There's other people that can't understand that. They're like, what?
Yeah,
What do you
exactly.
mean?
But
And those are the people that are living their life in lack. Lack energy attracts lack, right?
Because they are living in a lie. That's where we should be poking them to, hey, you're living this life because you are living in a lie, and this is the truth, and this is the financial truth side of it. I have it, and I want you to have it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. You're awesome.
I will be writing some big comments on the Telegram group about this dome shot because, as I say, like buying merchandises or making this a trade tool between us is something a good start with. But I think it should be something major. It should be bigger. We should go bigger. Exactly, we should go bigger and bigger, and there should be no stop for us from this moment on. As this woman from Romania said, she can be translating English books into Romania. That's something. I'm a captain myself. I'm a sailor, and I can do anything I want to do about this. But we should do something. It's time to act. I think 2025 will be the awakening year, as per this calendar.
Want to hear something crazy with the mining of Dome? So let's say Bitcoin is like $60,000 right now, whatever it is. Let's just say 60. If you knew that you could spend $20,000 to mine a whole Bitcoin, would you do it?
Yeah, you would do it.
Of course you do it. So right now, if you gift the app to somebody for $3, you earn almost $9 in Dome.
Exactly. We should be promoting this information more.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I know.
And then after December 25th, when the Dome gets paid out in real time, you literally could buy buy a $3 app for somebody. They use your referral code. You get your Dome a couple minutes later. You go on the online, exchange your Dome for a stable coin, and then you come back and you buy another one and do it. And so you're doing the arbitrage.
I will never exchange one unit of Dome to anything.
Yes.
Until it hits $1, which one day it will be if we keep on the track. I'm a big fan of you. You are my hero. Seriously, it's just
you are my hero.
You don't just
Listen,
talk. If you would be just a person who just talks and talks and talks, okay, I will still love you, but I wouldn't adore you. I adore you because you do something, man.
What is your name? What is your name?
My name is Murat.
Murat.
Yes.
You're my hero. Let me tell you something. These trolls suck. Try to suck your energy, and normally I don't even see them. Like I really never even think of their names or anything. Now this last thing got in my face, so I have been expending some energy. That's ending in the next 24 to 48 hours, and then I will forget they exist again. You, on the other hand, give me energy. You make me want to keep doing this.
You deserve it. I don't deserve it because I'm a coward. I flee. But it's my
You're
life.
not a coward. You're here right now. You're here right now, inspiring me.
My father is an engineer. My mother is a mathematician teacher. All around me is the secular scientific people all around me. So I have to keep a low profile and keep anonymous and join this space rooms in Twitter in US, not in Turkey. I can't do it in Turkey because once I got revealed, I'm fucked. So, I'll lose my job. I will lose my family, which I already lost because I told that my wife that I think that the Earth is flat and she left me. That's not the reason, but I'm sure that's one of the reasons that
I'm
she
sure
left
that's
me.
the only reason. That's the only reason she left you.
It could be because like she said I'm going crazy and other
She
problems
has
piled
feds.
up.
She's suffering from feds. It's actually in the diagnostic book now. Feds is in there, right next to Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah,
TDS.
like we covered people. Like I'm sure I'm not only one of them. There are a lot of people like me who knows the truth but cannot speak up. Should be the ones who should be encouraging you both, like mentally and financially as well. We should be supporting you financially. So, like those people who are sending you money when you were in bad position against this sucker, the internet fuckers, it's what they should do. It's what we should do. Like,
Yeah, the guy that actually did the hack was like, hey, I found he wanted to help me, but he didn't know how to reach me. And
yeah,
so
okay.
he gave it to an associate of his. He goes, "Oh, this guy's in the Flutters community. He can figure out how to contact, the owner." And he gave it to McToon. It's like a thing of coincidences happen. With my website being down,
He
the
couldn't
email.
find you. He find your enemy though.
Yeah, but he didn't do any research on him because he worked with Michael McToon in the internet security business. They worked they were doing a project together or whatever, and that's what McToon does for a job. He's in the internet security business, and so he just screwed over an associate like in a horrible way, and he's literally just trashed his reputation in his industry. So karma's a bitch.
Dave, just a personal idea. I don't think these are all coincidences. We are being attacked and we will be attacked more. These are
Yeah.
not coincidences. Just
No,
be prepared for it. I know it. Like,
listen,
believe me, I'm a flat earther since 7 years and I've never seen the attacks have been coming over. In Turkey, the flat earth channels are being banned so bad, so bad. You cannot even imagine how these YouTube channels in Turkey trying to promote flat earth are being censored by both YouTube and X, which Elon Musk is saying he's
yeah.
against censorship, which is the biggest bullshit and the biggest clown in this planet, which is another story. But like they are being censored like crazy in these last 3-4 months now.
Set your VPN for Romania. We have very few, and it's not censored here because we are very few. I think it's like about 10 in the whole country.
Yeah, but these are the streamers. These are the actual YouTubers, streamers. These are actual channels. So it doesn't matter if they use VPN or not because their
No,
videos are being
so
taken
you
away
can
by
see,
YouTube.
for you to see. You use the
Oh yeah,
VPN, so
no,
you can
I have
see.
no problem seeing it. I'm just very keen on this, and like I can find whatever I want. But I'm just talking about for other people to wake up. Like I'm a flat earther since 7 years now, and I have like I don't want to brag, but I just did my homework very well, and there is like little things that I have to make research from now on, which we are currently trying to figure out. One of the case that I'm investigating right now is which date actually are we in right now? We are not on the 19 October 2024. I don't think that's the correct the year or the month or the day of the calendar, which I'm trying to investigate. What is the true date of today?
It's all a big show. Everything from the election to the year that we're in, everything. I recommend people watch the original Terminator, because when the initial attack happens and John Connor saves Sarah, he tells him what's going on, and she goes, "That technology doesn't exist," and he goes, "Not now, but in 40 years it will." Well, that was in 1984. Okay.
Exactly. All the history is a lie.
Yeah, yeah,
We all watch this terrific film about this lost history of the flat Earth
yeah.
by I forgot their names.
Iwaranon,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
They're really good on it, and the level movies are really nice to watch. I'm trying to promote it as much as I can to my associates, people whom I know, but I get like zero reaction so far. I'm so like desperate sometimes. people are just seeing me as a, lunatic, which I'm used to it. But I'm just trying to keep a low profile. But the day will come, everybody will know the truth. And in that day, I just want us to be prioritized, or to be more, with this dome shot coin, we should be financially better than these guys, and say, hey guys, we are better than you guys because we were awake back then and we tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. And here's the proof.
Nice.
That's awesome, Peter. Right before we get to Chrissy, I just got to meet you real quick. There's a little bit of feedback. But Flat Earth Day says something really profound a couple weeks ago. He was saying, like, all of this stuff that he's doing in the community, putting people in a position to, potentially be financially stable or just have some financial benefit. Once the truth comes out, it's going to really collapse the whole system, and we won't even need that anyway. So,
right.
that was
Well,
pretty good to hear.
you know what's interesting is, when the fiat system collapses, when governments collapse, people are going to need to trade with each other. That's what we do right now. Like when you go to the grocery store, you're trading your energy in dollars for someone else's energy in food. And so we're going to need our own little trading networks, and the tokenization that people are doing, like in the flat earth community, like, hey, you got some eggs, I've got some cow milk or whatever. We want to trade something, but how can we have a medium? We already have it. We have it because this isn't going to collapse. Right now, again, the whole internet goes down. That's a whole nother story. But it's a way of, here's the thing. People say it's fake internet money, and Richard Hart, the guy that created Pulse Chain, a lot of people hate him, but a lot of people hate me. He says our internet fake money, our fake internet money is better than your fake internet money. Speaking about the dollar, all right? Because that's all it is. Like, what is a dollar worth? The reason the dollar is worth what a dollar is worth is because everybody else believes it's worth that, right? It's just a belief system, right? Because if everyone said $100 isn't worth anything, I wouldn't give you a broken pencil for $100, then $100 isn't worth anything. It's all in our imagination. It's like the power of the government. What power do they have over you? It's all in our imagination, all of it. But if everyone is believing something, then it becomes real for that society.
Seriously, like it's that consent.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, the world is in I don't want to say at a bad place, because, like this whole situation, I could have laid down and cried, right? But I didn't. I'm like, this is a learning experience. This is a growing experience. It's going to be amazing. It's going to bring us closer together. Like, people look at things like, oh my God, that's horrible. And someone else looks at the same thing and goes, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And it brings growth. So we are growing. No matter what they do, they make us grow bigger, better. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So, yeah, there's my point. I think I made my point.
Shout out to Dave. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yeah, guys. I posted up in the Nest, or however it's called, a video from today, because in Australia they keep saying that the moon is spun around. It looks like mirrored or something. And look at it right now in Romania. It's usually 90 degrees up, and now it's 90 degrees to the left. It's very weird. And also, it's in the daytime, so the sun is up, the moon is up on the other side. That's impossible too. I just wanted to say that.
Is this the video clip you shared?
Yeah, it's the video.
All right, hold on. Let me go take a look. And right before that too, I did post this lunar Terminator illusion too. So
Oh, look at that too.
I threw it up there too.
Just look at it. It's rotated. You usually see like the parts that look like the eyes of the man on the moon. It's usually up in Romania, but right now it's like 90 degrees clockwise. It's very weird. But my phone doesn't take nice pictures because they stole my phone, but whatever. Whatever.
All right, this is a really stupid observation question. Has anyone noticed that for the last few years or a long time, there was no man on the moon, and now it's back. Like I was looking at the moon for years, and I was like, I don't see the man on the moon like I did when I was a kid. And then just the other day, I looked, and like, oh, there he is, clear as day.
I have no idea. It has been here all the time, but then again, we don't see the ISS here.
Oh, you said that last week. That is amazing. Like it's because I had a NASA whistleblower that told us how they do it. They use modified B-2 bombers with LED lights on the bottom, and there's 5 of them, and they take turns. And I guess they're only flying over the countries that are involved in the deception.
No, we are involved too. We gave a lot of money for that shit. No, it's about people who give a shit. We don't give a shit about UFOs and stuff like that over here. We don't give a shit as a nation.
I like that. I like that.
But then during communism, they removed words from our Bible. Literally. Remove them. Passages. Like whole passages.
Yeah. Amazing.
If y'all want to have a laugh,
Go ahead, say.
if y'all want to have a laugh, I don't know if y'all watch videos while on the space, but earlier when I was
Hold on, you breaking up. You breaking up. You breaking up. We can't hear you roboting. You said something about a video. Reconnected them satellites. Retailer.
She's a flat earther. She needs to get out of her mother's basement for better reception. Oh.
Oh no, I'm not on my basement.
I'm kidding.
All flat
Since I
earthers.
got you again.
Yeah, we all live in our mother's basement. We all live in our mother's
sure.
basement.
Tyler, since I got you here, please send me that book about. I sent you a message about the scams with Osiris and all the other crap because I did research it and I have some books on it, but they're in Romanian and I want to read that one in English that you said you found. Please.
Hey, have you guys talked about the super heavy rocket catch with the chopsticks?
Oh, I did. I posted to people. Research this.
Chrissy, I
Learn
did not
that
hear what you
there's a
told me.
program.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I was asking about the book that created that misinformation about or about Horus being Jesus and Mitra being Jesus and all those fallacies.
Oh, the
Because I
Zeitgeist.
researched Yeah, I need that book, but I don't know what it is. But I do have research on the material and I can debunk it, and I want to see it.
I don't actually have the book either. I don't
But
have
what's
like
the
the
name?
original.
Because you said it so fast, and
The
I'm
ZEIT. It's the ZEITGEIST. That was the
okay.
book that was trying to make all these parallels between Christ and all these other ancient
Yeah, but they're
figures
fake.
like Horus. But yes, if you actually research into them, like into the story of Horus or any other of these Egyptian gods, you find out that this dude really extrapolated, first of all,
Yeah. He
completely
lied,
extrapolated these people's
basically.
lives. Like in many cases, just made up stuff just to try to
Yeah,
make a
sure.
parallel there. So that's just a bunch of garbage.
Yeah. But
But
I
I
want
was
to
gonna
demolish it.
Absolutely. I was gonna come up here and say, dude, this is really funny. Like me trying to press this dude to focus his telescope. I was like, okay, can you focus it? Okay, so it's on a star. And I was like, can you focus it like in and out? Like go show me like that it's actually focused. First of all, they're always a little bit hesitant about showing stars. Like for some reason they want to show like galaxies and the moon. They don't usually want to show stars. Okay. So yeah, that's already kind of a push right there to get them to do that. But then I'm like, yeah, show me the star. And I'm like, can you focus it in and out? Like just because I want to know what it looks like. And it's just funny, man. I'm like, keep going. And it's just hilarious, dude. If you want to watch it. I put it below.
Yo, Taylor. You always applying some my pressure.
You're gonna laugh if you can listen to it. It's
We
funny.
have a small local observatory here that likes to show us galaxies and stuff, and we're like, there was almost a full moon, and I was like, "Hey, can you zoom in on the moon?" He's like, "Oh, no, we can't point the telescope at the moon because the light will hurt the sensor." I'm like, "What?"
Oh my gosh.
That's like, oh my Lord.
Oh, and earlier I did ask the question, and I did get it recorded, asking them like, does starlight bend through a denser medium? They said yeah. Just wanted to share that. But yeah, man, if y'all can watch this video, you're gonna laugh. Cause they're like, oh wait, I think we're supposed to stop at 9:30. It's so funny. Like they're trying to like, get their way out of it.
Yo, look at this video that Taylor posted. They literally telling you that this is the same thing as the sun.
Can you tell me how to get to that video? I clicked the purple pill.
I think it's up.
It's up at the top now.
Oh, is it up top? Wait,
I was like, can you just show me that it's actually focused? Like, first of all, I was
Oh,
already,
you.
I
I
was
see it.
already
I
like
see it.
I was already all in this dude's junk because, like, you know how these people are like, oh, it wasn't focused or that's not a real like astronomer or whatever. So I was like, show me everything you're doing. So I'm over here following him around on his computer, like recording with, because I'm like, okay, I want to see Vega. That's that star Vega. And I'm like, how did you pull up this map? I was like, is this Polaris right here? Like, what is this going on here? And then like he's over there focusing. I'm like, is it manual focus or autofocus? And I'm over here like recording him doing it. Poor guy. I'm like, man, it's not me. It's not me that wants to know. Crazy.
You don't find this strange though?
Oh yeah.
Let me add to the mystery. I keep telling you that I had this exposition at the Technical Museum in Bucharest last year, about this time of the year, and I saw what they sent, what the American government sent to the Romanian government as the lunar module, like a mock-up. It looks nothing like the one from the movie. It's made out of steel. It's a huge thing, like a big two-story house stuff. And I wasn't allowed to photograph it, and that was pretty weird. Why wouldn't you? You let me photograph the old cars and stuff, but not that. Why?
National security reasons. That's why.
No, actually, it's called bullshit because then you would be able to see that what they showed in the USSR wasn't what was on the video.
That's crazy, dude. I just realized I have a typo, so I'm just gonna keep it because I'm gonna add it to my star thread later. But I was gonna say how much I press this dude. Anyway, just watch the video. It's funny. If anybody watches it, let me know. It's so funny. Cause I'm like, anyway, and he's like trying to leave and stuff. It's so funny. But I got him to do it, and like it ends up being like a ring in the middle of the star. So at first, okay, so if it's under focused, then it's gonna look like a little bitty tiny point of light. But then when you actually focus it, then you can see kind of the water effect. And he even made a remark looking like it's underwater. He said it looks like it's underwater. And then I'm like, okay, we'll keep going. And then it like really looks like it's underwater. And but then it becomes like a ring around it in the middle. And he told me that was because of like the mirror or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's a cool video and it's funny.
Yo, Taylor, like, keep going. He like, oh God.
He's like, you can hear him laughing, huh?
Yeah. He's like, no, keep going. Yo,
Dave, you're saying something to me, and I forgot what it was.
I can't remember either. Maybe it was that I love you.
I love you too. I love you, all of you. All of you are the best. You were referring to something I said a couple of weeks ago, but I don't know what you were gonna say.
I think I said it. You said now I don't remember, but I think I made my point. So whatever it was, I think I said it. I think I said it.
Hey, we do got a couple of new speakers up here. We have Dr. Correct? Correct. And then we have Kingsley Braps. Dr. Tripp, you want to add something to this conversation? Proud, I see you waving. You want to chime in? I mean, you go open up your mic anytime, co-host.
I'm waving to the new speakers on stage.
Hey, Sacred. When I put it on my star thread, should I add the audio? Or should I just take the audio out and just?
No, add the audio,
Yeah, you
please.
got to keep the audio. You got to. You can hear the hesitancy in his voice.
100%, dude. I'm about
I
to
just
put it to
could
my
see
star
your
thread.
face when you was pressing him, like, no, keep going.
Want to know something weird?
It's funny.
You remember those world fairs?
Mm.
Did you know that there was a world fair in Bucharest? Did you know they had an astronomy tower? It's still up, but we're not allowed to see it.
Wonder why. Interesting. Kingsley, what up? We want to wait for Dr. Kodak. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
What up? I'd love to hear what Flat Earth Dave has to say about the chopstick heavy rocket stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what we're discussing. Yeah, I was gonna tell you guys, check out 3ds Max and it's called Phoenix plugin. So if you can use the tutorial for 30 days, and I encourage you to do so. I cannot right now because I use mine. Take those two programs. It's $30 on. I'll give you an app where you can buy your 3D model of a rocket and make yourselves rocket launches. But use the tutorial so you can make them look more real and post them on X, please.
So the super heavy rocket catch. Now, they use the same formula to trick everyone into everything. It's amateur video. They show people holding their phones up. You know, Karen B did a video showing that there's no rocket on the videos, right? And if you actually watch the people's hands, she didn't point it out, the rocket's going up, but they're not angling their phones up. They're literally just holding their phones in front of them, like they're posing for a picture, and they're not tilting the phone up as the rocket goes up. Right. So, of course, Dave McKeegan did a debunk video, which is a #1 hit when you search Flat Earth now, of Karen's video, because he has to, right? Because Karen's 100% right in her observation, and his excuse is just ridiculous. But in all of the videos, if you watch, I mean, they edit, the same old crap. They're not showing you anything. There's one where there's that cloud or smoke plume that it had on its way up, and then the rocket comes through that. It literally just appears, and then it goes from a tiny little rocket in the cloud to landing in like 4 seconds. It's like,
Oh, it's worse than that, Dave. You can see the sun is on one side, but the cylinder is lit up from the other side, the fucking opposite side.
Yeah.
The
So
3D model is broken.
refraction,
They used
refraction.
refraction my ass. They didn't use
Whoa.
a true HDRI image for the dome light because they couldn't have the exact HDRI image for the day that they were doing the quote unquote launch.
Right.
And they
And
use AI. They don't use artists because no 3D artist would put such a mistake in their final product.
right. And
So
also the different videos that have different clouds, different you know, the sky is the thing. But one of the things I wanted to point out is Tyler, fittest flat earther on TikTok, he noticed some anomalies around the rocket coming down. One thing he also saw in that cloud was the tail of a blimp, like a full ass blimp in there, right? And it's like there would be nothing allowed in the air, no planes, no nothing, no nothing. But then he also saw these other little blips that he thinks are drones, and then
yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be holographic technology. I've
right. He's
seen
pointed
very
out
good.
that they use drones to project holographs, and